Hello, everybody, and welcome to day two of the Clan Rivals Urban Jungle final tournament. Today, we will continue our Twitch drops where you can get the goodies that will appear on screen at some point in time and explain through Keyhand and Mojo, who will also take you through the games. We are today sponsored by HyperX and the Wargaming Store. The links for the giveaway will be in chat as I'm talking now, which is 10 minutes in the past. Make sure you enter the Gleam giveaway that will give a Cloud HyperX Alpha S headset, which is what I'm wearing right now, that comes with a microphone and 7.1 surround, as well as a Wargaming Store collection camouflage box, which you can also find. Yesterday had some fairly strong matches going on, which of course Keyhand and Mojo will also take you through. So for the drops, you will get a bronze badge, a silver badge, and a gold badge, with, of course, the chocolate caramel style that everybody can see there, and a possibility of a 7 days of premium account. So I hope you all enjoy the show. It should be a fairly strong one with best of sevens today, and there'll be plenty of matches, all with a single elimination now. No loser bracket, so whoever's out is now out, and whoever wins goes through. So thank you all, and I'll pass you over to Mojo and Keyhand now.
Hello everyone, welcome to the second day of the Clan Rivals Urban Jungle. We had quite a commotion yesterday and a clash between the teams. I mean, I didn't even expect some of the results, but we can see that some of the usual culprits are gonna play the final matches that we'll watch today, and maybe some that we didn't expect. From the 6 teams that we had yesterday, we have 4 remaining. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to the team of GX International. Formerly, you knew them as mostly like Devi. And for me, the big surprise, the leaving of giants like a CSA. What do you think about that, Key?
Yeah, I mean, it was clear from the start that we would have to say goodbye to some pretty strong teams on day one, obviously, with the way this tournament is set up. CSA especially was a big surprise to me, but then again, CSA in the last few tournaments, they've always been surprising, the last 2 or so. They've surprised positively. This time, quite the opposite, I have to say. But yeah, that out of the way, we are in day 2. Which means we get to see 4 matches today, all of them in a best of 7 format. First of all, we will have the third match in the losers bracket, which is gonna be GX Raid against Weird, which we're about to see shortly actually. Then it will be the finals of the winners bracket, Fame facing off against Invil. That's promising to be a cracker. And then we have 2 more matches which have yet to be decided by the ones before that, who we are going to see there.
Technically, guys, because we have a loser bracket, whoever loses whoever loses between Raid and Weird, they're done, because they're already in a loser's bracket. But Fame and Invil will have a second chance and a second life, you can say, because that's the perk of being in an upper winning bracket, ergo not losing a match yet. Yesterday's games were quite a shocker. I don't know, watching Invil yesterday was a joy of a day for me. Super aggressive plays. Sometimes they resembled me like a pack of not wolves but piranhas. There was blood and gore going all over the place. It was super interesting. I also must say I like the style that Raid was also implementing. They're playing super aggressive, but there is a kind of a scent of a thought sometimes missing behind it, and I'm hoping they will stabilize and show more of that today. Weird showed up, they made it to top 4 teams. I really didn't see it coming. I thought CSA will prevail by experience alone, but Weird proved at the final moments of that dramatic game we had yesterday on Cliff that they can actually make it, and they should not be underestimated. And they're here, well deserved. So we've seen a lot of interesting matches. Fame played it pretty much their standard strong, I would say. Didn't give much of the opportunities to the enemies. And today will be the real showdown with the final strats. We will have a lot to see in that regard.
Definitely. I mean, the first match is already an exciting one, since we're gonna have to say goodbye to one of the teams in that one. and then the one after that, obviously, a cracker. First of all, let's stick with Raid against Weird here, though. Two mostly German teams, GX Raid more so than Weird. Yeah, already Raid, the team that has already in the past won a tournament. I mean, at this point, the time for introductions is over. Since yesterday, we've seen all of the players on screen so much already. However, the community predictions are the interesting thing for me, as it is tilted in favor of Raid, but not as much as I would expect based on the results we saw yesterday. For me, Weird wasn't as convincing as Raid, even though both of them are in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Raid showed much more to me. I'm going to remind everyone, Raid only fell to the lower bracket because they met Invil in the first round and they lost in tiebreaker. It was a dramatic match. It was also one of the big drama matches we had yesterday. It was 3-2 at the end of the day. Maybe that last game was really well played by Invil and everything, but still, Raid was there entire day. Also, then Raid had some problems with GX International, and I think maybe that's why the people were kind of like shaky. What will they choose, you know? Because that game was, in some moments, what I was thinking, like lacking the thoughts behind some of the strats we've seen. But anyways, we are talking about really experienced team. They had entire day to recoup, to study how the Weird plays, what are their strats, what can they utilize from the people, tanks, how do they think. And in my eyes, they should be favorite in this match. But, you know, as we say, everything needs to be earned on a battlefield.
Yeah, also, both of them, they are here for a reason still. I mean, both of them dropped down to the lower bracket. Raid, as you said, succumbing to Invil here, but Invil showed us against CSA how they're planning to play this tournament, right? Super strong, extremely focused, and Weird dropped down to the lower bracket after losing to GX International, which GX Raid had a lot of trouble beating. Like, that also went to a tiebreaker. We had a lot of those yesterday.
We had some surprising strats from Weird also. Like whenever we thought they were gonna play slow, they actually did some shenanigans moves, like that push on Himmelsdorf that was extremely entertaining to see.
Yeah, definitely. However,
well,
yeah, we are gonna go into the map picks and bans now, and some quite surprising stuff here. Live Oaks and Prokhorovka, the first bans to come in. As this is best of 7 today now, we have one more pick. But yeah, first of all, as the first map of the day, we're gonna see a map I'm very excited about. It is Ensk. It is one of the two maps together with Sand River, where attacking and defending sides respectively were changed. And we haven't seen Ensk so far in the tournament, and now Raid immediately with the pick as soon as they could.
Yeah, it's an interesting because this is a best of 7. There is a quite quirky mechanics at that regard, because one team gets to ban 2 maps and other team bans 1, but that also means that the team that banned 2 maps can only pick 1 map, which we can see here. So as example, Raid banned Live Oaks and Himmelsdorf, but picked Ensk. Interesting part is here, both of the maps that were banned last time by Raid in last day are played today, Ensk and Murovanka. And Murovanka was also picked as a map of Weird against CSA, and that's something that actually brought them to tiebreaker, if you remember.
Yeah.
Also, like we saw how they stomped CSA on one side, but then again, when they shifted sides, they pretty much lost the same way as CSA. So there's a lot to be desired there on that map. But first map, the premiere of the day, of the tournament actually, Ensk. Now we must say again, guys, we changed the spawns on 2 maps in the tournament, Ensk and Sand River. So it's a little cake and its top is a down, you know? So the defense is on a bottom side of the map, not on the upper as you're used to. So defensive team on this moment is Raid, and they will be playing from the bottom side of the map, and from a top side of the map will be Weird. This map is Raid's pick, so the side pick came from Weird.
Yeah, and for Raid, it is again YOLO in the E100, as we yesterday saw on Himmelsdorf. Then it is a lot of heavy tanks, 22279, 5 chieftains, and then it is just firepower here with the E3s, with the E4s coming in. Interestingly enough, from Weird, it's a very, very Yeah, I think the observer side is switched. So at the moment, the team in blue is Raid, the team in yellow is Weird, actually. So yeah, Weird coming in with a lot of medium tanks here on Ensk. That is not something you would expect normally.
Yeah, this is not something I've seen in a while, man, to have so many mediums. I mean, they will have the quick progression over the field, but how will they actually make it work against so many TDs and big alphas, man? Because it's obvious that Raid will never take the field fight against them with this kind of setup. Like, usually they would maybe play the center, but against so many mediums, they will not allow themselves to get flanked. So they're leaving a couple of TDs in the back, EVA 100 and so on, so they can keep a check of their own cap. And they're slowly progressing to take over the city and create the crossfires. Now we're gonna see there is a massive push coming in from the Weird forces. They're just gonna try to swarm that cap with a massive amount of tanks to try to maybe cap it like a gimmick play. Will the Weird actually make it, or will Raid come back on time? I really don't know, man. Like, let's see, Key, what do you see?
Yeah, the 907s and the 277s here by Weird immediately going onto that G-line rush here, and I think Raid didn't expect that. Like, so many mediums picked by Weird, but somehow Raid wasn't expecting that fast city play, but it's actually Hannes, the first guy to pick up a tank here. Chesney immediately falling, and in comes the counter push by Raid here with the E3, with the E100, with all the tanks, with the high alpha, and it is actually Weird here in the cap with the Chieftains that needs to watch out as the counter push is really coming in. Gigantic crossfire here by Raid, and the numbers, they are not looking good here for Weird at the moment, as Raid is just putting on the hurt with the HP they have.
Oh, this is a massive brawl on the center still, but nothing is decided. There is 4 tanks down here for the Raid forces, man, and there is even more for Weird. I mean, the HP is slowly but surely going toward the Raid because they have those high alphas. The trades are going on. And now we're actually equaling in the numbers, man. The DPM is starting to actually kick in.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
The DPM by the mediums certainly a factor, but I think the HP that the heavy tanks are bringing in even more so. I mean, Raid needs to be super careful here at their own cap with the Chieftains defending, but then again, they can just try side-scraping and alphaing those mediums down. As you can see, the Weird tanks now, they are down almost half they only have half of the HP of Raid left, and they're just one-shots there now, and Raid can still pull back reinforcements towards their own cap to defend it. And I think even though the cap is running, it's not gonna matter, as Farin and Alka, they're coming in. Aladdin and someone else, both on one-shot, just waiting behind the house for the 907 to shoot. And there we go. It was a very quick match, but was to be expected on Ensk, but Raid with the better end for it, putting themselves up in the first game on that map ever in this tournament, 1-0.
Oh, bro, like, what a game to see. This is not something I would expect. So many meds and 277. That brawl in one moment looked super close. Like, we saw a gap of like 5-6k HP in Weird favor, and in one moment, man, the numbers were almost the same. I don't know, did you notice that? The numbers were almost the same, and the number of tanks was almost the same, and then again, in that total chaos and mayhem and whatever you can blood and gore, Raid managed to pull back because those high armors and alphas kicked in, and simply Weird had nowhere more to flank and nowhere else to go. And the cap was just like a pressure. It was never a fact that could actually affect the Raid.
Yeah, and I think the problem here for Weird as well was that basically they weren't able to push past the cap, whereas GX or Raid was able to hold on to those houses behind the cap. So whenever someone from them would fall down to a one-shot, Weird wasn't able to finish that gun off. And by that, the Raid tanks were simply able to, on one-shot, to stay behind the house. And whenever the Weird tanks have fired, they were able to re-peek, deal their damage, just retreat after that, and, you know, keep their gun in the game and deal that important damage, while their brethren on higher HP would actually be still in the fight, drawing the shots or the fire onto them, while also dealing damage. And yeah, the medium DPM coming in strong here, but it was the HP and especially also like the armor on the E100. You can see here 6 non-penetrations on that tank that basically won the game for GX Raid here, in my opinion.
Man, but oh boy, what a bravery from Weird Forces to actually bring out a setup like this on Ensk. This is not something you see often. It's just like, I guess Raid is just too experienced of a team to actually allow it to happen. It's just about that.
Yeah, I mean,
Like the game was hyper aggressive. There was trades all over the place. There was not a single bit of high tactics involved here. There was a straight forward one-on-one push.
yeah, I would love
And
to see
you
that
throw
kind of.
everything there.
I would
Yeah.
love to see that kind of strategy executed by Invil today. But yeah, the good thing about today is we are going to see a lot of best of sevens, which means you can actually try stuff like that, right? And if it doesn't work, then, well, you still got a lot of chances to come back from that. And also, what we have to keep in mind, there's a replay of a training room, I believe. But yeah, what we have to keep in mind here is...
you can see the epic moment of Key Hand owning Phil while being AFK.
Definitely. Farming those AFK
That's how you
tanks
set
is
that, man.
one of my favorite pastimes in randoms. Yeah, gotta.
Now you know how Fame members have their like high Uber stats.
revealed. But yeah, what I was saying is Weird was actually attacking here, so they tried something different, something new on their attack. It didn't work. But I don't think they should be too worried about it right now. Like, they tried it out, it didn't work, okay, but it wasn't down to individual player mistakes or something like that. It was just the tactic against the hold that GX Raid had posted there not working out. And then you can just say to yourself, I mean, yeah, we tried it, it didn't work, okay, let's wipe it off and go to the next one. As we can see here,
This is it.
the replay, yeah.
This is the replay, this is the massive push we were talking about. Only a couple of tanks by Weird left on upper side of the map. You can see Raid immediately retracting like 90% of their guys. They knew they wouldn't survive elsewhere. So we saw how Chess Genie pretty much disappeared in one moment. And same happened for a couple of tanks from Raid. I mean, there is really a lot of battles going on in the same time here. On the cap, on the middle, on upper side of the map. And overall, at the end of the day, Raid just had too high armor and, high alpha that Weird could deal in these narrow streets with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see there, everywhere basically that the Weird tanks try to peek, it's always the story of, they get 1-for-1 shot, but it is the higher alpha by the Raid tanks that actually wins the trades for them. And since Raid also had more HP simply due to picking the heavier setup, it was fairly easy for it was more forgiving for them to keep those corner trades going. While the Weird tanks, they were always in yeah, I did one shot against one shot, but my alpha was lower, so I need to keep committing. That was...
Yeah, what I don't like about this is that maybe Weird is showing us some sign of inexperience. You usually do this kind of push with a team when you are highly certain that it will actually work. And anyone who plays this game a bit longer knows that this kind of setup on Ensk is like hyper risk.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm hoping this is not their mindset for this game, that they think they have nothing to lose, because they should try to play toe-to-toe against Raid, Yeah. And by picking these maps here, they might even count on that Raid is underestimating them, because I don't think Raid will actually want to play these maps later.
Yeah, as we hop into match 2, and this time I believe we're seeing a little more conservative setups from both sides, even though Weird yet again with a curious pick. They actually have a 50B here with DJ Weed, but other than that, Raid and Weird sort of going with that firepower approach of having Chieftains, having E3s, having E4s, stuff like that. The 50B, we're gonna see what it can do, but yeah, Weird now on the defensive side, so it's actually Raid that needs to
actually,
make something
that 50B for me is a bit of a giveaway, because it usually tells you that you want to play city with part of the tanks. 50B has nothing to do on the open green side, because it has no protection whatsoever. Wherever it goes, it's gonna get hunted by the enemy. But this way, I think Raid already knew that the enemy will be in a city, and you can see their disposition. Like, they send only one tank on the 0 line on A0, and everything else is in the city. Although Raid is like hyper defensive at the moment, they just want to prevent the rush before they actually make their plays. Because I'm going to remind everyone, Weird is the team defending now. The bottom side is defense. Now you can see it by the shield on the minimap.
Yeah, and But I don't think this is too bad for Weird right now. Like, they've established positions in the city. They have the hull downs in the square or courtyard in E2. Those are very powerful, and they have chieftains there, so that's pretty good for them. They also have a lot of TDs as sort of an early warning at their own cap. Should Raid do anything there? But it is actually the tanks by Weird waiting in the F line, while Raid is starting to do a gigantic push here through the one-line mojo.
Yeah, this is a big trap by Weird coming in. They were waiting for some trigger response from Raid, and they're now pushing in. It's gonna be a huge fight here in a really narrow corridor of the center of the map. Something like ancient ESL brawls. Dester is pushing in, and Baron and Kalium, they're getting pretty much crossfired by half of the Weird tanks, man. Let's go. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, Raid definitely catching a lot of tanks by Weird here in the middle of that square. However, it is Weird who actually has the crossfire. Chesney with a very smart play on the outside here through the one line that has been pushed by Raid, but then they completely abandoned it. And now it is Raid who are actually in the crossfire in the middle of that square. Weird tanks peeking from every angle into it here. Baron the Flick got down to 7 HP, bouncing one, giving one more to Killer, who's also a one-shot now, but I think it's Raid who needs to be careful at the moment.
Yeah, it's like one-on-one with HP at the moment, but what a Whack-A-Mole fest, man. Look at the HPs. We also have a couple of guys who are not even in one-shot. They're like a fraction shots. There is still a massive brawl going on. There is one chieftain from Raid flanking from the outer side. If actually Raid managed to hold off the Weird forces, they will be in huge advantage because they will take out that E3 in the back and then try to flank the rest of the tanks. It's just a matter of time. Like, can Raid actually sustain that long? Can they survive that long for those E3s and Chieftain to come back in from the back? They still have the massive brawl in the center. Kree and Pipi and Alcoholic are trying to push through the center. Rico and Dedibunze are staying on the outskirts and they're trying to protect Dester as much as they can. So they made some outskirt front lines. I think they can actually pull it off, man.
Yeah, Weird now forced into a push into the square because they saw the Raid tanks on D1 pushing in there behind, and this seems to be working out for Raid, as now it is Raid who has the surround onto the Weird tanks in the square, and they can now just pick their battles. Also, the reinforcements from all over the map are coming in for Raid, and it is the Weird tanks now, only 4 of them remaining, who are all bunched up in the E2, E3 position. And yeah, Raid still has Timmy on full HP, who's now just running into it, trying to offer himself as meat shield for his allies, and Raid once again taking the victory on Enskir. Weird tried something with the city hold, but then Raid with a very, very nice counterplay through the one line, and yeah, Weird just wasn't prepared. Like the overall movement on the map was, I think, what won it for Raid, because they had just always the outside positions in the end.
Man, what a old school shootout 2 games, like almost no tactics involved. It's just like, let's go in and fight, let's go in and fight. And it looked kind of fun, man. Also it was like really fast games, way faster than I would expect for Ensk. And I'm gonna come back to what I said before. It looks to me like Weird on this map is just trying to bypass on kind of an easy way, if you understand me. Like, they both had one ban before the picking of these maps. So Raid banned like Liveox straightforward, and Weird banned Prokhorovka, but then these picks came in. I'm not sure that Weird wanted to play this map, same as probably CSA yesterday didn't want to play Morovanka, if you understand me. Not sure how much stress they have planned for this. Like, you could see on the first game, it was like attempt of kind of a fast push and using the commotion. On a second game also, it was not much of the positioning. It was like a trap on F line with a lot of tanks and setting up a couple of tanks as a bait. But that's not a real play on a map. A real play on a map is when you know to control it. So they might not be that secure on this map because they're looking for their chance in a fast fight. Yeah. They're looking for a fast fight.
And this was the second push that I was talking about. You see right now in D1, it is actually the repush going on by Raid here right now, which sparks the initiate by Weird here, who knows they have to finish off the tanks in the square before the reinforcements from Raid all over the map arrive. The E3 but in F5 by Weird is about to die, so they know there will be 3 more tanks from Raid into the fight soon. That is why they engaged into Raid in the square here. But yeah, it was simply too many guns from Raid left, and the reinforcements from the one line through the D1 repush, they came just too early for Weird to deal with the tanks in the square first. And yeah, I think Raid was just that little bit quicker here with the reactions on Ensk, the calls just working out much better with their timings. And to expand on what you said before, Weird not seeming prepared for Ensk and not seeming prepared for Muravanka against CSA yesterday. I mean,
Muravanka was their pick, man, so there is no excuse there.
yeah, I don't know. And they also banned a map before, the map picks came in today in the pick and bans. So, they banned Prokhorovka. So, I don't know. They had, like, sort of funny tactics on Muravanka, which didn't really work out in their attack. Ensk seemed unprepared, and then they ban Prokhorovka, so that seems like no preparation for 3 maps in a tournament. That's extremely unlikely for me.
Well, we will see how it goes, man, because there is still like Muro to be played. Like they had some time since yesterday to rethink everything they did, like by far. And I don't think they can recycle their tactics from yesterday. They have to play completely different. If they don't, they're done. Honestly, I'm just going to say it like this. If they try to recycle anything on Muravanka from yesterday, they're done. They're going to lose, not like a 3-1 or something. It's going to be 4-0, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, Raid never played Muravanka, and they had time to watch them all the time. And there was a lot of gaps in those threats by both CSA and them on Mura.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't use those.
And also keep in mind, it is best of 7. This means the third match now, one team being up 2-0, doesn't mean a match point. However, you cannot afford to lose 2 full maps now. If Raid actually manages to win the next map fully, then Raid is through into the next match and Weird is out. So they really need to step up their game on their own map pick.
Well, now they will be defending on Muravanka, so that's their chance to buy their time and to think how will they play. Frankly, if they lose this one, you don't want to be on 0-3 against a team like Raid. Like, dude, that's like a suicide. Seriously, I don't see Smiley dropping an advantage like this. So Weird needs this game to get that kind of a hookup to the game, to stay in. Otherwise, it's going to be a defeat as far as I can see. I mean, they made it to top 4, but it's never enough, right? You want to go more.
Definitely.
You want to go more.
Definitely. The further you advance in the tournament, obviously, the better the rewards get also. So, obviously...
It's not only about the rewards, right? There is also a matter of prestige and stuff like that. So, all of those feelings are mixed. I mean, while you play the tournament, actually, rewards, I don't think they're on anyone's mind during the game. During the game, as every gamer, you feel that passion and desire, and you want just to win the other guys. That's period. You think about rewards after the match. Like, did you win them or lose them?
True.
But during the match, you just want to kill them.
True. I think the biggest reward is the bragging rights, obviously, for most of the people involved here in the tournament. But yeah, all of this aside, it is an unchangeable situation. Now Weird is down 2-0 against Raid. Now comes their map pick, Muravanka. Raid actually chose to attack. And we saw yesterday attacking on Muravanka isn't that easy. At least it didn't seem to be. So if Raid actually manages to pull off the attack, then they are in a very comfortable position of being up 3-0 and having a match point for themselves where they can defend a map which is... I'm not saying super easy to defend, but it is probably easier than to attack on it.
Yeah, as I said, I still think both of the plays yesterday were full of gaps and holes in both attack and defenses of the teams. There were a lot of freebies given, and there were no initially aggressive plays by either of the teams there. I'm not even sure what will Eerd opt for now. Like, will they dare to play aggressive on this map from the start, or they're gonna be shaken now from the 2-0 loss and just like turtle up, Like, at the end of the day, when you play a tournament, you need to prep your strats, and you should not think about them based on what you had on previous battles. You need to focus on the sole map you're playing now. Whatever they planned, they should just execute it the way they wanted, no matter what happened on the previous map.
Yeah, and we can see actually Raid with a very aggressive setup here for their attack. They have only one EBR, one CS, double STB, 4 907s, and the rest Chiefs. Weird, that means no arty for Raid, right? And Weird with a more standard approach, they have 1 2 6 1, triple EBR, 1 STB, 5 Nano 7s, and 5 Chieftains. And this setup from Raid Mojo, this spells full-out aggression, because without Artie you need to make something work.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like, this is the stress I was actually expecting from Murovanka. If Weird doesn't manage to make a really great crossfire in a start of the game, and maybe take out 1 or 2 guys of Raid while they're still approaching, they're in deep trouble, because that RT and triple EBR are not a help in a fight like this.
Definitely.
They're not a help. Like, EBRs have a great potential to do damage over time when they shoot people in their backs, not fronts, you know?
Yeah, the pen of the EBR is simply not enough for most tier 10 heavy tanks. It's more like a 50-50, but we can already see some of the weird chieftains that were they got spotted crossing by Hannes, who is the only EBR. So basically, Raid, they sort of know they have some heavy tanks in the back by Weird sniping onto them. Actually, Vampire getting a nice connection into Hannes here. Hannes unable to retaliate and needs to, turn away as he sees the second EBR. And it is Weird now that are set up defensively here, and Raid that have taken the forest very aggressively with their chieftains, even taking more ground. They are sending, I believe, Aladdin it is, and Smiley probably to go forwards to fight against PP. But still, Raid has a lot of medium tanks on the other side who are also starting at advance now.
They're never gonna push the 9-0 line. They just wanna establish themselves and make them kind of pincered, the weird forces, and then they're gonna take the upper side. You can see the STBs, CS, and the Chieftain there. So honestly, the only opening that Weird has now is to do a massive counter push here.
Yeah.
Like right now. But their EBRs are too passive and they're not doing the
job. Take a look at the minimap right now.
And this is the big problem now, because they're sending all of the EBRs to spot the upper side. If they actually do it aggressive, they might run into the trap there and lose most of them.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're actually retracting. Look, they're scared.
Yeah, what is that on the minimap right now? It feels like, I don't know, Weird has maybe a quarter, not even a fifth of the whole map. This seems like a hard camp, but I don't think they have enough heavy tanks to pull off a hard camp like this. I mean, they do have Artie, and the Artie is pounding on Aladdin and Smiley here, but while all of this is going on, Raid is taking the rest of the map with their mediums on the other side. I think the mediums, by Raid, they cannot really believe their luck, how far back the Weird tanks actually are. They are super careful, they are expecting some kind of trap, but there isn't one. The furthest Weird tank is on the A6 position, and it's an EBR, so if the CS decided, he could actually just go to A1 and take it for free.
What they're doing is like setting up a sniping positions, and they want to have a lot of tanks in the back for a counter attack, if you understand me. Like when you see enemies springing somewhere, the biggest danger, like biggest advantage of the defender is because you can counter attack them while you're sniping with the massive forces. So that's what they're trying to do, and they're trying to make their RT work. So far, so good for them, right? They have Aladdin on low HP, Smiley on half HP, and so on. They're not controlling the upper side of the map. But the flaw of this tactics is because you get cornered in such a small area, and the second drawback is if you miss your opportunity and you have only one to strike on Murovanka, either up or down, you need to choose correct in that moment, then you are done and boxed in, and these teams have a crossfire between each other. I'm talking about the Raid guys, and then you can't do anything anymore. And at the moment, it does look to me they missed their cue.
Yeah.
Or it honestly looks to me like they missed their cue and they're gonna get boxed in.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it looks like Weird has adopted the OM strategy of the YOLO camp, where you basically camp until you're all out of it and then you YOLO. And yeah, they're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Maybe they see it now. Apparently they think the Artie has done enough damage onto Aladdin and Smiley in their chieftains, and now they think they can probably overrun them. They seem to have stopped, they seem to have to be grouping up, but yeah, I mean,
the thing is, when you see enough tanks on other side of the map on this Murovanka, this is actually really old school approach of how to play. When you see a number of the tanks on upper side of the map or a lower, you choose and you push everything on the lower side. But actually Raid has already a lot of forces rotated over the forest, and it's not gonna be that easy. The exchange started, the fight will start any second now because Raid guys are trenched in and Weird guys are coming in. But they're already lower HP, don't forget, from the start they already had low. Aladdin is already dead, he was farmed by Artie, but there is a massive fight and cap pressure going on.
Yeah, the fight is indeed happening as Weird is repushing the zero line. Do they have enough tanks? Here is the question. They did get some easy pickups with Aladdin and Smiley that were weakened by the Artie. Also, Ricochet caught here in the open in that blue wave, that blue tsunami of tanks, and they are not planning on stopping here, Mojo. They just keep over pushing. Alka the next on the list for them, and after that it will probably be Old Kings.
Oh la la, I can see a lot of guns from Raid dying now. They actually didn't manage to hold them off and create a good enough crossfire. Now the lower HP Veer tanks can slowly fall back and just keep doing the Pac-Man show on Raid. Raid is now losing on the number of tanks. Maybe the HP is similar, but the number of the tanks tells the story. They still haven't singled out a single Veer tank. Will it be the game with a 0? Man, I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
It certainly doesn't look good. Probably the Arty is about to go down here for Weird as there's one EBR, but look at the forest, Mojo. The complete forest is just covered in blue tanks, and there is only 4 tanks remaining for Raid. Weird there with the tactical YOLO camp, winning the game, putting up 1 on the board for themselves on Muravanka defense. A lot of guns still remaining.
To see, man.
Yeah, wow, a lot of guns still remaining. I guess they went to that OM school and they studied it and they got their master's degree, probably even, their doctors in it. And we can see Latzi and Kalium there, the last tanks for Raid. Kalium, yeah, he's just driving out. He knows it's over. There is nothing to gain for a tiebreaker possibly, so they just give themselves up to basically speed it up. And you have to say, the camp by Weird, it looked sort of nasty, but it worked. And no one is gonna ask how you won as long as you did.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, every strat is just a strat. And if it works, period. That's the end of the day on a tournament. Like, if you can make something work in your favor, as long as it's not like some bug abuse, of course, everything goes. And obviously, like, people can tell, oh, you were camping or whatever. Who cares, man? They took the round, they stayed in the tournament, they stayed in the match. It's 2-1, it's not 3-0, it's 2-1. Super important for them. Also, one more thing I need to notice. Chess Genie is definitely the first guy to die in Weird every freaking game, man. Yeah. I don't think I've seen a single game where someone died before him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the positions he's being sent to. Maybe he's just overextending. Who knows? But yeah, look at that damage by the artillery.
I just think he's frontlining a lot.
Yeah.
I just think he's one of those guys who, like, when, FC says push, he pushes, or they put him to risky positions of, like, where the enemy will attack and things like that.
Yeah, I mean...
It's not a bad thing. He's not dying with 0 damage. I mean, don't get me wrong, but it's just peculiar to see. Like, I really remember his name dying first, like, in so many games, man.
Yeah, you're just naming my excuses for dying early in advances also. The other one being, you traded HP for information. When you don't do damage, you say, I traded HP for info. But yeah, look at that damage by the Arty. 3.6, he was the most damage in the whole game here. So the Arty actually working out here. Also, I think it was crucial that the 261 was focusing on those 2 chieftains that were posted there by Raid. As we can see here, the initial setup by Raid. Yeah, you see Aladdin and Smiley in that forward position. As we can see, EBR is also jumping around. But those 2 chieftains, the Arty was able to get via continuous spots. It was able to get continuous damage with like 250, 300 damage hits every 24 seconds. And that was really important for Weird, because when they started to repush, it was super easy for them to focus out those singled out tanks by Weird. First it was Smiley and Aladdin, then Ricochet in the next dip. I mean, Raid didn't make it difficult for them to focus even, because there was only at maximum 2 tanks they could shoot at.
Yeah, I didn't really like 2 things in the Raid's play in this game. Like, number one, they let Arty farm too much. So if you don't really want to push, you should not expose your tanks so much against it, Like, lost too much HP to that 261.
I mean, yeah.
The second thing, I expected, like, really aggressive play when I saw this lineup. But that actually means you are making judgment calls as you drive, if you understand me. And Raid is very capable of that. We've seen it, like, on maps that they feel more comfy on. I'm going to remind you that, like on Himmelsdorf or whatever. So you go into the push, you get information from your spotters, and you, while you're driving, deciding you're committing here or there. And actually, when I saw this lineup, I was expecting to see that. Because there is not many places where Weird will be with Arty and 3 EBRs. They're going to be either up or down. And on this map, in 9 out of 10, it's going to be down exactly where they were. Because upper position is really crappy, to camp on. It's just like waiting to be killed. This one actually gives you some opportunities. And I think they should have known that. I feel like they should have known that, and I feel like they should have been prepared for something like this and to make those judgment calls on the way. But there is a possibility B, that since they won Ensk 2-0, they don't really give a damn much. They just wanted to be done with this game. They're going to play their defense now, hope to get that one win, get to 3-1 and shift themselves to Sand River, if you understand me.
Yeah.
So there is also that possibility. But
I mean,
I think they could have done way better in this round. And Weird exploited that one weakness they had. Loss of HP on one side and not created the best crossfire that they could have.
yeah, definitely. Like the cascade effect was really there for Weird. Like they just could pick up tank after tank after tank. And at one point in the game, Raid was even up in HP. But it was just being like Weird being able to focus out tank after tank that made it so easy for them to come back with the HP and just, you know.
It was lack of crossfire. It was just a lack of enough guns shooting the same targets. They were sporadically shooting left and right what could they see, while Weird tanks could like go as a massive blue bulb and just like chew one tech at a time, like simple Pac-Man, quack, 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 quack. That's it.
Yep. But we're actually going into the second set of setups now. Basically, it's both teams here with an RT, 2 EBRs for Weird, while there's 3 for Raid, and also there's a 268 version 4 in this. Normally you see this tank on
I think
Himmelsdorf.
they've seen it. I've seen them use it on Himmelsdorf, if you remember, in one game. Mm-hmm. They were the only team to pick it up. And apparently there is someone who has like still a love for the 268, even though it was nerfed a while ago. WBR is okay. I prefer 3 if you have an RT on this map. But it depends like in what way Weird actually adjusted their strat. I really hope it just doesn't mean you're gonna just sacrifice a tank or something. But against the 261, you can show a tank, especially if it has a spall liner or something. You can tank that because 261 really needs to pen a tank to do a damage. You know, otherwise it's like a Grace harassment and finish off tank. But it's not like a tank that will do a major damage unless it's a weaker armor.
I mean, we saw last game what the 261 can do if it just gets continuous spots. Like, it doesn't do the boom 700 shell like a T92, but if you let it actually farm, then it does that continuous damage with the...
200, 300, 200, 300, 200, 300. And then you get one pen for that 700 or 800 somewhere in a game.
Definitely. And with EBRs on the enemy team, obviously there is plenty opportunities for penetrations. But yeah, what we're seeing now by Raid on their defense is sort of what we saw by CSA and Weird yesterday as well. They just took control of the A line with a lot of tanks, some forward spotters, some EBRs driving around, and nothing much. Actually, wow, 373 damage by a 261 by Smiley here. That is, yeah, a lot.
That's on 907. But
Yeah.
there is a fast approach on 3 line, 4 line. You can see by Weird guys. Like, this is the approach I was looking for because Raid actually left a couple of tanks up. Now we need to see what will be the response from Raid. Do they plan to actually counter that? Because this is a massive commitment from Weird forces on upper side. Like, will Raid actually try to counterattack the 8-9 line and kill off those chieftains on lower side, just sacrificing that 907 and chieftain, or they're gonna opt to actually go up? We cannot see from this perspective, but based on this choice, it's gonna be a matter who wins the game.
Yeah, definitely. The 2684 sort of serving as a battering ram here in this push now. He's trying just to soak up the shots for his friendly mediums there. And as we can see here, Killer with the SCB picking up Timmy8's RT. And now it is just the A1 position being controlled by Weird here at the moment. And there is just one chieftain here. It's Benzo. And he's in a heap of trouble as the mediums are just swarming over him like basically shards smelling blood in the water. It's Benzo also dropping. And all of a sudden, Weird has a lot of map control. But Raid still has the superior HP, although they are a lot down in guns, Bojo.
Yeah, but they're in a problem. Like, Raid doesn't actually have the tanks in position to push the lower side. You can see this. It's a massive brawl down, but they don't have the decisive advantage. Now it's gonna be a full-out brawl because they're sending everything they have in. They're sending the 3 BRs also, so they can kill the lower tanks. If they manage to do this and not lose too much HP, they will actually be way ahead of the game.
Yeah,
because then they can chase the RT and everyone else. And it actually starts to work.
I'm not sure if this repush by Weird here was actually worth it, as Raid is just responding perfectly, sending in the triple EBR to just do those 1200 damage every 10 seconds. And yeah, we can see Weird is actually getting cleaned up here, and they're being forced in somewhat of a reaction on the north side, which they don't want to do, because there's hull down chieftains waiting by Raid there. Now the Raid tanks that were able to clean up here in the forest, they are coming back. Weird has started the cap. That's a last-ditch attempt at winning this game. They have the EBR, the CS, and 1907 in the cap, but the 907 in the cap just got spotted, and keep in mind, Raid still has an arty with Smiley that's about to come off reloads. 15 seconds on the cap. What does Smiley do here with the arty?
We need to see who will actually spot for Raid, or there will be blind fire. There was a reset, so 16 seconds coming in again. EBR is coming from the 5 line. We can see Hans, and he can see, I don't know who is the other EBR.
Smiley missed the reset with the arty. Smiley missed the reset.
It's still 15 seconds. There is still an EBR, man, and there is only one capper now because
There we
everyone
go.
is on cap dead.
There we go.
Yeah,
Raid.
Deus is the last guy on cap, but that's not gonna help.
Yeah, Raid finally able to reset here completely. It's
YOLO.
only one tank. I mean, the cap, it was a last-ditch attempt by Weird, because I don't know what that was, that repush in the forest into more tanks. They had no pressure to do so. They were up in guns. They had the map control. Why would you repush with less tanks into an unknown number of enemy tanks? I feel
because they cannot have the information exactly how many tanks Raid has where. And the second thing is, like, if you leave too big of a gap between like this side of the map you have and upper side of the map where you already pushed, then that exposes one part of their team to be completely overstomped by Raid. I guess their call was that their Raid has more tanks toward the cap, and that they need to close in the distance and gap between them and the guys who already killed a couple of guys from Raid on upper side of the map. So that was the call. And the numbers were actually similar in the forest until Raid threw all of the EBRs. EBRs were that little tip, a little tip that kind of starts the avalanche and gets everyone killed, because they go in, they go behind the backs of the heavies while they're fighting. They can sustain one shot if needed. They give like their 400 or 500 someone's ass, and that's it, man. The game just spirals down.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the call by Raid to send in the triple EBR in the forest as sort of a mobile fire extinguishing unit to, just put out stuff before it becomes dangerous for you. I still want to question what pushed Weird, or what made Weird push into that forest. I do understand, like, they were pretty committed on the other side with a lot of tanks, and those in the forest, or those tanks by Weird covering the forest, are not really able to help each other out. But pushing there, it felt like, I don't know.
It didn't go like that.
Overeager.
I was watching a bit on a minimap while there was a fight up, and actually Raid committed to them in one moment, and they deleted 1907 there from the Raid. So Raid started with 0-3. They lost those two guys up, 907 on the red line up. They lost the chieftain in a cooldown, that was Benso, as I believe. And then they lost 1907, who was spotting and pushing in front of the chieftains in a forest. So I think that guys from Weird just had a feeling, number one, we already killed a guy. We can actually deal with these guys down. Number two, we are way too far away from the rest of our team, and we need to close in. But the reaction of the Raid, they didn't see, is sending those 3 EBRs and probably maybe 1 or 2 more tanks. That was coming. You can see it here.
Yeah, definitely. That was exactly the situation I was talking about. It is basically A3, A4 being won by Weird. And then, before we switch to the north to see that push, we actually saw Chesgeny driving away with his chieftain from the positions that now his comrades are falling in. But yeah, just good call here.
Before these EBRs came, Weird actually had 5-on-4 situation.
Yeah, but what?
No, because they already killed that 907, and it was just like a good play by the EBRs of Raid. In that little moment, they turned the game around completely. They made that avalanche effect because they managed to kill those tanks super fast without losing too much tanks. And Weird simply didn't have enough HP or power to actually power through the tanks on the other side of the map. So they did the next best thing, which was also a decent choice to try to cap. But those EBRs from Raid actually managed to sneak through their lines and spot. And I think it was YOLO who did it, because Hans was on like a one shot on 200 HP. And YOLO still had some HP to work with. So he was spotting and shooting them there. So in that regard, Raid did a good job to recover into the game. I still can't say I've seen really good games on Murovanka yet on this tournament. Nothing that I would say like, wow, man, what a play.
Yeah, no one
But,
reinvented the wheel so far.
Yeah, but from the 4 games we've seen so far, I can say that maybe this one was more interesting than the others.
Definitely. However, that is also Murovanka done. The teams are 3-1 in favor of Raid at the moment. That means in a best of 7, obviously, Raid is now on a match point. It is on to Weird's map pick of Sand River, and Raid chose to defend first. So Raid has the advantage, you could say. Who knows? Like with the switched sides, I'm still sort of uncertain as to which side actually has the advantage, and that's a good thing because I guess the teams have to keep guessing as well. But yeah, Raid defing, they just converted another defense for themselves on Muro. What do you expect from that one?
Well, most of the times we've seen double RT, except when Invil played, but they're special case, so we're not going to put them there, you know? So we've seen double RT most of the times, and it's just about the ground control, how will you do it. But look at this, Weird is going all out. Raid plays with 1 RT, they play with 0.
Yep.
Triple EBR, and so on. So I guess Raid was actually expecting this possibility, and they didn't take the double RT, so they wouldn't by accident lose them. You remember that they yesterday had a problem. They lost 1 RT early, and they lost the game because of it on Sand River.
Yeah, definitely.
And they are making sure it doesn't happen again. So they have like more mobile force, but only 1 EBR, man. Only 1 EBR, so much more firepower. They don't try to spot much. That means they will not push anywhere, but they're just gonna greet the enemy.
Yeah, and as we go into this game here, it is Deus that we see in his EBR trying to get the early info, but yeah, the EBRs by Weird sort of in a very standard formation here. 1 mid, 1 up, 1 down. The Chieftains by Weird getting committed towards the south. That's a very safe call for most of the teams. And now here in the north, it is the EBR actually getting the information on the CS that Raid
This is surprising. Look at this. This is a total change of the plans. Like this amount of Chieftains, they're actually pressuring toward the K line. Raid especially. That might have been the call for this game because there is no RT in enemy team.
Yeah, definitely.
That might have been the call just because of that, because now they can actually occupy the risky positions in a cooldown and meet the enemy like that because there is no RT to pound them.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a big problem from Weird, who probably expected them to just trench up on upper side.
Yeah, the south definitely one of those places where it's easier for the team from the east to keep the trades even. However, when one team does have RT and the other one doesn't, the one that has RT can just, you know, sit back and chill. And now we see something Invil did 2 tournaments ago. Raid is sending 907s through towards the middle to get rid of the cross shots onto the Chieftains that are on the red line. And Raid is doing that exactly. They're trying to put the crossfire with the Chieftains. The Chieftains cannot get farmed in the back, but there are just too many Weird tanks here. We're just going for it. They have everyone here and they're committing in, Mojo.
They're committing like a lemming train. Will it work out? We will see, because don't forget that Raid actually has more tanks in this game than Weird, because Weird has a lot of EBRs. There is a massive carnage going on here. Also, there is a push by Raid tanks on the middle. HP is pretty much the same, but Raid does have some crossfire while the Weird is pretty much in between them. We need to see the number of the guns, and at the moment that is the most reliable parameter we need to see. It's 4-4, and we still have the RT who can do the work, and EBRs that are not going to do the work in this part of the game.
Yeah, the HP definitely neck and neck right now, and funnily enough, Weird and Raid have switched positions in the south, sort of, and it's basically Weird that is in the dip that formerly used to be Raid's one, but it seems to be that Weird is actually able to clean up the stuff in the south here as they're now encroaching onto Aladdin. But while all of that is going on, Raid has actually completely won map control on everywhere else on the map, but it is Smiley in his RT who's now getting focused out by DJ Wheat in his EBR, who has broken through.
Oh dear God, he actually died in EBR. Who killed him?
Oh, no, DJ Wheat is... Oh, yeah, the other EBR near the
there
RT
was a
died.
weird
Yeah,
EBR
true.
right next to Smiley, man. And he just died.
True.
I thought he's gonna pick up the Smiley, and Smiley's, that's why he's on 100 HP.
Yeah,
Oh man, that's a humongous. I thought like that could be a winning move for Weird, but now that they lost that EBR, and he's not alive, and Smiley is alive, now Raid can actually slow the game significantly and fire him with Smiley. What a close game, man. But I think that maybe one shot, literally one shot in that moment, may decide it. Itox is doing his best. He picked up Benzo. But you can see that everyone pretty much from Raid ran away. They're chasing the EBR on A0, and everyone else is making sure they're not that close to the rest of the tanks. Daddy Bunze has a lot of HP, 1500, which is that's why like Shinigami and Kree don't want to push him, but Alcoholic is going their way, Yanes Kanes is going that way. So if they sneak unspotted there, they can pick up actually Daddy Bunze and Artie both.
Yeah, I don't know if the 907 that we are seeing right now, Yanis Kanas, if he can actually pull through and maybe try to assassinate the Artie, but now we see the Kong GC is actually on its own cap, Smiley smartly having retreated there, and there also is a 907 in F4 that can actually cover Bunze should he get rushed here. They are choosing not to rush him, but instead to crossfire him. Alcoholic with a very, very smart play there, going for the crossfire, and now it is Bunze. He used to be on 1400, he's on 150 HP now. Dire times, Shinny there to pick him up, and this basically was 1400 HP for free, Mojo. It was Raid that used to be up a lot of HP.
He chose not to push in. He chose not to push in because he didn't realize there are people in his back, and he got farmed wherever he moved, man. At the end of the day, if he rewatches this, it would pay off more to push, but how can you know it?
No,
like he could have maybe traded, maybe even killed like one or two guys in front of him like that. But in this regard, he died for absolutely nothing. The only thing going on for Raid at the moment is that they're still defending, and they need to rely that they're gonna maybe do a lucky shot with Artie somewhere. But their problem is they have a lot of guys on low HP, while Weird actually still has maybe Yanes Hanes like to push with. I mean, YOLO Extremix, he's pretty much half HP of Raid.
Yeah, definitely. The Chieftain now in F1. We gotta
my
watch
God,
for that.
died.
And now he got him, actually. Shinny with the play there from F1, able to spot out the artillery in B1. That is a huge kill there for Weird, who are able to pick off the artillery. And yet again, it seems to be the story of the tournament, Mojo. The Raid arties, they die prematurely.
It's not Raid arties, it's Smiley, man. Man, I think he's gonna be so upset after this tournament. Maybe he will check his arty. Is it like overheight or something, you know? He seems to be peaking too much. Anyways, like this game starts to work in the Weird favor. After all the...
Big push coming in though. Itox and one more 907. They're pushing now onto the cap, and it's actually only Kalium here in his 907 that is on a one-shot that can defend right now. Yanis Khan is in between the cap and the Chieftain that is on high HP right now, so they're gonna use the third 907 to sort of cover, while the Chieftain from F1 can just snipe to anywhere. Two 907s now on the cap, and once Kalium tries to spot here now or tries to reset, the Chieftain is probably gonna pick him up. They need to wait for Alpha in his CS to return.
Oh man, like everything works in a favor of Weird at the moment.
Oh, Alka
like,
spotted.
From
Kalium
all
also.
of that commotion. Yeah, but they cannot reset. That's the problem. They have a Chieftain above their heads, man. He can spam Kalium. And they're waiting in Huldan. Itox and Alcoholic may be spotted, but there is no one who can shoot him. The Chieftain from the back actually has to go into the base to shoot him.
Alka has got to come in now. While Kalium dies here, Alka coming in. He tries to do one shot. He actually resets one by shooting into the gun, but he cannot do that again because the Chieftain there is just there. The Chieftain bouncing a shot on the CS turret. Unknown qualities of the Polish tank showing now, while it is Francesca Farrago in the meantime picking up someone else somewhere on the map. Meanwhile, also YOLO Extremist in his Chieftain that was in the middle going down, and now it's just the Weird tanks trying to finish the game. It was a last-ditch attempt here by Weird to tilt the game again after the Artie died. It didn't work out, and it is 3-2 in Raid's favor still, but Weird looking strong in that one. And yeah, Mojo, the Raid Arties, or Smiley, what do we say to that?
Well, I mean, he did survive before, and I think he was probably the guy who killed the EBR one-on-one. But again, in this crucial moment when they really needed him, actually, Raid didn't deliver on personal level in these last moments. I don't know what happened. Like, I actually thought they have game under control, even with the Weird push being so massive. It did look like Raid has a couple of more tanks than needed on the middle, at least one or two, but it's fine. It was under control because if you manage to stop the enemy push, and after all the carnage, you control the upper side towards your base, and you control the center side, you are fine because, hey, you have the Artie.
Oh yeah,
We
I
saw
think
like I was watching the minimap in those moments, and I saw one of the weird EBRs manage to kill one-on-one EBR right in front of Smiley, and
mm,
he was there between a chieftain of Raid and between Smiley, and then he died. I don't know who picked him up, and I really
yeah,
thought that's gonna bring Weir down.
I think it's
But they
the EBR on
managed to
screen
come
right
back
now.
with better plays, man.
I think it's
Vampire?
actually the EBR on screen right now. Like Mampias, he got destroyed by Smiley. That was the artillery. So
All right then.
it might
So
have been him.
that's him. It must have been him.
Yep.
Like that was literally the moment I thought like Weird lost it, although they had the same HP in that moment. But on player level, they organized better after that. After all the carnage and everything was done, they organized better. They took Daddy Bunze, I think he was in Chieftain there. Like they took him pretty much for free, and that was just like spiral down for Raid. Like the last moment they had a chance is if Smiley connects someone, and in the next moment he gets picked up. Like true, he had to run away left and right often on a map because the battle shifted, but I don't know, man. Like I don't see exact position where he died, and I would like to actually.
Definitely, but yeah, we just can rewatch now the last moments of this game, and the problem
Maybe he had
here-
nowhere to run. That's
Yeah.
the fact also.
Yeah, I mean this.
Because if he died below the hill, he had nowhere to run.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, the problem was that basically Weird had the information on all of the tanks where they actually were. CS was spotted approaching, Kalium gets basically picked up in the 907 for free, and also the Chieftain from the middle in E3. He has a high HP 907 to fight against that has a lot of DPM to take him down, and no one is going to reach the cap in time. They need to sacrifice HP to get the resets, but they don't have the HP to do so, and thus Raid in the end losing the battle here. But yeah, I think it was lost before that. Bunze going down there with 1400 HP,
I
achieving
see where
nothing.
he died now, man. He should have played it safe and stayed down in the ditch, man.
Hmm.
He was actually shot in the back trying to go all the way behind. Because he was probably scared he's going to get caught in that ditch again, because once you are in it and the game develops again, you cannot do much. I think he needed like 5 or 6 seconds to be safe. That's the worst part. And that's the timing that this game evolved around. If he climbed that hill and went behind a little dune, he would be perfectly safe. He could shoot the cap all the time. No one could challenge him. No one could shoot him. No one could spot him. Like nothing. It's literally 5 or 6 seconds. Like, did he maybe move from some spot a bit too late or not? You cannot really put a game like this on one guy. It's not like that. It doesn't go like that. There is such a cascade of things that goes on before. But anyways, the score is 3-2 in Raid's favor. They still have the match point, so they need a fourth game to win. And of course, if they lose this one, then we will see a tiebreaker, man. Because like so far, every team that was going out from the tournament lost it in a tiebreaker.
Definitely.
So it's sort of a tradition
But
by now.
first of all, before we get to the tiebreaker, it is game number 6 in this match number 1 here. It is Sand River, and it is gonna be Weird defending first of all to put themselves up into the tiebreaker. And yeah, judging by the last match, the Weird players seem to be pretty comfortable on Sand River. Wow, I've never seen such a widescreen perspective of Sand River. You gotta say, it's basically like, I don't know, an oasis in the middle of the complete desert. Just
Oh,
realized.
looks like a Wadi.
Wadi. Yeah, that's the map name in German. But yeah, let's go. Raid is attacking here with double RT, double EBR, double CS, and the rest is just Chief. Weird, double RT, double EBR, 1 STB, 3 907s, 1 CS, a lot of Chiefs, and 1 279.
Well, way bigger rotation force on Weird side, and on the Raid side, again, a punching force. Raid is attacking on this moment, and you can always check by minimap whenever you're not certain, even if the spawns are switched like this, guys. Like the shield is defense, sword is attacking side. Quite simple, right? Anyways, like Raid is opting for K-line. This is a normal approach, and they still do have a couple of tanks controlling the base, and they're just sending a couple of mediums, like the CSs I believe they have on upper side, because they're fast enough to turbo out of the trouble if needed and go for the proxy positions. Like, obviously, I can see that from this kind of game, they just want to shell their enemy to smithereen. They just want to pound with GCs, everything they see, and then at the end of the day, to have like more HP to push in with the chieftains.
Yeah, Weird this time not going to the south as they are defending, and they Yeah, they probably don't want to have done to them what they did to Raid last round, where basically Raid didn't win in the south, as some EBRs have already traded some shots, and so far the EBR trades have been going in Weird's favor as far as I can tell. One shot taken on Deus, and Lemmy almost in trouble here, but Hannes is down to 450 HP while all of this was going on. I believe he was one of the EBRs in the in the north. But so
you
far
can see him. He is hidden probably on D0 now at the moment, because like he pretty much ran out on 3/4 of enemy team. So in that regard, like a 1 millimeter of a wrong move can be a instant death.
Yeah, but we can see Weird just taking the upper part of the map, just trying to play it slow here. Kreia again, the chieftain in E1, again in that position to to receive the love from above. He's been doing that throughout all of the Sand River matches from the West that we've seen so far by Weird. He doesn't plan on stopping here either. He probably enjoys it even a little, who knows. But Raid actually needs to make something happen, and we can see they actually do that. The player we mentioned, Chesgeny, taking a lot of shots here for getting spotted out in the open, dropping to 1300 HP. I think he could have played that a little better, probably.
I mean, he probably would have if he thought he's gonna get spotted. What a mistake to make, but he's still alive. Oh, okay. The other Artemis is still alive. What I want to mention at this moment is, like, if you can check out the weird position of, I mean, man, it sounds so awkward when I say it. Like, the position of weird artists, you know? They're
it's
like
weird,
on A4 and 5, man. So that means they actually expect enemy to pressure their base and not the upper side of the map. Because if they push the upper side of the map, this arty will have to actually run away a couple of squares so they can even fire a shot. Like, they can fire one shot while they're approaching, but after that, there are no angles. So that's a bit of a risky move, not to leave at least one arty on A1, but the entire defense is set up for the base push of Raid. Like, Raid will push, from the upper hills on 2-line, like we've seen many enemies do so far, and they will shoot them in the side, and they will bombard them with arty, and then there will be like, cherry on top, and we go to the tiebreaker. We need to see what will Raid do about it, because if they do it, they're just gonna go to the tiebreaker.
Definitely, and so far at the moment, let's be real, not a lot is happening apart from spots and arty shells being traded out here. Kreia trying his best to not get a lot from the golden rain pouring from the sky, and he's doing a pretty good job as far as I can tell. Taking 81 splash damage isn't really an issue. However, him missing his gunner, just as he said that, he heals him. But that is the medkit away for Kreia. Another 315 HP, but at this rate, it's gonna take another minute or two until they clear out that chieftain. And as we can see on the minimap, that is just the first layer of defense that Weird has prepared here in the West.
It's so popularly called a sacrificial lamb. Like, Kreia can rename himself Kreia the Sacrificial Lamb, because that forward position is exactly used for that. You can't call it anywhere else. If you actually survive the barrage of arty, you consider yourself lucky and you can be a part of the damage of the team. But this is 15 on 15. It's not about TPs, how much will you do. It's actually just like, will you do your position that's assigned to you well enough? That's about that.
Yeah, I mean, we can see now sort of a move by Raid in the south. Some chieftains are being pulled towards the west, and also in the east, they're pulling the CS northwards, I guess. And for Weird, it's just the tanks sitting in their spots and the EBRs driving around, Monka steering, and just, trying to get spots for the arty to have more HP gone on the enemy team for that last fight that is certainly gonna emerge. Now, Ricochet in his CS63 being backed up by Alka. Also, you can see Aladdin approaching from the back in his chieftain. They're gonna try to break out here in A0, and they're gonna try to probably make a push happen even. As I say that, Shinigami in his 907 getting pulled back. Also, Itox being pulled back here from the Weird side. They're sort of relocating their chieftains and their 907s to the west to counter the chieftain aggression by Raid. But by doing this, they're actually exposing the last 907 that Weird actually has in A0, I believe.
Man, there is only 4 minutes remaining, and at the moment there is a couple of tanks from the Raid who can push the upper side, but it's not enough. I mean, they can break Janez definitely, but is it enough to break Shinigami after and possible reinforcements by Killian and so on? I guess
Shay Mitchell is
Weird
actually
is
spotted in
betting
the
they can't.
CGC.
Yeah, there you go. That's a spot. Because I said already, those positions are too risky. But now we need to see. There will be probably a parallel push on upper side of the map first, and then after like maybe 20-30 seconds all over. Deus is actually losing a lot of HP for this spotting round here. So he is rejected back, and there is a pressure on upper side of the map. If that makes a commotion and Weird tanks start rejecting back, they might actually be in a deep trouble.
Yeah, definitely. Now the push in the northeast by Raid is rolling. It's going. Both CSs and the CS there gaining a lot of ground, even gaining a lot of damage. And Hannes there, able to pick up Shay Mitchell. That was damaged by a Raid RT shell from earlier on. That is one artillery gone as the first tank in this game after 7 minutes of playing. Yeah, now as I said, the Raid push is coming from the northeast. And I think Weird is looking to re-push the west because of this.
Yeah, I don't understand this, man. Like, you opt those artists to put them there and then you let go of the upper side of the map. Now, this is an awkward moment. There is 2 minutes 50. So only fact that Weird is actually trying to do now, they're trying to buy time.
Yeah, definitely.
They're trying to buy time. They're trying to counter push the upper side of the map to camp it out and to hope that when the 0-0 hits in, they will still have one tank surviving.
Yeah, one tank.
That's it. Camp it all the way now. That's the only thing they want to do.
One tank, 1 HP, one opportunity there for Weird to get to the tiebreaker. We will try to see if they can do it, but the HP, they are dwindling at the moment for Weird. They're not able to pull off that repush in the west. Instead, it is Raid who has mustered a lot of chief tanks, and now the repush is coming in here with all of those heavy tanks. Benzo, Baron, and others are coming through towards the top, where others are coming through the outside. It is actually Killer in his SCB who will probably fall the first victim to this push. 2 minutes on the clock, and it's all about if Raid can finish this game off in time. Killer falling.
Yeah, I think they will, because this is an absolute checkmate and GG. I mean, Weird really killed themselves in this game. It was not Raid. Raid just did a logical, decent things, man. Weird abandoning that upper side on the map is costing them what's going on now. There is a massive push over their own cap. Killing Alcoholic. PJ is in a hole. He can't do anything. No hit. Francesca is doing some damage here, but this is a done game, bro. 90 seconds to go. They have 7k, 8k HP up and 5 tanks remaining. It's just not happening for them.
Yeah, what looked so stable here for Weird for most of the game just turned instantly when Weird took those tanks from the northeastern part of the map, pulled them somewhere else where they could just get farmed for no reason. Like, I feel like Raid was just handed the northeast corner and Weird just couldn't repush the west. And yeah, now they even have the time to decide if they want to kill or cap or, you know.
And let's just go back to the basics we were talking on the start. You remember when I told you, like, look where the artists are?
Yeah.
Like, what do those positions require? They require for Raid to push from the lower side on kind of a suicidal push to work. If they do a pressure from upper side, you must make sure that you have enough tanks to hold them off until your artists relocate. So we said all that already. Like, they put too many baskets in Neg. Like, they're having both artists there, and none of the artists was like in some safer position lower, you know, so that it can like properly shoot the upper side of the map. They actually retracted toward the end of the game bunch of tanks from that upper side of the map without being certain are there 8 guys there or not. Although Deus was shot to pieces, like when he was trying to spot and other things was happening, they still did it. And if I was doing a game like Raid and you get an information where is the RT shooting from, as example, because you do by indicators, I would never commit to a push like a Weird would expect. Never. And I think in this game, like, as I said, like, Raid did a most logical approach, a slow one, and it paid off. But at the end of the day, Weird guys can only blame themselves for the loss of this and not going to tiebreaker. I think if they positioned their tanks slightly different and made sure they still control the upper side of the map, there would be no way for Raid to break it like this. It would have to go to complete carnage. And when it goes to that, you know there is no guaranteed victor.
Indeed. So that basically wraps up this matchup in between Raid and Weird for us. We are gonna have to say goodbye to Weird in this tournament as we get the replay from from probably one of the most important moments in this match. I mean, it's still 3 minutes and 40 to go, but yeah, we see Noah Chen Mitchell. He was just spotted. He gets splashed. That's very important because now he's a one-shot and he's about to get picked up by Hannes. There we can see Hannes approaching with the EBR, and that's what I was talking about, right? Giannis Cannes there, he has to leave because of all of the other guys that he had with him. They all abandoned him to go to the west to repush.
Yeah, I don't understand that, man.
Like, what's that supposed to be? Because there's so many chieftains by raid there in the west, and that west and southern side is super, super difficult to repush from the now defenders camp. I don't know why they don't just keep their tanks in the northeast and fight it out with the double arty. And yeah, at this point in time, when we see this now happening, it was already done and over. There's four guns missing. There is 6k HP missing for Weird compared to Raid. And now the chieftains, they get to pick up the enemies one by one. The killer is separated here. It's super easy to pick him up for the chieftains. And then they can even decide what to do. Do we go hull down on the enemy tanks and farm them? Do we leave someone on the cap? Like, at this point in time, Raid just had the choice handed to them how they wanted to win this game, not if.
And there must have been some sort of piece of faulty information or a rash call by one of the FCs that I can't see anything else in this kind of abandon the north part of the map call, if you understand me. It just makes no sense. It killed them, obviously. Like everyone in the audience can see, it just killed them. That move killed them. But that's how it is, man. You earn experience on the tournament. They still managed to be top 4. Like so far
Top
from the 6 teams that... No, top 4, man.
Weird was... Oh yeah, top 4, yeah, I'm sorry. Only... Yeah.
So yesterday we lost like GX International and CSA, so they're 5 and 6, and this is the 13 team that we lost, so they're the 4th officially by now. And the top 3 teams we have at the moment are Raid, who survived till now, and we have like Fame and Invil that will be playing the next match as a final of the winner bracket, and whoever loses that will fight off the Raid for opportunity to go back and play in the final against whoever wins the winner bracket now.
Yeah.
So
we've been talking
about
it.
Go.
Here is the tournament structure. Match 7, we just saw Raid against Weird. Raid obviously moving on to match 9. But the next match that's coming up actually is a pretty cool one. Match 8. And it's one that I've actually been looking forward to. It is Fame against Invil. And I gotta say, judging by the performances we saw from both teams already so far, it's gonna be a fire of a match.
It's gonna be a huge match here. Also, like there is a question how many strats everyone has prepared, because you have to save some for the finals also. On other hand, I have a feeling like after watching Invil yesterday and Fame, I have a feeling that Raid has to step up a bit to actually challenge them properly. You know, whoever falls down, the only thing that Raid will have to go for them is to be able to rest for one game. In other aspects, so far both Invil and Fame played a bit better, but we haven't seen enough of them, because to say it honestly, like Fame played only one match.
Yeah, Fame played only one match so far. It had only 4 games in it. But yeah, as I said, I cannot wait to see more of all of that. And
I mean, same goes for Invil. They also played only one. Oh no, they played 2.
They played two. They played 2 actually. They played the awesome game against GX Raid, and then
because they came from the qualifiers and from the group stage.
And then they kicked out their GX brethren in the losers bracket yesterday in the second last game, I believe.
Alright, guys, like the replays from the battles are ready, so you can like check out some of the moments of the battle, and you can take a drink and take a walk before the next game. So see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello and welcome back. Cracker of a first game. Maybe some people that were slightly upset with what happened on there. Thank you very much for joining in. We are going through, or I'm going through, all of the people who got booped yesterday. Don't spam in chat, guys. It will lead to bad things. Make sure you follow the instructions and the giveaway info that is going on. You can make sure you enter the Gleam link for the HyperX Alpha S headsets. It's a right tongue twister, as well as the Wargaming Store collection box with the socks, t-shirt, and a couple of other goodies. I'm hearing a couple of bits and pings. There we are. And we also have an MVP voting that's going to go on later. So let us know who, or if you have an MVP who you think you'd like to see on this one, let us know. I believe Keyhand and Mojo are back from a quick leg stretch and a drink. And I will be passing you back over to those to take you into match 2 of day 2 of Clan Rivals Urban Jungle.
Welcome back, everyone. You've seen how the first game of the day concluded, and we got one participant less in the tournament now. So Weird had to say goodbye to us, losing on Sand River. In total score 4-2 against Raid. The next match we will be watching today is a Fame against Inville. It is the finals of the winner bracket, and probably at the moment, from what we've seen so far on the tournament, maybe the two strongest teams on the server. But is that the fact? It's about this match. Like, I know that a lot of people were expecting this match to happen a while ago, but it never happened on the last tournament. So
I think
we will see.
I think it actually did happen in the last tournament, but it wasn't too close. As we all know what Fame did last tournament with all of the teams they met, Fame not losing a single round. That streak...
You mean the 3-0 one?
Yeah,
that left a lot to be desired for.
Yeah, the streak that Fame had has officially been broken yesterday, though, in the match against GX International, where Fame didn't look too good on the first round of Moravanka. Pretty convincing in the second one. Thus, we now have this winner bracket match here in between Fame against Inville. I believe the players, they do not really need introduction at this point for either team. Yeah, what's more interesting to me is the community predictions. They are still swinging hugely in favor of Fame. 87.1 against 12.9% for Inville. In my very own personal and possibly a little biased opinion, that is not entirely accurate. I believe Inville has a much larger percentage or possibility to win against Fame. I think both of these teams are perfectly capable of beating each other at the moment.
I wish I had actually seen more games of Fame so far, and I hope that Inville actually has more strats prepared than what they've shown so far, because we had situation with them in one tournament earlier when they were also playing absolutely beautiful and stunning, but they used up all their strats on the day one. And when the day two came, they started to recycle, and it didn't end well. Now, Inville is one of the growing teams, I can say. Like, it doesn't matter, like, skirmishes, advances, high elo, whatever. I don't care. I'm not watching that part. I'm watching, like, how they evolve as a team in tournaments, and I can say and see they are playing better. Like, now that leaves to see, is Fame, like, still on the same level as usual?
Yeah, Fame obviously with minor changes on their players' roster. However, we are in the pick and bans now, and at this point, yeah, I mean, it's also almost standard to say Fame banning Ensk. It seems like they really don't want to play that map. Inville with the Live Oaks ban, and then we get to the classic of Himmelsdorf in between those two. Onto Moravanka, picked by Inville. That's going to be interesting how these two top-notch teams are going to play out this map. Fame with the Proco ban. Then we have Cliff picked by Inville. That's also a cracker. I can't wait. I hope we get to that. And then Prokhorovka is the tiebreaker for us.
Yeah, technically the team who picks the last map in this case, Inville, they actually pick the tiebreaker also, because there is only one map left, right? So you get like a lot of there, but also that gives the other team a possibility to ban two maps. So, you know, in this best of 7, there is a lot of pros and cons. So you, in one moment, like depending do you win or lose the coin, you will either get to choose more maps or to ban more maps.
Definitely. But before all of this, obviously, as I just said, we are into Himmelsdorf, one of the oldest maps in the game, one of the most exciting ones to watch. We've seen cracker games here already this tournament, mostly by Raid with the aggressive pushes through that courtyard in the middle that is in the center of the map, completely oblivious to the hill, which most teams tend to play at the moment. But yeah, let's go into the setup. Invil bringing here double CS for the hill, probably double 260. That's a curious pick. One E100 played by C3, double 50B, and the rest filled up with chieftains. While Fame, Mojo?
Yeah, Fame is playing a slightly slower 60 TP 2279s, man. Double 50Bs, 1 CS3. Like, all of these guys know what is the speed of CS63, so it doesn't necessarily have to be used in a way we think. It could be a thing to just, like, I don't know, distract the enemy. Now, Fame will be attacking, guys, and Invil will be defending from the lower side. There is a massive commitment from Fame tanks going straight to the hill, like CS63 Camille. Usually before we might have seen like EBR or a Bacha do that, but Invil is doing nothing of a sort. They're sending just double medium up, and they're instantly pushing the middle with a couple of guys and majority of forces on 1-2-3 line. So there is a spot from 50B and 260s already on the D4, so they're safe from the hill kind of shots. And there is a massive engagement coming from 2 or 3 line, and I must remind you guys, they are the defending team.
Yeah, they are the defending team. They're pushing that 1-2-3 line, but they are not spotted yet doing that. Fame still with a lot of forces on the hill here, as we can see that push onto the hill, but none of them have actually reacted to what Invil is doing, which is pushing the 260s through the courtyard. I would imagine it should have sparked some sort of reaction by Fame, because they must know there's something up on the 1-2 line. They see the CSs running now on the hill, and now finally they see the chieftains that are approaching the cap that Fame has. The 279 in very nice defensive position together with the 60 TP in A5. They're probably hoping to keep their tanks alive there for a long amount of time. But yeah, Invil just committing onto the cap by Fame. I hope we get to see that soon, as that is where the action is happening right now. And yeah, there we go. Invil tanks in the side of the cap. They cannot be reset there, and Fame needs to pull back a lot of tanks soon, Mojo.
There is a 279 that is left as a defender of the trap. This is something Fame likes to do a lot on A5 by protecting T60 TP, who is dead. Anyways, like, Fame is counterattacking from the hill. There is still a lot of time, 20 seconds to go on. We need to watch the HP. It's pretty much the same. Number of the guns actually goes for the Invil at the moment, but it's 2-2. 3-2 for Fame now. It's direly close. There is a counterattack from the open forces of Invil from the field now. And it's still a super close game. I think the two guys who are on the hill of Fame might actually lose them a game.
Yeah, definitely. Those tanks not contributing to the fight right now. Feli is reloaded in his 50B, 2 shells in the third one. Lucky dies here, but it is Invil who is up ahead in HP right now, 2k. But it is Fame who still have the slight advantage in numbers, and it is now only down to that brawling here. Reaction in his 279 finally falling to one of the Invil chieftains. The HP are creeping ahead in Invil's favor. The guns also now ahead for Invil, and it seems like Invil, they can possibly do it. Now finally the tanks from Fame have arrived from the hill, but maybe Invil is ahead too far already.
Yeah, this is a problem because there is a lot of crucial tanks of Fame who are on one shot now. Once they start falling one by one, Yuzek fell, but there is a Kaizu push from the open side. That's what I'll be watching all the time. B4 positions, they can do a landslide on Fame tanks, and once the first guy falls, everyone will start falling like dominoes. That's how it goes in this game. Super tense showdown here, but Invil just by a hairline above.
Yeah, definitely. Now the CSs from Invil coming through the 8 line, and they're gonna help clean those Fame tanks up that are left. There's still only 2 tanks remaining. It's Feli in the 50B and Dragos in the Chieftain. Dragos falling now. Feli, the German superstar, the last tank alive, and he succumbs to that aggressive push that Invil pulled off, but it was a super close game. Invil only with 3.8k HP at the end, and I really feel like that was a cracker to watch, but Fame, they got the info too late on what Invil was doing here.
Yeah, I mean, considering we both have Insane and Ducky there is a lot of brain power there to do judgment calls. I was kind of surprised to see them react that well, late, like maybe 30 seconds late. I think they expected to actually see more of the Invil tanks up although they seen these 260s on the lower side. Amazing damage here done by E100 C3, 5k damage, bro. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Soccer, who was in a first line of attack entire time, I'm gonna tell you, like, I was checking what they're carrying with 260s. You remember how fast they were over the field? Yeah, both of them have the turbos.
Yeah, definitely. But the E100 in his natural environment of
10, 10,
Himmelsdorf,
10. A
shining
perfect
10,
10,
10,
man.
10. Perfect performance here by C3. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see Feli 11, 10, 10. I mean, he was trying to do it there. But yeah, at the bottom, we see Daki here. Only 1, 1, 1. Only one shot of damage. And I don't agree with his decision to push over his own cap. He took 3 shots of damage for free doing that. And then there was another Invil Chieftain on high HP in the windows there to farm him, so maybe a bit over eager by him. But all in all, I think this was decided by Fame not having the info on what Invil was doing, and Fame losing the first match against Invil on what normally is considered the home turf of Himmelsdorf.
I just don't know what tank was covering for reaction, or whoever was in that 279 around the cap.
It was the
Like,
60
was it Duck or
TP being
him?
pulled.
Yeah, I think it was a 60 TP, and actually, I'm really surprised. 60 TP, Ilian, he did 1600 damage in that short time. Was it like a massive pen by HE or something? Yeah, 2-2. Wow, it's high rolls or like a humongous HE in someone's Z butt. But we don't know, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
He did his roll there, and that 279, that his sole role is to make sure they don't cap and that he can farm damage as long as he can until the team from the hill comes. This is something that Fame likes to do. We've seen them do that in advances over and over, I guess. But the sheer amount of aggression coming from Invil here, as I said, man, not like pack of wolves, like pack of piranhas, man. Like, they sense the blood and then just like bite into that meat and they don't let go.
definitely.
Like, this is insane fast-paced game. I like it. I love this kind of things. This is what I want to see in the tournaments, and I'm looking to more of these games.
Definitely. And now we can see the smart reaction here by
Yeah, it's
Invil.
60 TP. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the 60 TP is covering Duck of Death in his 279, but you can just see the Chieftains turning their turrets, snapping him easily, and Duck is about to fall here. He doesn't do what he's intended to do, which was, you know, keeping the cap pressure to a minimum. There, he's down to 26, he's about
It's
to
not
fall.
reaction, it's Duck of Death. Oh,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That's too little damage for that.
That is
position.
too little damage. He died too early. Maybe the 60 TP didn't get into a position to shield him properly. But yeah, the problem here for Fame is they still have 2 tanks on the hill, which are not able to contribute their HP into the fight, which is very important, while the CSs by Invil that were on the hill, they were already able to roam around to go through the 8 line to bring in their HP. And for the CSs, it's mostly about their DPM also. They only have 390 alpha, but the reload is so fast on them. If they get behind an enemy tank and they're in a shootout, they will just deal massive amounts of damage.
There must have been some kind of, I don't know, late response in Fame team, because you can see Ducky driving there like over the open field, and you know that later, in like a seconds later part of the game, we saw like Kaizu having a crossfire there with one more guy. I think I don't know, was it Reaction or someone else, and plus one more guy from the Fame was actually inside of the window behind the cap. So there was a massive fight. There was a bunch of tanks who actually managed to cross after. But did they make timing correct after the call was made, or Ducky just said like, "Oh, let's go," and he didn't watch like are the like actually hit teammates right behind him? That's another story. But he took a big one for the team at that moment, and that explains that one shot of damage. But he's just like one out of the 15 players, man. When there is 7 surviving tanks for Invil in the game, that just means that Invil did something better than them. And you might remember the moment when we said like there is still 2 guys from Fame on top of the hill and they have no targets.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, while that was going on, Invil had everyone.
I mean,
in
there
a fight.
are possibilities to shoot down from the hill onto the cap. Even that was the issue in one
Yeah,
of the
but it's
former
sketchy.
tournaments. But it's very sketchy. The attacking team or the team that is in the cap at that point in time needs to position their tanks incorrectly. But that is over. Invil is ahead 1-0, and wow, Invil not looking to stop here on Himmelsdorf. They say one E100
What
worked
is
out great.
this? Like,
How
Polish
about
people
4?
are believing in the German power. Like, what, man? This is not real.
Yes.
Seriously. So they are giving up on 60 TPs and doing the E100 show. they're pretty much the only team who does this in this amount. So this is like some kind of surprise threat they're playing against Fame. As you already mentioned on last day, like when you put an health module on E100, it's almost 3k HP, guys, like almost like a mouse.
Oh, and Fame here with the immediate spot in the 8 line, but Kamil actually not seeing everyone going up. I believe, yeah, just the 250Bs. So Invil actually able to cross a lot of tanks towards that hill without having the info, even though Kamil was intended to get exactly that information. However, Fame still with a lot of tanks going towards the hill with a triple 50B and everything. And obviously those Invil E100s, they are not well suited to go to the hill. They have a lot of other advantages. Going uphill is not one of them. However, we can see here now, Monster.io in his CS actually pushed up very far, being able to put one shot into Feli with the 50B, who's able to retaliate. But yeah, Monster is just there to get that info on what Fame is putting onto the hill and giving them time to position correctly. And now we can see huge push by the 50Bs from Invil onto the hill. But little do they know, Fame actually has a lot of tanks here. Kamil and the EB are taking a huge punishment for this. But in return, the Invil 50Bs are just succumbing to the pressure that Fame is putting on here. The chieftains that Invil has on the other side, they need to do the work now.
Man, are they actually sacrifice them so they can push in the side? Because now the Invil forces are coming into the side of the 50Bs of Fame. They're actually gonna force them to play full. They actually managed to pull them back from the hill, man. So it doesn't matter, they don't have the E100s. They made them expose their sides by sacrificing the 50Bs. This was actually intentional play.
That was definitely intentional play, and it was a mega mind from the strategist of Invil, probably Piotr here. The call perfect, the execution impeccable. Just look at what Invil is doing to Fame right now here on the hill. Fame just losing all the tanks they have committed. Their Fame being pushed into counter pressure on the downside. But what is on the downside? Yes, Mojo, it is the E100s. It is this giant bulk of German power just able to weather the storm, hold the punishment, even the E100s on the 3-line pushing.
Man,
and
this is such an HP
Wow.
kind of close, but this is a landslide.
Look at the
in
guns, Mojo.
favor of Invil. There is no way Fame can come out of this.
No.
There is no personal gameplay that can dig you out against fighting against so many guns.
it is
No way.
It is just the aggression from Invil that they had the last tournaments, but this time they actually put thought into that. Just out. It seems like Invil is so far ahead of Fame mentally right now. It's not even funny. Just look how they're being torn apart at this point. I mean, the HP was sort of close after the engagement on the hill, but those E100s on the downside really able to do it there for Invil. Just able to hold long enough until all those tanks from the hill were able to come down, contribute their DPM, contribute their HP into it, and what we were advertising as one of the cracker games of the day certainly is one, but not how we expected. Invil is rolling over Fame right now in spectacular fashion.
Man, technically Fame at the moment is playing some standard strats and Invil are showing us the progression. That's about that. I mean, Fame has to step up their game and acquire better plays in this meta. Because this is not the way a champion should go. I mean, we did say that Fame loses every second tournament. And this is the time for that.
Definitely. I mean,
But you know, you don't expect it to end like this. I mean, Invil is at the moment like, okay, you beat us last time with a 0, hold my beer, you know?
yeah.
This is how it looks at the moment. It's only the first map. It's best of 7. You need 4 victories, so you can't get carried away. But man, they are attacking every round, and it's bloody every round, but it works every round
Yeah.
so far.
And I mean, just look at what the tanks were able to do on each side. Yes, Ruzek probably able to get up some nice clips in his 50V. Pretty
How
good
did
shooting
Dragos
here.
die with 0, bro? Like, I never saw that.
Yeah, Dragos with 0, very unfortunate. But just look at that 50B by Invil that was able to survive that first...
On 100 HP, yeah, he
first
survived on
onslaught.
100 HP.
And also look at Monster.io. He was pushed up. He was the first CS up there to actually peak. He was the first guy to trade HP with, I believe, Feli, and he's able to do top damage just because he kept his gun in the game. And I said it before, I can say it again. The CS63 DPM, if gone unchallenged, it just goes on to hurt the enemy tanks.
Those purple stats padders know something about this game, eh? At least how to pen the tanks when you point them in direction.
If you load the correct ammo, that is.
Oh, only gold, of course. Nothing else exists, right?
Oh.
Anyways, like I was trolled a bit today by Monster. Like when I said yesterday they're using the pink bounty equipment and it's like 1% less. Well, like he says, like as example on EBRs, they often change the roles of the tanks or on other tanks.
But
So they just don't wanna waste like 200 bonds every time. So it's like easier to give 10 gold
yeah, but
than
like
200 bonds,
if you keep looking at what's on screen right now, maybe they should start doing that even in the Invil team, because if they keep going like this, they are probably going to win the tournament, and the winner obviously is getting a lot of bonds also. So maybe
They're just gonna spend it on more purple equipment then, There is never enough.
Indeed. But yeah, Invil, wow, like that strategy was so well thought out. It suits Invil so good because it's just all-out aggression. And if you look on the downside, there wasn't just any possibility for Fame to retaliate. And I think it all comes down to that initial spot by Kamil in the EBR. You didn't get the proper info on what Invil was doing. Maybe they had turbochargers on their chieftains to be able to bypass that 8 line before the EBR gets there. Who knows? If that was the case, it was just, like the brain by Invil. It's so big right now. They must have a gigantic head to hold it.
We could pin it on that spot, but we can't. You know why? Because they saw 250Bs and they were shooting them. And when you see 250Bs going forward, are they alone?
Definitely
Never. So why do you have half of your team turning your turret sideways to get shot? Like, where is the response? Like, why are there not even tanks going forward, tanking damage from Bs maybe while you're trading and stuff, like to get your cooldown positions to prevent them from massacring you? Because the situation lower side of the battlefield, if we count fingers, was 5-5. Fame had 5 tanks down. Invil had 5 tanks down.
But what were those tanks, Mojo? It was 4 E100s on one side.
Yeah, I mean, those E100s might as well been on a moon or somewhere. It doesn't really matter. I'm just saying, like, you had pretty much equal number of tanks on the hill. And Invil went, like, super hard aggressive in. And Fame just didn't respond in kind. That's it. That's what it comes down to.
Yep.
Like, this might have been done this way, that way. It's just like how this happened. And everyone will have to reset now. I mean, Invil is probably like popped up. They're like, yeah. I'm not gonna say the Polish, what kind of stuff they're gonna say.
Tak.
Like, tak. And I don't know. Fame just has to reset. Man, they played enough tournaments so they can just like go on the next map. The problem, of course, is because the next map is not their pick, but it's not like they don't know how to play it, right?
I mean, knowing the Fame guys at the moment, the tilt factor might still be high. When stuff like this happens, when it's clear that it's just the strategy not working, but the players will still be very, very angry at what happened. But yeah, that is Himmelsdorf over. As we said, Fame needs to reset mentally as they're down 2-0 against a very, very convincing Invil. And now we move on to Invil's map pick of Morawanka, where Fame actually chose to attack, Mojo.
Yeah, they opted for attack in this game. I don't know why. Maybe they didn't even care what they're doing first. Maybe they just have like a strat for it and they want to perform. Also, like we know that Invil plays super aggressive. I actually watched them before on Morawanka, so they play aggressive here also. And this is the first time today that we see Forna, the best world arty player, according to the Invil guys. The only Russian import on this tournament, I believe. He's going to face against Luna, the worst clicker. So the best clicker against the worst clicker. Does that even compute? No.
Probably not.
No. So, like, we're going to have a GC in a defending Invil team against attacking field team of Fame, who has a 261 and even uses a 279 for that. That's gonna be interesting. Will he be placed in the windows on the lower side of the map or somewhere on upper to anchor?
Normally the 279 is mostly used to go to the church to get a middle control to just put in side shots because he doesn't really die too early against both of it. But yeah, here we can see Monster with actually the with the rammer that is not bond equipment, but yeah, purple optics, and then he has the noise exhaust reduction, so he's going to get spotted very late. Other than that, we see Fame setting up for some sort of 1-2 commitment. Invil needs to be careful here. They are committing 2 Chieftains into that EF line, and I don't think they really... Now they do know about that push that Fame is doing, and
They're
the
going to go outside with Chiefs immediately.
Yeah, they are going to go
out
outside immediately. Fame is just retracting everything they have in the east and just pushing towards that north side of the map. They now know about Rek'Sai and the Chief.
Butchered again.
Yeah, Ducky getting butchered yet again, and it is Conrad who needs to be careful. Now, I don't agree with the peaks he's making, as he needs to be careful. He needs to stay alive as long as he can, which won't be long anyway. But yeah, Ducky Amoract here repairs it. He's down to 700 HP. Conrad able to put one more shot. Ducky needs to be careful not to go down. Conrad finally succumbing to what Fame is throwing at Invil. But look at the HP mojo. This push, it's coasting Fame so much, and they only have one 907 right now going on to Rexa, and that 907 is not full HP.
The amazing reaction speed of Invil guys, they did look spread out over the map, but they actually managed to take the cooldown positions and still control the game. Reaction is stuck on 100 HP against Rexar, who is full HP. Massive force on C4 shooting and sniping the Fame guys. Fame is now turning because they see the situation is dear. They want to try to kill Gianni on that lower side of the map and maybe do a counter push now back on the other side of the map to get some control of the battlefield. It seems to be working so far, so we need to see now the next wave of Invil push who will come from 1-2-3 line, and how will it actually Fame guys deal with it. Will they have enough of the cooldown tanks who will be map aware to deal with that kind of situation?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the minimap right now, you might be a bit confused because it is actually Fame that is supposed to be attacking, but by now we know Dragos, so unfortunate for him, getting set on fire by the artillery, and we all know when you're stunned, it takes even longer to extinguish that fire due to the crew being stunned. But yeah, Rizek trying to make a go for it, trying to make a play on the southeastern side, and actually his 2 other EBR brothers, they are coming with him here. They're about to meet one of the Invil EBRs, and possibly be able to get him, but no, it's actually Rizek from Fame getting picked up by one of the Invil chieftains, and suddenly the 3v1 turned into a 2v1. Yeah,
I guess 2 against 4 at the moment, actually.
Yeah, it's 2 against 4 since now Invil recognized what's happening in the forest. There's an overmatch now by Invil pushing in, but there is a 907 in the back able to snipe, and we will see now what Invil will be able to achieve with that push, as they are still ahead considerably in HP and also in guns. And yeah, Elin is falling in the CBR.
Yeah, this was a problem already because we said we need to see how will Fame actually deal with the immediate Invil counter push. So everyone brought the battle back to the stagnation level on the line to 1-4, and it shifted down to the forest. Fame thought they have an opening because of the number of the EBRs and things like that, but Invil was already reacting, and the team's players were already moving on to support. Piotr actually managed to pick up one of the EBRs from that position. Is a big hit. It's a really important one, and now actually Fame is boxed in, and they're gonna get butchered till the end. I don't think they can get out of this one because they lost all significant positions on the map. The HP doesn't matter anymore, and the number of the guns are definitely not in their favor.
Yeah, normally I would be asking myself is if Invil would be able to break this camp by Fame, but it's the other way around. It's Fame who needs to break that contain, that choke that Invil has put around the neck of Fame, and I don't think 5 minutes 50 are gonna be enough. I don't think 20 minutes would be enough, because it is Invil who have just the positions to punish everything that Fame is doing right now. Yes, Camille has...
Frankly, it's the question in these 5 minutes, will Fame even be allowed to leave a single tank alive?
Yeah. Like, Camille has a nice push in his EBR, but if Invil starts losing too much HP on the downside there, they're just gonna not continue pushing. And yeah, Fame now trying to make something happen. It's Shockish and Feli trying to push out, but look at what's happening to them. Shockish immediately getting murdered. Mojo, we're gonna have to call the police on that. That was just brutal murder going on there right now. Feli also losing a lot of HP. He's peeking into so many tanks at the same time. No one is being allowed to help him. Feli trying to push the wreck of Shockish into somewhere where he could actually be safe, but there is no safe, and there is no sorry for Invil, as they are going strong, looking to put one third one on the board, and there's no doubt about it.
I think the Fame players just saw that the death was anyways imminent, and they are still attacking, so they tried to make any kind of play and at least go with guns shooting instead of sitting in a corner, if you understand me.
Yep.
So that's about this game. Invil proved us that their fluent and aggressive play pays off. Do not try it on yourself, guys. You need to train it for a while because you can actually repeat any of that because it's very situational. It's something that resembles on the Russian style of the plays, who actually have the really prepared strats, like premature, like what you want to do on the start of the game, but then you have to respond to the things happening on the map very fluent, like to move tanks here, to move tanks there, to patch this, to patch this position, and every one of the players needs to be very, very map aware what's going on with his teammates without waiting to be guided by hand what he's actually supposed to do. So that's a big plus for Invil, and they're actually making it work on this tournament. On past X tournaments, it bounced back badly of them because probably they were not still in that player state to achieve something like that. But this looks super strong, man.
It seems
super
Invil
strong.
has made the right adjustments here, as we can take a look at the post-battle results screen. And yeah, the damage is pretty evenly spread out for Invil. Yes, some people like Sokar up there at the top. But yeah, it's just about like how Invil played it. It's not about the individual plays, but rather how they reacted. It was sort of a fluid motion, like a unit, and Fame, for that initial 1-2 line commitment that they tried to do with Conrad and I believe Mary, they just weren't able to do with their mediums what they were supposed to. Yeah, if you look at what was the first 907 from Invil, yeah, it was Conrad immediately like getting pushed. He was the first guy to fall for Invil, but he did so much behind that building. He was able to...
doing 1700, being a sacrificial lamb there, and you still managed to perform 1700. I'm not sure, is it about his play or why Fame didn't kill him faster, frankly?
Yeah, I don't know. He was just playing well there behind that building, and maybe the focus wasn't on point. I mean, the Fame 907...
I mean, he was shooting Ducky in the side, let's say it like that.
Yeah,
but... He was shooting Ducky in the side, 90 degrees. It's not like... you don't need to be a brainiac for that, right?
Yeah, you don't need to be...
How he didn't die before.
Yeah, it was 907s by Fame rushing behind him down that one line, but it was Rexa in the Chieftain there holding strong and, yeah, basically covering for Conrad. And... yeah, as we see the replay here of that situation we just talked about, it is Fame setting up for that 1-2 push here, but immediately getting spotted by that EBR. Nice play by Monster, who has been performing well throughout the tournament. And yeah, we just see the RT able to put in a big shot. Ducky trying to cover with his Chieftain for the 907s that are supposed to go on pushing. But the 907s, they just don't get the damage in. And also look at C3, C4 Mojo. It is a Chieftain and double 907. They're able to farm the 907s that Fame is sending. And they are just not gonna arrive at that Chieftain to take B1.
Yeah, the bunch of the guys from Fame actually left him for dead because they had to push on. But they ran into the crossfire, so they got stuck themselves. And actually, in that regard, no one actually focused him that much to kill him. Even if they did, they would just have to stop somewhere there, like parallel with Ducky, and try to go back or just stay there. Fame just, you can see it on this picture clearly. If you would pause it like on that video, you could clearly see they didn't anticipate that Invil will be able to stop them. Not like this. They thought that they will probably be able to push through and actually get a partial control of the map. But Invil retracted those bait chieftains in the middle immediately on outer side, where Fame had no presence, and they were covered from multiple sides by their teammates. So this is, if you remember what I was telling you, like I would like to see Murovanka played more aggressive. This is something what I was thinking about, but not everyone can do it. It does require a lot of practice. And to practice it, you actually need to, get banged up and lose more than once to actually know how to use positions.
Definitely. But yeah, all of this actually means we are at the sort of surprising result, I would say, of 3-0 for Invil. I expected them to be strong. I didn't expect them to be this convincing. But now the sides are being swapped, and it is a Murovanka defense. And I believe so far in this tournament, no team has actually lost their defense on Murovanka. So maybe Fame can get one on the board here.
I can check that, but I believe you're right.
Yeah, like nothing
The second Murovanka was today, so yeah. Everyone took their own defense, so there is a chance for Fame in that regard. It's just like a matter of how will they actually play it. And what kind of strat will they have to choose here? Because I'm pretty sure Murovanka is not one of the Fame's favorite maps. Like I don't even remember them watching them play it on tournaments before. So it was probably one of the perma bans. Will it be enough against Invil forces? Because I don't think Invil, like when we see them push, they don't leave the tanks stranded on other part of the map, you know? Like in the last game when, as example, Weird won over the raid. I mean, when raid won over the Weird, we had the big problems when they were just like having bunch of tanks everywhere over the map. So
Yeah, I mean, we will have to see. So far, the Muravanka defense is mostly fueled, obviously, by the fact that you have to cover open ground to reach the enemy entrenched tanks first of all.
Luna playing GVE.
Yeah, Luna opting for the GBE now. It has a nice rate of fire. It does good damage, but it has a very narrow gun arc, which prevents it from quickly switching targets. Shockish in his old trusty STRV, but it's not 2018 anymore, so we'll see what he can do with that. Kaizo again, the STB triple, 907 for fame, 5 chieftains, 1279 against with Duck of Death, and Invil here with the CGC again, triple EBR, and yeah, a lot of 907s, 1CS, and 5 chieftains. And now we can see Fame going with the EBRs, with 2 of them going to the 7-8 line of the map, and 1 of them being sent to the 1-2, while Invil is looking mostly to go towards the forest. And I have to say, the Fame setup, how they're setting themselves up, it looks pretty similar to some other things we've already seen from clans here.
This is almost identical setup of defense as we've seen.
Kamil needs to be super careful in the EBR
Raid
here.
do actually. Like this is the setup of defense that Raid did, but there is a big 2 differences, like really big ones. Number 1, they have a C4 chieftain, like Fame. Plus they have a 907 that was in the middle, parallel with EBRs. Also, they never pushed many tanks down. They just like have EBR spotting and 1 chieftain in the back. Everyone else was like waiting to see what's gonna happen. Like the problem is on these exchanges of the EBRs, now Kamil ended up on slightly above 1 shot or RNG 1 shot, but the other EBRs are pretty much unscathed, even including like Invil, where Monster lost something like 200, 300 HP, 300 HP. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, Luna was able to put 1 shot into one of the 907s from Invil. But yeah, it is Invil now putting in blind shot after blind shot after blind shot, trying to basically find out where one of the EBRs is from Fame, and you have to say they are sort of successful. Kamil there got blinded by the RT, I believe, so he's not even an RNG one-shot. He's a very likely one-shot to any tank on the field at the moment, save the 907s. But yeah, Fame, how they're setting up, it's basically how they like to play normally. They have control established. A, B, C, and almost D line is completely under their control. They gave the rest of the map to Invil, saying, come at us, bro. And Invil, this is the first game where they're actually not coming out with immediate aggression or having to meet it. This is the first game where Invil is put to the test when it comes to playing longer games. And I'm super interested what they're gonna do with this, where they're gonna take this, because it's them attacking.
Yeah, we were talking about that before, because this tournament is also a big test for Invil. What can they do after struggling so long to get to the final games? And also one of the parts which we noticed before is that yeah, they can rush, but can they play quality good games? And this is the ultimate test, I guess, when you play against a team like Fame, who can both rush and play like protracted games. Can you break this kind of camp? At the moment, Fame has the crossfires, they're covering the positions, they can rotate left and right. It does leave some vulnerabilities, as example, that they have to use Kamil as a passive spotter at the moment because he is one shot, so he cannot risk driving around. And it leaves us with 7 minutes left to see where they are going, but Luna is getting traced by best Russian RT.
Yeah, Luna apparently losing the battle a little against the best Chinese RT player here in a heap of trouble. 275 HP. I mean, he might survive another splash, but he won't survive another directed. And the huge thing is, it seems like Luna is not carrying a medkit. So Luna will have a longer reload for the rest of the game because his loader is dead.
Oh, that's gonna bloody hurt, man. Everything you gained in advantage, like for GV, for reload or anything, it's gone with
Yep.
this.
That is very, very, very troublesome here for Luna and pretty troublesome for Fame. I mean, the clock is ticking down. 4 minutes have gone by and not a single tank has died. It looks...
Also, it's not like actually Invil is giving them big targets for Arty until now, until you noticed. Like they made sure that Lights of Fame are scared to come to the forest, and considering they do have one Arty, and it's just the fact that the Fame tanks are too far away.
Oh, Luna again.
Oh my god, Luna
got
on 40 HP, bro.
Ooh, so yeah, he survived another splash. He sure as hell won't survive a third one. But yeah, as we've been talking about all of this, Invil has decided it is time, and they're going with the Chieftain to E7 to put crossfire, counterfire, and the rest of the Invil tanks. They are pushing the zero line. They are trying to make it work. They basically put all their eggs in one basket. Piotr trying to spot the tanks for his allies. He's taking one shot of damage, now going safe behind the building, but it is about the push. We need to see the push. What's happening there?
He gave them the big info where is everyone. No one fight Camille yet, so Monster Yo is coming to clear that position. He's gonna run into him and he's gonna take him out together with Lockheed. There is a massive push on lower side along the water. Ketsai and the guys are doing the numbers on Dragos, and Ducky will be next in a chopping line there. I mean, Luna is reloading forever and he cannot really help them with his game plans when it's still 30 seconds to go. Duck of Death is trying to buy time behind that rock that you mentioned before, and there is a still massive push going on. HP on Invil favor, positions on Invil favor, number of tanks Invil favor.
Everything in Invil's favor here as Luna desperately tries to make a hull down for his remaining tanks. But yeah, that push by Invil, it has just so many tanks in it that they can just power through whatever Fame had posted there. And yeah, it seems like Invil's aggression is once again paying off. Look at the amount of 907s and Chieftains in A7 there for Invil at the moment. They're just overrunning Fame at this point in the game. The HP only slightly in favor of Invil, but look at the guns. Only 7 tanks remaining there for Fame. As I say, that's 6 tanks remaining, and Invil still going strong with 12 members.
Unbloody real, man. We have a lot of tanks of Fame with high HP, but they will not be able to really put them at the use because they have like practically everything on Nile and Joseph Conrad and Kaizu. But Invil has the number of the guns compared to them, so they are retracting now because also they have quite a bit of people with low HP, but they still have 3 minutes and 20 seconds to work, and they do have the arty. Now the damage is coming on Nile from multiple angles. He has to be more careful. Like, Fame is trying to do everything to stay in the game, to save some HP, to defend that cap. They're hiding one of the EBRs on K1, maybe trying, to sneak and get that one shot in the RT behind. But look at the Invil, man. They're just controlling the map. They know they can take the cooldowns now because Luna is not there to harass them. They know that Fame cannot really counterattack, so they're just gonna make the best work out of it, create an alternative angles, take the cooldowns on D3, D4 positions, move the tanks, pick up Rizek in the corner by Monster Yo, and that's gonna be it, man. Fame is gonna go down in loser bracket probably with a 0.
Yeah, 2 minutes 30 still on the clock, and Invil looking to close this game here. All the tanks of Invil encircling. Nile cannot really peek there. Another big arty hit, 486 done by Fortuna Pro, and now it is just the Invil tanks swarming the northwestern side of the map, the southeastern side of Fame's stronghold that they still have here. But the tanks, they are just dropping in HP. The angles, it is just everywhere for Invil. Now double the HP, over double the tanks. It is the last 3 remainders of Fame's team here on this map. It is Joseph. Kaizu goes down. Shockish on a one-shot in his trusty SDRB. But yeah, Conrad with his 1800 HP won't make it through 2 minutes of an Invil onslaught. And actually, onslaught is the right word for what we have seen from Invil in this entire match. It is the Polish squad putting themselves up with a convincing victory into the grand finals of this game, knocking Fame to the lower bracket. Congrats to Invil. 4-0. Wow.
Man, I really must say, just like, this is like the way that this game is supposed to be played. I like it. It's super aggressive. It's intuitive also. It's not just like blind push. And that's all about it. They deserve to be in this final so they can chill and they can watch now Fame and Raid battle each other out who will have a second go at Invil at that final. So Fame is down now to the loser bracket. They're gonna join Raid there. We can see the damage down now. Like Fortuna made 3.5k with his artist Soccer. I must notice that Soccer is really constantly making good damage deals over the tournament. I noticed him more than once, so he is really performing well there. But how can we compare that now to Luna as example, who was without a loader on 1100?
6 shots, only 4 splashes. That was not a good battle here by Luna. Yeah, he got Tracer, but yeah, also super unlucky that basically you don't take a medkit for probably, I don't know, fuel or rations or whatnot on the GW.
No, you take rations for sure, but you have repair kit, but he probably sacrificed medkit for a gasoline or something to move a bit faster. That's the only thing I can imagine, you know?
Yeah, but it certainly didn't pay off this battle. But yeah, it honestly just was about how Invil was able...
It's not what the game came down to. It was not what the game came with him or having that loader or not. That didn't decide. I didn't decide.
Yeah, and that actually was the first time we saw Muravanka get broken, and it was the first time also that we see this zero line push working. And now what Fame likes to do, it comes back to hurt them. They have a lot of tanks spread out over the whole map, but yeah,
they were not able to help each other.
Yeah,
and
they're not able to.
Too many guys stranded with high HP on different parts, which Invil made sure not to commit on.
Yeah.
They're just keeping like 1 or 2 tanks there for a crossfire to make sure they have vision on them, to make sure they cannot be stabbed in the back. But you can see a majority of the Zerg push was on the lower side of the map, and that push was merciless.
Yeah, talking about a Zerg push, it just looked like, I don't know, the Zergling swarming over the enemy base, and that was exactly what it was. Fame, I don't want to say countered, but beaten at their own game off control with just one decisive action. They never had a chance to react, and I also liked how Invil, after that first push, where they got a lot out of it, they immediately slowed the game down. They put the tanks to the south, so they didn't blindingly continue pushing or mindlessly. They, just rotated. They had enough time, and then they methodically cleared up.
No, it was good, man. They took aggressive positions where they wanted. They put the foot down, and then they proceeded with their plan. This is something that I've been watching Fame do in the past. So I'm wondering now, like, why such slow plays? Like, okay, they played only 1 game on this tournament, so this is their second game, and it's against a super troublesome opponent.
Definitely,
but still, like, this is a big loss, man. Like, they will have to recuperate now. Try to deal with Raid, and Raid is not an easy bite.
No, Raid is
like also Raid beat them before. Like Raid took one of the tournaments, guys, so they are not like someone you can push around.
Yeah.
So if they survive Raid, and they're not gonna survive it with this mentality at the moment, if they survive Raid, then they will need to reinvent themselves against Invil, because this level of play will not cut it. It's quite obvious. I mean, you don't really have to be analyst for that, right?
Right. There's nothing really to analyze. I mean, we see the tournament structure. The upcoming match 9 is Fame against GX Raid, and the winner of that match, which is the finals of the lower bracket, is gonna face off against the clan we just saw super convincingly take down Fame 4-0. That is going to be our grand finals after that, but I believe we are able to head into a small break to basically let Fame take a breath, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You were just a witness of a quite shocking defeat from Fame done by Invil. It did look a bit like I don't know, hit and run, and so on. But 4-0 cannot be neglected. Fortunately for Fame, they earned their way into the winner final, so they are now in loser bracket with the Raid. It's their second chance, and both Raid and Fame will now be battling in the next match for a final opportunity to play against Invil in the final. So there we go. This is the match number 9 that we will be watching soon, and I believe Key has some sentiments about this.
Yeah, I definitely needed to socially distance myself a little from that one, as we just watched the destruction of the clan that I'm personally in, but it was in such a convincing fashion that you just have to congratulate Invil on the result here, 4-0. What a scoreline. That being set aside, we are again seeing Fame now in the losers bracket. I believe that's quite some time since they actually had to play this. And they're facing off against no less than the German team of GX. It is the old Raid team that already was able to, basically snatch a victory from Fame in one of the tournaments before. Definitely a great one we're about to see, and we're just giving the teams a little more time to, basically set up, make picks and bans, get their players ready, all of that stuff. And it was. I'm a little speechless still at what we saw there, but yeah, we see the community prediction here in between the both teams. I mean, we already saw them playing today. It is the Fame team we just saw get stomped against Raid, who we already saw once today. They managed to pull ahead against Weird, and they were pretty good in doing so. So Raid probably with a better mental attitude in this game. They already have a win on their back today. Fame, yeah, the last game is not good for your mentality, really. Still, the community predictions greatly favoring Fame here. 4 out of 5 people, 80% going with Fame.
Yeah, I didn't
Raid.
understand that one at all.
Yeah, after what we just saw from Fame, questionable. I mean, there again, we can see the trusty Fame squad, Insane, the captain, all the other guys we've come to know. And yeah, we basically know that they, can perform if they want to. I don't know. They probably wanted to in the last match, but they weren't permitted so by that Polish powerhouse. They definitely need to step up their game in this one. I was quite surprised to see some players just not being able to deliver like how they're used to. And here we see the German squad from Raid, represented by the trusty Iwan Handa that Invil used to such great effect on Himmelsdorf. It is Old Kings, the captain. Hopefully he has studied all the replays this time to take Fame down the second time today in the losers bracket. Other than that, yeah, a lot of great names. I mean, Smiley, Destroyer, Kalium, all those people in the German community that have been playing on the top level for the past few months or years even, you have to say.
Yeah, I need to say only one thing about this match. I can't agree that Raid just snatched it from Fame when they played it in May. They actually beat them 4-0 in the finals. So let's not disregard that. That was achievement of its own on that tournament, because I never saw it coming when it happened. So will this be another surprise of a tournament? Will just Invil coming strong and sweep everyone away? We will see that in the next match. But in this one, we will see these old enemies battle it out for a chance of a redemption in a final.
Definitely.
So there is no way back here. Both of their butts are against the wall. Both Raid and Fame have nothing else to lose here. You lose, you go home. I mean, you go to be a spectator, and that's it. Best of 7 as entire day. So you need 4 victories to win the game. Like next, we will see our map picks and bans. They will tell us their own story, how they actually want to play this. We can see that Fame opted instantly to ban Ensk, as Key already said, as their permanent, while Raid banned Live Oaks, nothing surprising there. And then we go instantly, Fame switching to Cliff, and GX following with Prokhorovka, where they already had some games. So this will be an interesting clash. Fame chose not to play the Sand River against Raid. Raid already has quite some experience there. So I believe just I don't want to play against a warmed up opponent. That leaves us the Himmelsdorf, which was obvious. And I believe Sand River is a tiebreaker. Wait, are we missing a
because
map or
we're
something?
in a best of 7. We're in a best of 7. So basically, the tiebreaker can be one of the maps that was previously banned. Also, interesting thing to note here: see the maps that Raid picked. It's Proco and Himmels. It's the 2 maps that we just saw Invil stomp Fame.
Yeah.
So
that's gonna be very interesting to see how that. I mean, they played Murovanka and Himmel, not Proco, but I mean Murovanka. Yeah, Murovanka is missing. That's why I was wondering, like, it should be left as a tiebreaker unless I'm mistaking the rules. But whatever. Let's see how this envelops.
Yeah, the other spicy fact that we are still missing in this matchup is that last tournament where Fame won, it was actually Raid putting out the like the big announcements before the tournament saying we want to meet Fame, we want to clap them, but they didn't get to do that because back in that time CSA was actually in a shape to beat other clans, and they did that quite convincingly with Raid. So this time, maybe Raid can actually live up to what they promised for the past tournaments, and, I'm using their words right now, clap Fame. We'll see if that will happen.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm using their wording.
Okay, well, you put it out there, so we will see what happens at this moment. Are they able to step on or behind their own words or not? But the fact is that Raid made this far, playing all the qualifiers groups and whatnot, and pretty much Fame was invited as a winner of the last tournament. I'm not sure, like when I watch it like this, is it good or bad for team to be in that position? I'm starting to opt that it's not a good thing because it kind of doesn't give you a grasp on what teams are doing. It's a bigger risk to go through all the qualifiers, but you at least get some feeling what's going on around you, if you understand me. So I don't know, did that impact the performance of the Fame today? Like, were they lulled thinking that their threats are on point and everything, or is it just like that Invil is too crazy and unpredictable? I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. But all of that pre-battle stuff out of the way, we are going to go into the first map of this series here. It is Cliff. It is picked by Fame. We saw already Fame on Cliff so far. We saw them battling it out against another GX team, the GX International, where Fame managed to pull out a 2-0 victory. Fame now coming into this one here with Rizek on the EBR, Shokish with the TVP, then a double STB, 3 907s as far as I can tell, 4 CSs yet again, and 4 Chieftains.
This is like amazing, interesting setup. I don't even know what to think about it. I mean, the Cliff was a Fame pick, but they used the standard setup with TVP, BR, and STBs for C63s, but Raid is all about the push as far as I can see here, man. Like, gazillion of 907s, 4 CS63s, no lights, and 2 chiefs. That's it, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, bro, let's go. Seems indeed to be the motto for Raid this round. As we can see, Raid just, that's an easy call for the FC. Everyone up for Fame. Also, it's 14 tanks up and 1 tank down. Interesting thing though, Fame with 1 less combat tank with Rizek there in the EBR and no team with an arty. Rizek actually, he was almost able to take the hill for free, but then the 2 Chieftain shots thrown from the back, hitting him, putting him down to 400. And the CSs from Raid actually getting punished on the cross. 1 of them falling down, but now it's 3 CSs here against the 1 EBR. That is Rizek. And Fame, they probably are not even expecting what's happening right now. Now the 907s from Raid are getting spotted that are pushing around the hill right now. There's only 2 CSs in the back directly able to farm. And Fame, they need to make a call right now. What do we do? And they are deciding to probably over push the middle here, but there's no one they could over push into. So right now it is the 907s.
I don't think they even have a reason to over push, man. They should just farm these 907s. And that's exactly what they are doing. I don't like this kind of gimmick strat that Raid is doing. They gave one CS63 for completely free. I don't know how Benzo ended ended up there, and now they're getting farmed by Fame. I mean, they will kill Rizek and Feely here, but they're paying the heavy and ultimate price. Look at the HP difference, already 8k, and counter push is coming where it's supposed to go. On the 907s, why would they chase the Chieftains clear completely out of the game?
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that. I mean, I like the idea by Red pulling the 907s around the hill with the CS63s on top of it, able to farm whatever Fame was sending towards them. But Fame just went directly close to the hill with everyone. The CS is on top of the hill, not being able to do a lot. And also the CSs by Raid, they took such a punishment from all the Fame snipers posted everywhere. Kaizu pushing down Kalium there. What a play. Kalium not able to participate in this game any longer, despite still being alive. But yeah, Fame seems to have held against this aggression by Raid. The YOLO Extremist here in his Chieftain, and Bunza also with the Chieftain. They are still in the middle, but they cannot be supported by the CSs that Raid has on the hill. And now it's all to Fame how they want to finish this game. No doubt about it. Fame is gonna finish it victorious. And yeah, there we go. It's just the last dying breaths of Raid here in this game right now. Fame, after getting stomped by Invil in the last match, they seem to have stabilized, Mojo.
Man, like, I don't know. This was just a gimmick by Raid. I don't understand why were they playing a strat like this. This is such hit or miss strat, and you can clearly see, even if you're not a master tactician, that there is so many gaps in it by leaving Chieftains that far behind. Okay, you put the C63s up. We've seen that done on tournament. That can really work well in combo with some other things. But that 907 suicidal push back, like, it would actually require for you to run into one or two undefended tanks and deal with them, you know? And Fame is attacking here, but they're not suiciding. So, I don't know. I don't like this game. I didn't like this game, seriously.
Mary, they're getting the kill onto Shockish, probably a sign of disagreements within the Fame team after the last match we saw, but no doubt about this one. We see Barry and Duck of Death here jumping onto Kalium. Reaction and Ducky there to back it up. They need to be careful not to get banned here, as, you know, they are playing on their normal accounts, and if they get locked, what account are they going to play on?
Well, reserve players. Aha.
You mean Reaction, but he already came from the bench. I believe Reaction is playing.
Well, what can you do then? The bench warmers can always perform the better than for two people. Anyways, like, this match is something that I don't really understand. I know that Raid likes to shock enemy teams in a start. They often open it with a rush and everything. But this just feels like a half-baked strategy, you know, with a lot of gaps in it, and they should work more in it. The follow-up is also really weak, with those Chieftains being so far back. Also, I don't know how Benzo ended up on enemy side with his CS63 on a start, if you noticed that. Like, he instantly died because of it. Like, did he lag out or whatever happened there? Like, he's a really good player, so I don't quite understand what happened in that moment, seriously.
Yeah, to be honest, everyone we see playing right now is a really good player, otherwise they wouldn't be here. But yeah, it just felt like the strategy that Raid was employing here wasn't completely thought out. Maybe they need to go to Invil and ask how you YOLO properly to really shock the Fame team. It seems like this match, they shocked themselves, and most of it, Hannes, Baron, and Latzi down there with 0 damage apiece. That is 3 mediums with very high DPM not being able to deal damage at all.
Yep. I mean, not much to be said there. Like, this kind of game was in Fame's control from the very start. Sure, they did a bunch of damage on EBR from Fame, but as I said, like, everything after was just like yalla, yalla, yalla. And I mean, when Fame saw their setup, they knew they're gonna rush somewhere. It's not like you can play like prolonged game with so many 907s on Cliff. You have to make your aggression work. Fame took the middle, and they were like, okay, let's see, will they come from left or right? I think that was literally the only thinking they had. Like, they had defensive tanks over the side where those 907s came from. They had defensive tanks on other side also, if you notice, and they were scouting it actively, probably expecting that they might try actually to push it from 1-2 line. And I believe there is a chance that Raid was actually thinking that Fame will commit more tanks from 1-2 line, you know, split like that. So they will sweep the middle and then just continue that
and now
snowball effect.
Look what's about to happen to Baron here. Like, there's so many tanks by Fame being able to shoot at the CSs. He approaches that jump with 1k HP, and then bam, in an instant he gets deleted, and the CS tanks by Raid, they need so much more time to clean it up. And at this point in time, it is 12k against 20k HP, and Fame is up in guns. So yeah, that initial rush that Raid tried to do there just got completely hard countered by what Fame was doing. Fame with 14 tanks on the upside, that was enough in this game for 15 tanks. And yeah, the mental strength that the Fame team has apparently coming in here. You know, the last 4 matches, four games didn't go in their favor. This one certainly did. They seem to have stabilized after what we witnessed before that.
Well, Fame is definitely leading 1-0. Nothing to say there more. Now we need to see what will actually Raid try to do in a second game. I mean, they did play aggressive overall in a timed tournament, but I don't think this kind of gimmicky aggressions should be used against a team like Fame. If you play super aggressive, like a team like in Invile's example, you can always see a thought behind the push and reaction and movement of tanks and creating crossfires to cover each other in the push. As I said, there was a lot to be desired in this kind of strat. It's like a one-way road. It's hit or miss. If Fame tanks are not where they would like them to be, and they should not already know by having so many CS63s up there, they're exactly in front of them, then that strat was like obsolete. Anyways, second game going on, Fame opting this time as a defending team from a bottom side to put majority forces on 1-2 line and pressure. Now, will they actually continue with number of tanks and pressure those tanks from Raid in 907s there, or will they just run and go up? We will see Rizek on 63 HP right from the start. A painful beginning for him.
Painful beginning, certainly, but all the tanks by Fame on the 1-2 line, they have managed to cross, yes, but at what cost? Look at that HP, at the damage they already took, and now Fame actually trying to do what Raid has been doing the past in this tournament. They are continuing down that 1-2 line with all their 907s. Magnesium, they're getting focused out immediately as he's the only one. Joseph Conrad in the push actually driving against the house there. Not a good driving performance by him, and while all of that is happening, it's actually Raid that are managing to stabilize in the middle of the map where they have the bulk of their forces. There's a lot of Fame tanks behind the donut, but they're not able to do anything at the moment. And Fame is getting that 1-2 line at the moment. Sort of for free, but no, they're not able to advance anymore.
Yeah, we need to see what will be the response now of the Raid. Raid is doing the most probable thing. They're trying to kill the Hill, Camille, and the rest of the guys who are there. Duck of Death is dead. Rishek died a while ago on his EBR. Ricochet is pumping damage from his CS63 from the position where a Fame tank should be. Shokish and Mary are trying to cross the field, man, but this is like a, I don't know, ducks getting killed over the field. Kerry Berry, Hillary, Nile, and Joseph are trying to come back into something, you know, to do some damage from lower part, but they're stuck, while the main force of the Fame is getting butchered on the upper side of the map.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like Fame splitting their forces. That call definitely didn't work out. The Fame tanks in the middle at the donut just trying to evade that red blob of tanks that Raid is putting here. And now Raid even counter pushing on their own cap where the rest of the Fame splitted forces were. Joseph Conrad down to a one-shot. Hillary also taking a lot of fire, but this game is all but over as Raid is looking to put an equalizer here on the board. The last remaining Fame tanks just hunkering down, enduring what Raid is throwing at them. And yeah, Barry about to go down there against Aladdin, as we also see Hillary and everyone else just succumbing. That one was a convincing victory by Raid, and it all started when Fame tried to take the 1-2 line and lost like 3 or 4k HP for that. They didn't lose a tank or a gun, but they lost so much HP.
Well, it's not only about HP. They committed a lot of tanks, and they committed and lost a lot of positions because of that. They practically sold out the guys on a hill because they didn't have enough guns covering them while they were dying. Then they just to cross the field on upper side while being split from the 907s on lower side. Like, what the hell? Like, the only result you could see was very clear. It's like death in a hiss of heat shells coming in from the Raid.
Definitely. As we take a look at the post-battle stats, Bunze here, top damage for his team. Also 2 kills to his name, 12, 11, 10. That's a good performance for a chieftain here. Benzo just below him, 988. The shooting almost impeccable here for the Raid team. And yeah, if we look to the Fame side, Carmelita, who was with his CS on the hill, he tried to do a lot of damage. Dragos, the same story. Fame on the Feli from Fame on the lower side, he tried to do what he could, sniping up with the 50B. But in the end, if you take a look at the lower side by Fame, a lot of tanks here dying without damage. Ruzek immediately getting picked up with 0 damage here. Reaction taking the brunt of the shots while trying to advance on the 1-2 line immediately. And yeah, also the mediums, they got sent down there. They didn't really get to do a lot. The best of them, Barry there, that got to survive until the end when the game was already over. It seems like that reaction that we just saw from Fame, it wasn't on point and it wasn't countering what Raid was doing. Raid was really reading Fame well here.
I mean, they were just reading the situation. Fame pretty much put themselves in this situation. It's not like something Raid did really well or bad, you know. They reacted well to the Fame's mistake. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing less. Like, Fame committed too many tanks down to deal with those 3 because they knew they might suffer some damage. But look at this crossing of the tanks to take over the middle, man.
Yeah.
Just look at that.
It's
what was behind that idea? I don't know. Like, we must commit and take over the middle, but we have so many 907 split on other side. What was their second thought? Like, that was such a sacrifice of HP, man. It was like a march of elephants toward the Death Valley.
Yeah, it was probably maybe, I don't know, Fame misreading what Raid was doing there. But yeah, in the end, obviously, it didn't work out. Raid just had so many tanks on the upper side able to pick Fame apart on there one by one, and the tanks that Fame still had at the donut just weren't able to cover their bodies in the middle. The CSs on the hill that Fame had, they just got overpowered there by all the tanks. I mean, Raid even had STBs on top, and while the CS has great DPM, the STB is just like, yeah, hold my beer.
I had a feeling that Fame having not a single sniper back on the galley, you know, hurt them also a lot in this game, because we saw like there was a 50 HP CX-63 from Raid shooting them in their backs from there, which is quite annoying, man. I mean, not a single guy to cover them. Losing EBR early, can't call it that his fault. Like, it's just like that happens. Like, if the enemy team shoots well, and simply this game came to a conclusion 1-1. We are back to the equals. I would say that first game was more or less thrown by Raid and second by Fame. And respectively, the opponents just played their role well to recognize when the enemy is giving them a chance to take it, you know?
Yeah, but all of that done and dusted, as we both like to say. Cliff got split 1-1. On we go to Raid's map pick, which is Prokhorovka. Prokhorovka, we've seen Fame play it. They split it 1-1 against GX International. I'm not sure if we... Oh yeah, we already saw GX Raid on Prokhorovka when I believe they kicked out GX International out of the tournament.
Yes, we did watch it, and it was also full of openings, if you remember. I'm pretty sure Fame kind of studied it well.
Definitely.
We will see, like, Fame used to be a really, really good team on Prokhorovka.
Yeah,
like, no jokes there. Like, they used to be a really good one. I'm expecting, I mean, Prokhorovka can be a YOLO-ish map, but it's actually highly strategic. Like, how will you make heads or tails of it? Also, at the end, we saw that good old default defense prevailed, even on Prokhorovka. So we will see how it will go in this one. We will be watching Fame on defense side for a start, and Raid will be attacking. So still, it's pretty even Steven in the game. It's 1-1 only, and you need 4 wins to win the match. So losing one game is not harsh, but you know, you need every bit of help you can get in this kind of tournament. So if you are Raid, yeah, you want to snatch the defense of Prokhorovka, which is kind of a trenchy map, always.
Yeah, as we hop into the lineups, double EBR here for both teams. Raid bringing Bunze in the Leo, Alka in the CS. Then we have one IS-7, and other than that, a whole bunch of Chieftains. Raid looking for those heavy tank engages, while Fame also not picking RT. Also a CS. But then they have a lot of 907s, actually 6 of them, and then only 6 chieftains against, I don't know, what is that, 10 from Raid?
Yeah, Raid has quite a like heavy setup there with a few sniping tanks, and it's really interesting that both teams opted to not have a single art in this game. I mean, when they see the enemy lineup now, they might be sorry about that, you know? But it doesn't matter. That was the strat they chose to play. Although I really think like having 1-2-6-1 or something like that doesn't really hurt.
No, it never
I mean,
hurts.
it's only a question if you really don't want to show your enemy where are your forces, because when you shoot somewhere with art, you usually have a protection around it, right?
Definitely.
But you can also, frankly, I don't know, man. Like sometimes I was using RT as a bait. You just put it somewhere where you don't have enough forces.
Yeah.
If you understand me.
Yeah, and then
Just put it there, man. So even if they kill it, you don't care because you're making your progress with the main thing you already wanted.
Yeah, definitely. You can use RT to bait. However, as we're talking about that, the game has already progressed considerably. The Raid chieftains in the middle got spotted super early. Now, basically all of what Raid has is spotted here with the chieftains in the ditch in F2, E2. And yeah, Fame not really moving a lot. They're drawing back the 907s that they had on A6 at the start down towards to defend against that 2-3 line push. And Ducky, actually the first chieftain, spotted out in the open. This is just a 2-line push. Kazna, here we go again. Will it be strong? Will it be enough here? As we see Raid pushing the choo-choo train, going all the chieftains, the IS-7 as the battering ram at the start. He's already down to 1000 HP. But the 907s that Fame actually put in the corner, that they seem to be spotted. They're taking some damage, and at the moment it seems to be working out for Raid. That's their up 2k HP, Mojo.
Yeah, Kerryberry is dead, and that leaves Mary in a corner on 900 HP. Reject is running away. He's on one shot. Oh, he's actually dead. That's a big one, man, because they need him for the rotation. Now YOLO Extremist is gonna try to extract. Ducky is still full alive because he's in a good position and he's not the main target at the moment. That corner and pocket of defense is working well. I bet my ass, man, like now Raid is pretty much angry. They don't have a single arty to try to work on these guys. You know, because this is not going to end well for them at the moment. I think the Fame actually has all the positions they need to just like farm them.
Yeah, the thing
And you
is,
can see, like, look at Aladdin now, man. Aladdin is on 100 HP.
the thing is, the EBRs that were keeping the Fame tanks lit here for the Raid team, most of them have died. Only one EBR remaining with YOLO Extremist, and the push by Raid that looked so promising at the start has been stopped. No spots being exchanged anymore on the 1-2 line, and the crucial point for Fame here was that Meritorious in his 907 on 901 HP managed to actually stay alive here. YOLO Extremist actually in his EBR in a very, very interesting spot here. Yeah, he's unspotted. He can use those bushes to prevent any kind of counter pressure by Fame, but Fame doesn't really need to do anything at the moment. They are still defending, and the defenses on the other side, they seemed impregnable, they seemed to be enough. However, Raid has most of the map, so they have a lot of freedom as to what they want to do. And it seems like they just want to keep those two chieftains in the 1-2 line, as, you know, like a smoke screen, a cover. And now with the rest of their forces, they're actually going to cross the rails, and then they're going to push the Fame tanks that are east of the rails. Here we see Smiley, Benzo, Kalium, all of those chieftains here. Oh, they're actually not going to cross the rails. They're going to overpeak into Kaizu. So far, not taking a lot of punishment for that. Kaizu down to 700 HP, needs to be super careful here. And yeah, this game is neck and neck still, although Fame is ahead in HP slightly.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you that for me, the logical move would be to kill the Kaizu first, because he's kind of a linking glue between the two segments of Fame. Also, like, Fame is playing quite passive in the forest. They have 0 spots there. The only reason the Kaizu is still alive because they were not sure there is not a bunch of snipers behind. So they actually didn't commit anyone to go downhill.
Spotted out in the open.
He's taking such a massive damage. He's getting tracked. Will he manage to like get outspotted? Like, will he manage to fade? No, he's respotted, and another salvo of damage will come, and there goes the Alien, bro.
Yeah, Fame probably not realizing where YOLO Extremist is at the moment here. That's the crucial point. Kamil now trying to get the early spots on the 1-2 line. Where is that pesky scout? He's not finding him, but he is finding the two chieftains. Now YOLO Extremist is spotted. This is extremely crucial. YOLO goes down, so that was the
the thing that killed Elian basically, but Kamil now in a dire situation down in that dip. He needs to be careful not to get killed. And look at what kind of a fortress Old Kings has built around him with the wrecks of his fallen comrades. Kamil Eater down to a one-shot, goes down, and all of a sudden the stable defense by Fame, it looks sort of shaky.
Yeah, this is now really crumbling a lot. They have no spots. They have separated tanks on 7, 8, 9 line and bunch of guys camping in the corner. But Invil, by the raid, is not in the greatest shape to push them because they are not so high on HP. They still need to do a lot, and there is 4.5 minutes to play more. Now, the reason why Mary is still alive in a corner, of course, is because they had the 2 907s from the start. So that means, like, one of the 907s who realized he will die, he just like made a body block and he can make a shield so the other guy can hide behind him. And that's a crucial fact. If you send only one guy there and he gets spotted, like he's as good as that. But like this, there is still a chance always for one guy to stay and pump permanent damage from there. And while you're having no arty, which either of these teams, at least Raid team would really like to have it. Fame team's arty would probably be dead by now unless it was on AA.
Yeah, definitely. Now they sent Duck of Death there to spot Old Kings in between the wrecks of the dead raid tanks, and Meritorious probably trying to, loop a shell through the hull and the gun of the fallen chieftain there to Old Kings' left, our right. You can see the shots coming in. So far only one connecting though, but still this is sort of comfortable for Fame right now because they are defending. But as I say that, they're trying to counter push there with the 907s. They're trying to send them through the A line unprovoked. One of the 907s completely going down for free, and Reaction also taking so much damage. That is just 2 907s out of the window. They're just slammed.
That entire
dunk.
advantage Fame just had is just gone through the window.
Oh my god, what are these rotations at the moment, Mojo?
This is a third 907 butchered in the same way.
Yeah, I mean,
First Ilian, now these two.
Yeah, I think Fame is not realizing to what point Raid has put their spotters up. I mean, yes, the EBRs are dead, but Alka there in the CS just, completely able to outspot both of the 907s. And now Raid is saying it's 2 minutes and 45 left on the clock. We need to make something happen. And the move I talked about earlier, Eastern of the Rails, they are trying to clear it out. They're taking a lot of damage because Nile and Hillary are their hull down. But Mojo, I think they will not be able to hold on against this many enemies.
And Nile and Hillary are good with HP, but Dragos will die any second. The question is now, does Raid have enough forces to actually deal with these two? Because they have really a lot of HP, man. They have to cooperate with each other perfectly, but Smiley is now on 200 HP. Benzo is taking so much of damage, man. He's also on one-shot. Hillary can actually deal with Kalium one-on-one. That leaves like 2 one-shots behind. And Kalium is like only a 2-shot. Like these two are actually making it work.
Yeah, Nile missing a crucial shot there, which would have put Kalium down on one shot. Kalium now still comfortably on 537 HP, and now Smiley and Baron, they're actually on top of the hill. Now it's them who can play hull down here. Nile trying to pick up Smiley, it's not working. Hillary and Baron exchanging a shot, but 1-for-1 is not enough here right now. Meanwhile, Old Kings going down on the other side, and Kalium peeking once more into Hillary, putting on one shot. Kalium going down. It's only Nile here. 1 minute 35 seconds on the clock, but it seems the Eastern side will not be able to hold on here for Fame.
I mean, I actually think Fame has this under their belt. Like, this was a really, really good play by Nile. At the moment, like, making sure that with his last shot, he takes one of the guns. Like, Daddy Bunze now is spotted, and he gets deleted. The force of the Fame that was still camping in a forest is still alive and in cooldowns. You cannot challenge their cap in 68 seconds, mate, and you are even down on HP and you don't own any preferential positions at the moment. Feely and Shokish have the HP, they can actually push out. I don't know why Shokish doing this, but there is 55 seconds, so I guess he can.
Yeah, there is 55 seconds. They're just trying to get rid of Alka, who was going to spot all of them, but it's costing them dearly. Shokish just getting deleted. Fairly able to survive here right now against Alka. He's putting in one shot into Destroyer, but drops onto a one-shot himself. Mary able to pick up Destroyer, and now Lazzi on a two-shot. They're peeking from the ditch, and it is only 3 Fame tanks. Now 2 Fame tanks remaining. 33 seconds on the clock, and the Sharks from Raid, they're looking to close in, but they are badly hurt as well.
What's going on here? Why did they suicide, man? What the hell was that? They were just supposed to sit here in corner and cover each other. Now it's only left Mary here, and he's gonna die.
Yeah,
Like, what the hell was this?
yeah, Mary just getting picked
What the
up
hell?
and Fame just looking like a headless chicken running around the map with their tanks just suiciding mediums and heavy tanks left and right. Hello? Hello? What just happened there? What was Fame doing? They could have just camped this out. Instead, they chose to, suicide tank after tank after tank. And for the raid tanks, at some points in this game, it just felt like a shooting range, to be honest.
Dude, they lost Ilian first to a spot they didn't realize, so they deleted that light. Fine. Other two mediums, very questionable, but still they had the game under control. Okay? And Nile and Hillary were defending their butts on the other side and making sure that their team can actually do something,
Yeah, and actually, too.
Like, they were really making the work, and they brought the game back under control by firing those tanks from the hull down. That was their prime job, and it was well
Wow.
done. There was no problem. Oh my god, Mary. Like, this is the first.
Oh.
And anyways, what the hell was this ending? 68 freaking seconds. You need to sit. You have the HP. If they trigger the cap, you send one guy out and shoot the of that cap. That's it. They can't push you. They have no time. They have to suicide in your trenched up positions.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I feel like this by Fame just felt so like.
Yeah, I had to check. No, Fame was defending.
Yeah, Fame was defending.
I had to recheck it, because you do this when you want to attack.
Yeah, I'm sort of speechless like you right now because I don't know. They at the end, like first of all, Fame threw 2 907s to the CS spot they hadn't realized, and then at the end they just sent the chieftains out of their hull downs to clear the CS to get rid of the spot, and then. I don't know, it all collapsed. I mean, yeah, Ducky got set on fire, okay, but there was still 20 seconds at the end. It wouldn't have mattered, in my opinion. But
I have no idea what's going on here.
I just don't agree.
I just don't recognize. I mean, I've seen these guys play for so many tournaments and for so long over the last couple of years. I don't recognize them at the moment.
Yeah,
I really don't.
It's just not the Fame we've come to know and like. with the calls they make, it always seems super thought out. And the game we just saw, that was I don't know, someone just sending tanks to their death. To at the end, it almost seemed like Fame was intentionally trying to throw the game. I mean, I know they weren't, but like it looked like it.
Yeah, it's awkward. It looks like most of the things Fame at the moment simply doesn't have under the control.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Like, it's not something I used to see. Is it not enough prep for the tournament or whatever the reasons are? Like, it's Fame's thing, but this is not how I like to see them.
No, definitely not. I mean, against Invil, we were both sort of like, yeah, Invil just super strong with their strats and everything. But the 2 losers we saw so far by Fame in this matchup were entirely down to them, not reacting properly. And this last Prokhorovka lose was...
I can deal with the first one on Cliff. You can make a judgment call and you can be wrong. But this...
Yeah, this was...
Come on, man.
Utterly...
What the hell was this in the end?
That was just pure crap. I mean, yeah, this was the initial push, and then, yeah, you see here, Fame is even up in HP, and then they start suiciding those 907s over the open ground because they don't realize how far Raid has gotten with their spots. But why do you even want to reinforce that? Like, even if the chieftains in B9 die, it will take some time. They will shave a lot of HP off of the Raid tanks, and then, yeah, like this alone. What the hell? Why? Why in the world?
Bro, even with this, they still had the game won.
Yeah.
Even with this, but Raid shot them to pieces here, man.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
this
they
game,
shot them to pieces. Not a single one missed.
I mean, this game, Fame had every opportunity to shut any kind of window for Raid to win the game, but instead, Fame opened the windows wide and just threw the game out of every window they could possibly find. It's... yeah.
I don't understand this.
No.
Okay, you cleared the close proximity. Bunze is dead.
Yeah.
Fine. Good move. Bravo.
But then...
Okay, why do you go over the road?
Yeah, why, like...
What is the intention? Like,
Feely-
you killed him and you move back now.
Yeah, and
you
now
move back
Feely and
you're
Shokish
good.
are about to get sent in for Alka here, which I don't understand. Yeah, okay, Lazzi is able to pick off one of the spotting 907s, that's fine, but now, what is this here? Like, why? Why? You have so much HP in those chieftains, they can just hold on in the corner. They could just chill their life and focus the guys coming A-B line, but instead, you throw them out in the open, and... I know both of us are backseat gaming right now, but these kind of decisions should seem obvious.
Oh, shoulda, woulda, coulda, 2-1 for Raid. You are right, we are backseat gaming, but that's our job, you know, like we are at the moment like those two old Muppets watching the show from above. And that's actually exactly what we are. So, Mr. Muppet, we are going to watch a next game now when Fame will be attacking on Prokhorovka, so there will be no misplacement of the role they're supposed to perform, and Raid will be defending. So we will see how will that one go on, because this one sucked.
Yes,
Hard.
it
Yup.
definitely sucked. But yeah, I hope Fame can mentally reset for this one, for their from this one for their own sake. As you said, now they need to attack. We are hopping into the setups. Fame again without artillery. Raid this time on the defense, actually with a 261 triple EBR and an STLV for control. Fame instead going for the Leopard 1. No surprise, it's being played by Nile. Dragos with the CS, but only 2 EBRs here for Fame to get the spots, and then they need to make something happen. Feely again with an S-Conquer achieved.
Yeah, this is again kind of aggressive setup by Fame with no arty, and the Raid does have one. I believe they felt the lack of it in the last game. So STRV, triple EBR, 261. On the defensive side, that's a mobile arty that can go anywhere, and a lot of tanks that they can use for rotation, only a couple of chieftains.
Ooh, Kamil immediately taking a shot here by one of the chieftains from Raid, so he has to be more careful, and it seems like Fame is trying to do exactly what Raid was trying to in the last round. They're setting up for a 1-2 line push, and they have to hope that it doesn't get spotted too early. Dragos there in the CS getting spotted out on the hill, and I believe we've seen something like this by Fame already against GX International, where Feely was in K8 exactly, Dragos was in H0, and we had some chieftains mid, and all the other guys, they were for some 1-2 push, they were collecting. No. However, this time it's not going to be the case. I believe Fame is just rotating then on a 7th.
Bro, Raid is doing the same defense as they did in Tiebreaker. That's it. It's a good old default we were talking about. So, like, Fame should know more than well what kind of defense Raid is pulling off, and let's see how they actually plan to deal with it. Because step by step, they should be able to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been doing it on previous tournaments. This is nothing new.
Yeah, also something to take a look at is normally when Fame played the last few tournaments, it was always the first damage being dealt by Fame. This tournament and this game, it's not the case. The only guys who have taken damage so far are Kamil and Ruzek. Yes, it's only the EBRs, but yeah, that is maybe...
Only.
Yeah, no one else has lost HP so far.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I interrupted you there, because like when I say only, EBRs in this kind of game are the most important tanks. So it's a big problem when the game is open with your 2 guys who are the only active spotters you have, are dropped down to like half or a third of HP respectively. So, not good.
Yeah,
not good, comrade.
Certainly. Also, Dragos being pushed up on the hill there already had to use his medkit because his driver was down. But yeah, Fame at the moment on the attack, not really looking for an opening at the moment, as far as I can tell, as, you know, they seem to be content with letting Magnesium rain arty shells on them. Daki already down to 2.2. I mean, yeah, it's still a chieftain with a lot of HP, but time is working for Raid, not only with the arty, but also in the sense that Raid is defending.
I mean, they're trying to feel out how many Raid tanks are where, and if there is enough split between Raid tanks, they should, I guess, push the 7-0, you know, to try to delete like 3-4 tanks, as many they can get there, and then try to pressure the forest part. But, of course, like, decision making at the moment is slightly slow. There is already 3 minutes in the game. I don't feel enough pressure coming in from the Fame, and the Raid has no reason whatsoever to do anything. And there we go, there is the decision. It's completely a different one. It's gonna apparently be a push along the rail, along the 5-6 line to try to split the forces of Raid and snipe them from the middle. It's not necessarily a big one. It's gonna depend highly like how will those 907s from Raid actually react, and how will be the hit ratio of the tanks from the forest. So that remains to be seen, because these tanks do all have the health module. We were talking about that, and they will be covered by a couple of chieftains on the mid, which is the best they can do in this kind of situation.
Yeah, definitely. We can see here the 4 907s from Fame. Reaction, Duck and Mary. Also Joseph, they're just waiting for something. Also on the other side of the rails, there's the 2 other 907s. And also Faili has been pushed up in his Super Conqueror to take complete control of the hill. Raid now doing something unexpected, or not unexpected, but like they're doing something which perfectly suits them at the moment. They're pulling some of the 907s to the 1-2 line, which were previously in A6, and 2 other 907s are being sent towards that middle at the moment. Yeah, we're gonna see how that develops. Now the EBR peaks, and he sees a lot of 907s from Fame, and immediately the cover fire coming in. Fame driving in there onto Smiley Cyrus with the 907s. They're shredding him apart, but at the same time, they are being shot at from everywhere on the map at the moment, Mojo.
This is like what we predicted. The Fame is going in, Reaction paid the price, but there is still a bunch of tanks ahead of them that can farm. Reroll is gonna die next. Destro is just running away over the rail, but he's on 300 HP. This is a good thing for Fame. At the moment, 23,000 HP compared to 21. Only 1 gun lost in the game. But what remains to be seen is now the future. Like, will Raid actually manage to make any work in a push in a forest, or they're just gonna get stopped in their tracks and die? I think like what I meant, like when I said, like, will they be able to actually push those tanks? Will the Raid tanks be sentient enough to drop on other side? But they chose to drop here, so they are dead. Mary took a big one from the Arty, but he is alive. And there is the last ditch attempt of Raid to actually dig themselves out of this position, because they need to have some kind of control of the map, because that EBR and Chieftain are gonna die on other side. So let's see how that happens now.
Yeah, definitely. Chieftain and Leopard here on the 1-2 line by Fame are being pressured by that 1-2 push with a lot of 907s, 2 Chieftains behind, but the Chieftains are actually jumping onto Kaizo in the E2 ditch, and now it's down to the DPM that the 907s can muster here to shred apart the Leo and the Chieftain. Kamil and his EBR in the back trying to do what he can, but Nile already dead in his Leopard, and the Chieftain probably not going to last much longer. This 1-2 push is gonna succeed here for Raid, but meanwhile, Fame has been doing something else. They have taken complete control over the rest of the map. They have 907s in A3, and they have spotted the artillery.
Yeah, this is not over still. There is 10,000 to 11,000 of HP, but the important thing for Raid is that they managed to clear their backs. Now, the only thing left for them is to super fast try to kill that medium on A3, Joseph, who is clinging there on his 500 HP. If they do that, they kind of have some kind of closure, you know, and they can slow down the Fame progress. But if it doesn't happen and he's only challenged by 2 EBRs, that's gonna be a huge problem for Raid. And apparently Fame realized that, so they're coming in hard and strong to try to support him.
Yeah, 2 EBRs can be a threat for a low HP 907, as we just saw Hannes there putting in a big one in the back. The HE shell not enough to finish him off, but there Hannes with another HE. That's enough to put Joseph Conrad out of the game, eliminating one of the angles of Crossfire. And yeah,
Ilian died again crossing the field. That seems to be a theme of a day. Now the Fame is pretty much stopped at their tracks. The HP, yeah, they're leading for like 1k plus, but will that be enough? Kerryberry, the, I don't know, Spear Bearer, and there is a Feely with HP. Those are the guys that need to carry the game for Fame now, together with Shokish in his STB. The 3 remaining guys who have remaining HP, pretty much on a bulk. Like Baron is there, his job is just to protect Aladdin's flank, and Aladdin needs to make sure no one jumps on Baron, who is one shot, but that's not gonna happen. Ducky and Shokish and Fairly notice this is a big weak spot for the Raid defense, and they're making it work. They're sacrificing Kerryberry there so they can get a higher goal and kill these tanks in the dip. That leaves only Hannes behind in EBR completely alone. This is not the best play that Raid could have done, but they did make it work with HP, so Fame is now actually below an HP, but better on number of the guns. It does seem that they are actually not aware that Hannes is behind them. And that's a really critical fact in this part of the game.
Yeah, definitely. As Hannes in the EBR, he can just try to run away and do what Duck of Death did to CSA in one of the previous engagements.
If he picks up Dragos, that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, he wants to not get spotted for that, though. If he picks up Dragos, I believe that's why he's not doing it quite yet. Dragos spotted, but it's only 1.5 minutes on the clock. And
Yeah, they know he's behind. That's why EBR came to clear the back, but they didn't realize, they didn't find him. So they're not sure. That means Dragos can be killed in probably... Yeah, he got checked, so he didn't actually connect him. Like for a penetration shot. And I don't think Raid will be doing the same mistake as Fame. They're gonna sit there and hope that Fame screws up, and that's it.
Yeah, indeed. Dragos now on the one-shot being sent to kill somehow Hannes in his two-shot EBR, and I believe they're sending in Carmelita now to finish off the tanks in the northern part of the map. They need to clear out Raid here within 50 seconds. The EBR goes down, Alka goes down, but Bunze still on so much HP, 1300. This is the last-ditch attempt by Fame, but keep in mind they have to kill the EBR on the other side. Camille
They need to kill these tanks
here.
also, man. There is 37 seconds for that. That's not the easiest job of them all. There is 3 of them in a bulk.
Yeah, 3
They
of them.
still need to die.
Yeah, and the A1907 hasn't even been spotted yet. Mary going close, trading it out with Ricochet here, actually getting one shot for free. But the EBR in the meantime, Hannes able to pick up Dragos on the other side of the map. That probably means they will not be able to kill Hannes here in time. The 907s here for Raid, they are probably going down. Ducky, they're desperately trying to spot Lutzi in the corner. The EBR is now spotted, 7 seconds. Hannes is on 104 HP. It is
my
the
God,
Carmelita who misses him, and this might spell the 3-1 for Raid. No! Hannes actually gets picked up by Ruzek in the last second of the game, and Fame by the nick of an inch, barely making it over the finish line. Oh my word.
dear God.
Holy moly. I need 2 seconds of a breather after that one. Wow.
Okay, defeat. All allied vehicles destroyed. Okay, yes, it was on 0-0, man. Holy.
Yeah, if I go
Wow,
into
that
the
was a close
detailed
one.
report in my battle results screens, it says battle duration 10 minutes 0 seconds. So it was actually the last second at which Hannes got destroyed. Very, very unlucky for Raid here. Very fortunate for Fame, who, for a long time in this game seemed to, have the upper hand. Then it turned again. Then, it looked like Raid was gonna escape, but in the end, Famely just scraping it together.
So close, man. They scraped the bottom of the barrel to win this one.
My God. But yeah, if we take a look at the damage number, Aladdin top damage this game, 4.9k damage, 2 kills to his name. Old Kings in the STRV, also very, very good numbers here. And on the other side, Shokish with the STB, also a lot of damage. He was able to get that DPM to work. Mary as well, 3.7. But it was all about, I believe it was Kamil's shot that killed Hannes in the end. Let's check. Hannes. There he is. Yeah, killed
Rizek from the rail.
Ruzek, yeah.
But
So-
the thing is, if Hannes actually penned the CX63, if you remember, when he only tracked him, this would not happen. He would be 550 HP. Because he took one shell from CS, I think, in one moment, because next thing we saw him, he was on 100 HP. He did kill the CX later, but he was on 100 HP. And if he was on full, he would not have to kite and turn around like that. He could have just driven straight to the forest, like take one and just disappear.
Yeah. But
Unreal, man. Unreal.
a prime example of how it's sometimes down to one shot, one opportunity, and the experience of some of the Fame players just enough to get this one over the finish line. We are past two maps now. Both got split.
Frankly, to tell you, I know that every victory is good one, and you are happy to get it, especially in a dramatic one like this. But I'm not sure the Fame guys are actually happy to win games in this fashion.
No.
It's too RNG. It's too close.
Yeah.
I mean, even if I say too close, it's not even coming close to how close it is. This was a good push. This was a good push, and what I said here, I was expecting maybe these 907s from Raid will not be from this side. They will be switching on other side of the rail to avoid something like that. But it appears that Fame also had a ready plan for that. If you notice, they had people in the village already, and the guy pumping damage on the hill. So execution on this part of the game was well. Then came the counter-attack from the Raid into the forest. And that was well done by Raid, man. They won that part of the map, which was highly needed for them. And then there came like a lot of Somoza trades. I can tell you that. Like people crossing, getting shot all over the place after that and so on. That was a part that was entertaining. Let's just say it like that.
Yeah, definitely the Tomosa school of trades. Very, very popular amongst the players of both teams here. But yeah, this 1-2 push, it was super well timed here for Raid. They got a Nile not for free, but they got him together with a Chieftain and Carmelia in the back. As I said, he wasn't able to do much. And then...
No, but Camille ran away. That was the important part, man. And if he died there with them, actually Fame would lose the game 100%.
Definitely. And now we see just the... basically the overpush in the end that Fame did here to clean up the northwestern pocket of Raid tanks. And now... for the craziest part of this game, it's Hannes just wiggling, dancing, Kamil missing the shot, and then we just see the connection coming in from Rujek from the side at the literal last second.
Where is that wheeling RNG when you need it, eh, Hans?
Yeah.
It just didn't happen in this game, man.
Wow.
It just didn't happen.
But
well, it's 2-2, guys. So, like, these teams are battling it out on more or less on even terms. So that's how it is. So Prokhorovka is done and dusted, and we are skipping the Sand River since it was, of course, banned, and we will watch Himmelsdorf next. Like, is any of these teams actually strong enough to finish the match on Himmelsdorf by taking both rounds? Or we're gonna watch the tiebreaker. We will see very shortly. This is my favorite tournament map so far.
One thing for sure, after game 1 on Himmelsdorf, we will have someone up on a match point. 5-head Wineglass. But yeah. Fame coming into Himmelsdorf. Kamil again with the EBR, probably for the 8-line. We've seen him do that before. 50-50B, 2279 rest is Chieftains for Fame, and Raid on the other side. 2279, 1CS, and the rest also Chieftains. So yeah, I think Fame sort of a bit slower on the hill, but once they are there, they maybe have a bit more firepower with those 50Bs. What do you think?
Yeah, we will see how it happens. Like, they played with that standard 350Bs for a while now. Let's see, this is a bit of a split. What happened here? Okay, was it intentional or it was just okay?
Yeah, a little yoga stunt there.
We're still good. Fame has quite a bit of tanks on the 3-line hidden.
This is bad though.
This is a big split.
This is basically what we saw against Invil. Because of what Carmelita just did with the misplay, with the bad driving there, he wasn't able to get the spot in time for the hill. And Fame this time, they're doing it better. They're already turning around. They are not committing towards the hill. They are not walking into the same trap that they did when they faced off Invil. They're instead turning around. I like that a lot more, and also we can see Ricochet also turning around here on the 0 line. But yeah, Fame now going for the 1-2 push instead. Mojo, they're taking some damage, but they're covering a lot of ground, and Baron is down to 1100.
Yeah, this is going on. Actually, as we speak, there is a massive push from Fame. It's a pincer attack, prod attack from like 2-line and 8-line parallel, while Raid actually has a lot of tanks stuck on a hill that are not able to respond, like 5 or 6 of them. So this actually might work. There is a guy who's gonna feel the brunt of it in a start immediately. Old Kings is stuck in between Hammer and Anvil here, but Fame doesn't seem to give a damn about him. They wanna go for the cap, they wanna kill anyone who is there, and they're just gonna leave Old Kings to be stuck between 1 or 2 tanks, and that's it. There is a massive fight between Reaction, Duck of the Hillary, and Ducky versus Smiley, Baron, and Benzo defending that corner. It's a crucial kind of fight, and Smile is gonna be the first to fall.
Smiley the first on the front line to fall, probably 405 HP. That's a one-shot there. And at the same time, Mary picking up Old Kings there in the windows. But it's Baron still on a two-shot there, holding on in the window. And one more tank, while Nile and Elian pushing through towards that 8-liner, getting another kill. And Fame seems to have established control over the cap of Raid. They are not putting cap pressure yet. But while all of this is going on, there's actually big counter pressure by Raid onto the Fame cap. They have 3 tanks there. It's only Carmel in the EBR that could possibly reset. But Carmel is a one-shot.
Yeah, Camille is a one-shot. They have actually 4 guys there, so they're gonna do whatever they can to prevent them. One guy, Magnesium, is trying to snipe them and track them from the hill. So Camille might get one shot of decap. And no, he doesn't. He actually gets deleted. So there's 8 seconds in. There is a 50B charging in from one line, and there is like chieftains coming from another. Will there be on time? 2 seconds, 1 second. Is it the cap or not? Man, we need to see now.
The cap
and I
goes
think the time
through
is over.
here.
The cap is on.
The cap goes through. If more tanks die, the battle gets prolonged, but it doesn't actually. There is a rule, whenever a tank dies, the game goes on for 5 more seconds. Fame was not able to even team kill some of their allied tanks to make that happen, and that is why the cap race here decisively won by Raid. Raid putting themselves up 3-2 after, Fame tried their pincer attack. It sort of worked, but Fame didn't have their own cap in mind.
It did actually work. It worked quite well. And if they made it back, they would have a chance. But even like making it back, they would have a chance. We actually don't know what would the situation be. They already deleted, man, the Raid tanks on the other side. That's it. This would be 100% win. If Camille hit his shot, we can't blame him for not hitting, like, or for getting shot, before he does. You really can't. And if any of the other tanks was back on time, like one of the 50Bs, anyone, this would be a win.
Definitely.
That's what they needed. One reset. One reset.
It was a game of seconds here, just like the last one. And this one, the luck or the skill actually deciding it in Raid's favor here. They are putting themselves up 3-2. As we can see, the damage numbers not that impressive because the game
I think
was
this is
decided
just
by
pure
cap.
karma, man. Last game was karmic loss for them, Hans dying like that. And this was just like, the universe balancing it out. I did something like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in a game like that where not that many tanks died, it was... Fame, you can see only 2 tanks died by Fame here and a lot more by Raid. But in the end, there is not only the goal to kill all enemies, you can also just cap out the base and then you win. And that's just what Raid did. Raid on a match point here, able to throw out Fame out of the tournament if they win the next one, and it is going to be their Himmelsdorf defense.
Yeah, it's gonna be a defense for Raid, but we already know most of the teams here don't really even watch are they attacking or defending. They just go and take the positions and try to kill off the enemy. That's why I love Himmelsdorf, like really. Because you rarely see anyone waiting for the enemy, because that usually ends in 9 out of 10 cases very miserably, and they know it. So, possibly a last game for Fame. Possibly not. We might watch the tiebreaker. I would actually still like to know, like, what am I missing and why is the tiebreaker Sand River? But I'm hoping, like, Phil will actually PM me and explain me why am I stupid and why is he smart. But anyways, we will see very soon, like, is Fame going down with a fight? Are they going down at all, or are they coming back as Phoenixes into this tournament?
Yeah, here we can rewatch the last moments of the battle we just saw. And Raid with a beautiful pincer attack there. They're just getting so many tanks for free, even that pocket there, the stuck tanks in A4, no step tanks to help them out of it. And everything going good so far, but then things start to go south for Fame, south literally also for Raid with their tanks on the cap. And the problem here is Camille. At the moment he's still 900 HP. He could still peak and do a decap at this point in time, but then he just gets caught with the EBR by the Chieftains. That's, I believe, some kind of a mistake by Camille there. The first shot taken, then the second Chieftain comes and probably gives the second one, and at this time the cap has started. Fame knows what's up, and they're immediately turning around, but it will not be enough here. Camille, now the second shot taken, he's at 123, and unfortunately for Camille in his EBR, there's no way an EBR can take this little time.
I just have a feeling like they were slightly late, you know, like at least one of the 50Bs. It doesn't seem that they realized until the very end how many of the tanks of the raid are actually pressuring their base. And when the info came, when Camille told them, oh my god, I'm getting chased by 3 or 4 tanks, man. Like, you know, you need to turn that heavy around and you need to drive over the open field. And it literally came to like 1, maybe 2 seconds that they needed.
Yeah.
Between 1 and 2 for that reset.
Yeah.
Something that small. Pretty much same as, I don't know, Raid needed that 1 or 2 seconds to survive. Better
Just not
on that
more,
Prokhorovka.
less.
That's just less. So it came down to that, like 2 games that came really down to the, I don't know, nails, man.
Down to the wire.
Like how much do you actually see the game and can you prevail? Anyways, we are going to watch a possibly last game for a Fame here. I actually hope not. I would like to see a tiebreaker, and we will see what these guys have cooked up for us. Like, this was actually a good game for Fame, but at the end, if you don't win, it doesn't matter if you kill like 3/4 of enemy team.
That's a true there. And yeah, on we go into match or game number 6 of match number 9 of the tournament. It is Fame fighting for their tournament life against the German Raid team here. Fame bringing out everything they have now with the CS, double 50B, double 279. Elian yet again in the 60 TP. Rest is just Chiefs all over. And Raid again with the
Ivan Handra.
with the E100, we have seen a lot. Old Kings 150B, 1279, and the rest is just Chieftains.
It's really uniform, you know, kind of German precision, a lot of same tanks. Like, it's gonna be a funny moment. You, Chieftain, go there. Which one? There is 13 of us, or 12. Anyways, there is a lot of commitment going for the hill from the Fame side. They left only 2 guys on the cap and 1 kind of doing a spot, but Raid doesn't give a damn about any of that. They're pushing it straight forward. Now Fame realized that instantly, and you can see they're not playing around on the hill. They are turning back to defend their own base, although they're attacking, and they will have the CS63 to farm damage for free from the hill.
Definitely, CS63 on the hill is going to be a gigantic asset for the time being, although Carmelita needs to be careful not to overextend. Fame has pulled back their tanks in a timely manner. They have everything on the downside to receive the pushes, and actually I don't agree with Old Kings going there first with the 50B. Normally it should be the single shooters going in first, and now we can see Elian trying to cover up Duck of Death like we saw before. This is uncharacteristic for Fame to play the same tactic twice in a row, but I believe Elian this time not even able to get where he needs to be yet again. Duck of Death has enough cover this time, I believe. But yeah, the windows behind the cap have been taken by Raid already. HP is sort of even, tanks are sort of even, although Elian has already gone down, and now they can start just shelling down Duck of Death with HG if they don't just straight up pen him.
Yeah, I mean, but the alien's position is meant there to just like give cover, anyways he would die. The difference is why Duck of Death died so easy, because actually Invil put in all the push and they went behind the building next to the cap on the left side of Duck of Death, if you watch, and they shot into pieces from there. So he's doing his work there, and there is a massive counter push coming in from the Fame forces now. Unlike last time, Duck is not going alone, he's going with a bunch of guys, and Kaizu bites the bullet first, but they will take control of this window now. Destro is dead, and I think the Rico just died in a second after, and Reroll, Smiley, and Alka, I'm not sure they're gonna be able to sustain this on their own.
Yeah, definitely. That's a smart repush here by Fame onto the tanks on the 3 line on the outside. They are sort of singled out. There's no Raid tanks that can support them. Raid recognizing them. They're just pushing everywhere else on the maps. There is a 279 and the Chieftain in 8 line, and they're gonna get swarmed here while Fame is actually cleaning up the Raid tanks on the 3 line. Smiley there, the last guy, he's gonna try to get into a hull down, gets tracked and will get swarmed here as well. And meanwhile on the other side, as I said, in the 8 line, it is the Raid tanks prevailing. It is 17.5k HP for Raid against 18k HP for Fame, and Fame has more tanks at the moment.
Yeah, this is very similar game. HP is pretty much the same. But I would say that Fame has slightly better position. I love the move when Alka was like, okay, Smiley, I love you, bro, like you're my best friend or whatever. But you know, I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you, and he left and ran away behind the corner. So there is like now a rotation coming in from the raid tanks. They know they're stuck and they can't do anything about this. And they need to rotate and go around. Will this work? They're leaving their E100 back. Shokish is getting pincered between them and Alka, who is trying to body block him, but it doesn't work out, and Shokish survives on that one shot. So slowly but surely, Raid is getting pinned down and shot tank by tank. And let's not forget that they still have, Fame still has that CS63 up on top of the hill.
Yeah, the CS63 is still up on top of the hill, but he holds a huge chunk of HP. Kamil has played this very carefully. He's still full HP. That means down at the bottom where it actually counts, on the streets of Himmelsdorf, it is actually even in HP. Fame is just ahead in the number of guns here, and it will just be down to a corner fight, peak fight. So many angles to be covered. YOLO Extremist with his E100 is just a prime tank for that. He can just out-trade enemy tanks with his newly buffed armor. And yeah, Fame is attacking, so they need to make something happen, but 6 minutes of time still remaining on the clock should be
Oh man,
plenty.
look at this, trying to do a texture shot on Hillary. And Hillary is like full HP. He could actually take a shell, but he's scared because the rest of the team is not that full. Now that he's lured out the Daddy Bunze's shot, there is a push actually coming in because they know they have a little gap before he takes the damage, and it's on even an HE shell only. So 92 lost. Daddy Bunze falls here. Also double chieftain, they try to chase Kamil down. Kamil sends them and he ran away. So this was a good moment for Fame to push, because now they have an overwhelming number of the guns on the lower streets of Himmelsdorf, as you call them.
Yeah, definitely. Fame now trying to clear things up here in this game. Double Chieftain by Raid in the meantime, having taken the hill, so there's a lot less tanks now in that 8 line, in the old and trusty Banana. Hillary, so much HP remaining for him. He can just put shot after shot in the side of the 279. That is Benzo there. There is still Crossfire available here for Raid, but I believe Fame has too many tanks at the moment here, just running rampant on the lower part, and those Chieftains on the top of the hill, I believe they were meant to clean up the CS63, but how do you catch a CS with 2 Chieftains? He's just gonna press X, wait 2 seconds, and then Monka speed, he's gonna drive away, just as we saw Kamilita do this game. He's down to 333 HP. Granted, but he's still alive. His gun is still in the game, and now the cap is wide open for Fame to just do what to Raid what they just did to them in the previous round. They can just cap it out. 4 minutes 22 seconds should be more than enough time. However, I believe with the last game that we just saw, the fastest attack goes to Raid, so they will be able to choose what they want for a tiebreaker.
Well, Fame only can blame themselves for not already having the match finished, because they got kept on a previous game. But this is a good win for them on Himmelsdorf, brings them back to the match and brings them back to a possible tiebreaker that we will see. Now, as far as we have information, let's wait for game to end, so we will know who has the faster game. 3 guys capping the raid base here, and there is absolutely nothing that these 2 guys on the hill can do about it.
Definitely not, as the cap timer ticks down. Fame defeats the match point by Raid, putting themselves up onto the same. It is gonna go the full length of the match. We are up for a tiebreaker on Sand River Mojo.
Yeah, and also we got an info that actually Raid has a picking side because they have a faster attacking round. So they will be picking the role, probably defensive one. Honestly, like there is no reason not to pick a defensive side on a map, because you also always have one more ally, like a 16th player, the time itself.
Yeah, as we can see here, the penetration statistics by the players. Shokish with that very dangerous play throughout the courtyard to pick up the Chieftain that was left behind, working out 3.5k. Also, Duck of Death there, that was behind the Death 60 TP, Elian only doing 1 shot of damage. So yeah, he does enable Duck of Death to do a lot here in this game. Other than that, Carmelita from the hill. I mean, I have the feeling like he could have done better, but then again, the CS gun's sometimes a bit iffy over distance. And if we look to the other side, Benzo, that was there in the 8 line, 3.4k. Baron, 3.3, 3 kills to his name. But yeah, overall, I just feel like the last reaction by Raid there to send the tanks onto the hill, 2 of them, to kill the CS, was what cost them the game in the end, because then on the lower side, they didn't have enough to withstand what Fame was doing there.
Yeah, I really don't know what to think about this now. Like, it's gonna be a tiebreaker. I'm thinking what they can possibly already play on Sand River, and I'm thinking like, how did the Raid get to pick the side? But I guess on that cliff rounds, you remember the first rounds that we watched. I guess like when Fame suicided on those couple of tanks on 1-2 line, and what happened, it was just like faster than when they rushed around the lighthouse with those 907s. Somehow that the game was actually shorter. Can you compare, like, you could bring up those games, right? Like, can you compare the times?
Yeah,
They should be like really close.
We
The cliff.
actually have the times in our sheet, and Raid has the fastest attack with 2 minutes 37 on Cliff. But yeah, we can relive that push that I think was very smart here by Fame. 5 chieftains just going over, taking the damage that the C5 chieftains from Raid were putting on them, and then they get the pre-farm on the 3 tanks that were on the outside from Raid. That was a very smart call to do. And the problem for Raid here is that the chieftains on the 5 line, they cannot go in and punish that, because then they'd be in a crossfire. That was very, very well done. It also freed up the 279 Duck of Death that was hiding behind the Dead 60 TP. And yeah, from then on, it was a game of trades and angles, and somehow the experience that the Fame players have, it started to kick in. The trades ever more going into the favor of the Fame guys. And yeah, the 2 chieftains out of battle completely on the hill now are costing Raid the rest of it. As we can see, the HP difference at this point in the game, 2.5, 3k there, and just so many more guns from Fame just able to whittle down even the mighty E100.
Well, it was like really interesting to watch this Himmelsdorf, that's for sure. As usual, I haven't seen like really disappointing Himmelsdorf so far on the tournament, but now we will be watching the tiebreaker. As you said, Raid got a chance to pick the side, and I've been checking the document. You said actually they have 2 rounds that are top fast. Even the Himmelsdorf, you remember when they kept the Fame, that was their attack. So even that one was really close, 2:37 and 2:49 seconds for the Cliff and Himmelsdorf games respectively. Unless I hear differently, I'm just going to presume that Raid will defend. There is really no reason.
I'm actually cheating right now and taking a look into the training room, into the chat, and it is GX Raid that is opting for the attack here.
Wow.
Pretty surprising, pretty bold, but maybe it will pay off. Keep in mind, Sand River was actually the map that was for the normal maps. Before that, it was banned by Fame, so they may be hoping to catch Fame off guard on this one.
Also, the Fame had a lot of opportunities to watch them, so I'm actually hoping that they will put out some new strat for Sand River out there.
We're gonna
let's see how this goes.
Yeah,
because Fame has time on their side. Let's see, does that help them?
Fame has time on their side, but keep in mind, Mojo, the sides have been switched. So the ever so strong eastern part that used to be defending, that was almost auto-win most of the time for the defender, it is now the attacking side. And so far, I've only seen mostly southern plays by the attacker. They are sending chieftains south to, be taken map control.
I understand what you're saying, but as long as you can protect your artists, which half of the teams didn't manage to do, you still control your own cap. That's how it goes, even from the upper side. It usually came down to some faulty, bad rotation and losing the RT prematurely.
Yep.
That was the main reason.
So yeah, we will be seeing shortly if Raid will manage this time to keep one of their field commanders and one of their very important people, Smiley, alive, if he chooses to go for an artillery. That's probably going to be one of the deciding factors of the game about to come. And also, Yeah, I'm a bit worried here for Fame actually, because most of the people would go for the defensive side on Sand River, even though the maps have like the sides have been switched. But yeah, GX or Raid going for the attack suggests they have an ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, we will see how it will happen. As I said, like already, I think if you want to attack and play against the time, you must show something new. So you cannot recycle. Also, this is do or die game. We said, guys, this is a loser bracket. So there is no second chance anymore. This is the second chance. So who wins this? He goes and faces current dragon Invil, and who loses gets like whatever the third spot is and watches this together with us on the screen. I'm pretty sure none of them want that, especially after such a big struggle. It's quite interesting, but most of the fights we watched so far in these lower brackets were really close. Like everyone fought to the last.
Definitely everyone pulling out everything they had to be able to stay alive in this tournament. And as we are saying that, both of these teams that are fighting it right now are about to probably do the same, or I say probably, most likely, certainly gonna do the same here. It is definitely the last game in between those two teams in this tournament. It is GX Raid fighting against Fame. Both of them tournament life on the line. Both of them going with a double RT, both of them going with a double EBR, and then the similarities sort of end. Fame with an STB, triple 907 CS and rest is Chieftains, while Raid double CS and rest Chieftains.
And Nile playing RT together with Luna. That's a new one. Okay, it's not like unheard of. Anyways, with all the love that these two clans share, I believe this is the proper way to go with a bang in one game to like bet it all. Let us see what Raid actually has here. Double EBR, CS63 is going immediately for upper of mat, not unheard of. We've seen it happen multiple times. EBR spotting upper side, lower side, same stuff, same stuff. Chieftains pushing the Kayn line, same stuff. So are we hoping here for an RNG from RT? Or there is something else that's cooking up?
Yeah, definitely. So
it was a good RNG on Duck of Death.
Duck of Death actually taking really a lot of punishment here. He immediately gets tracked and his loader taken out by Artie, still has his rep kits available. And on the southern side, meanwhile, Camille out trading YOLO Extremist, it seems. YOLO Extremist down to 556. That's a definite two-shot there. Camille wiggling, juggling around, trying to avoid the shots that the Raid guys are throwing at him. And Camille also trying to let Extremists get a glimpse at what the Fame Chieftains are doing in G1 there. Also, Fame is taking somewhat the northern side. They have spotted the double CS. The double CS by Raid is retreating at the moment in B0. But yeah, while this is going on, the Raid Chieftains are now driving and challenging whatever Fame has in the west.
Double RT tried to finish off YOLO, but he was too cunning for that. Camille prevented Raid from seeing the Chieftains even come there or to leave. So that was a really well played by him. And this time all around, as unlike the previous games that we've seen, Fame is not the first team to receive that much damage. That's important. Duck of Death in his Chieftain, that is not that important, but EBRs have a lot of HP left. Now Hannes is on a sneaky position, but this bush is not unheard of, so it might be blind shot, and you can see the markings here. This is something that he should be wary. Will Nile and Luna time 3-2-1 and go bang on poor Hans? We will see very shortly, man.
Yeah, definitely the Artie from Fame, if they decide to blind shoot, they are gonna put brutal punishment onto Hannes. So far, I don't see Nile and Luna going on reload at the moment. Now it's Kaizu here in the Chieftain who goes in to get spotted. And Ricochet in the CS taking the Artie shell. Hannes also getting blinded. It is just Artie trading it out at the moment. And while we are speaking, their Raid is recognizing they cannot counter push that B0 position. So they are sending Chieftains on towards the western side to possibly push past the cap.
Yep, they're creating a crash pressure from the upper side of the map while there is nothing going on the mountainous area. I mean, if they judge correctly and Fame has enough tanks on upper side to keep the pressure there, they might actually put a good pressure on the Fame's cap. But to do that, they need to do it unspotted.
Yeah.
so the Fame actually doesn't do immediate rotation and massacre them on their way.
Definitely.
But if that happens, Raid has a chance.
Yeah, now
But if
Kalium.
Fame comes back, you know what happens on the corner of F1. Hoppala!
Ooh! Niall there with a huge pickup on Hannes. Hannes out of the game, probably very, very unhappy with the result of that shot. And now Kalium here spotted going against the Killzor in the F1 position that we've seen Chieftains in time and time again, just, you know, creating spots for their artillery. But I believe it should actually be Raid with the better arty shots, as their artillery is further from the enemy. That means the Conk GCs can just loop those juicy shells onto the enemy tanks. Ducky, obviously, he knows that, so he's just hugging the wall like he hasn't hugged like any kind of girl in before anyway. And yeah, Kalium now taking shots here by the Arty, double shot, putting him down to 760 HP. And now the push actually coming in by Raid.
And there you go. This is the final march of the Elephants. They're coming toward the cap. They're pressuring Ducky from upper side with Kalium, but he has less HP than Ducky, so he has to be backed up by Old Kings. Baron reloads. Benzo and Desert are going toward the Fame camp. Baron is gonna pay the heavy price, Iron Blood price, and he is dead before even reaching it when Benzo is trying to use his corpse for the cooldown. I don't know, is actually Raid happy with this now? Because they chose to attack, they had the choice to camp it out.
Definitely, and a lot of the Raid tanks here falling the HP also ever so slightly in favor of Fame, but the cap has started. Keep in mind though, there is 2 artilleries available for both sides, so the Fame tanks do not need to overcommit on the cap as long as they can just keep it spotted for the artillery. Meanwhile, where the arties are from Fame, only 2 tanks remaining, and there is an EBR and a Chieftain encroaching, but it is all about this cap. 13 seconds remaining, but Luna should have a shell available there soonish. He's just fired now, and the complete reset comes in and they can just tag team it there. Niall and Luna, they can tag team the resets. Hillary just needs to provide the spots, and Old Kings and Kalium in F1, they're just getting held back from farming here. The spotter, that is Hillary, and I believe Fame might have done it here in the finals of the lower bracket. Raid down to 10,000 HP. Fame still sitting on 1,600. Benzo getting picked up in the cap, Mojo.
Yeah, I never seen anyone like make a blunder like this when picking the side, but never mind, whatever happens, happens. At the moment, Fave is just shelling and raining the golden shells of RT and tanks on the dying tanks of Raid. And this is pretty much it, man. Even if the RT dies on upper side of the map, who cares? Fame has so many tanks, they can just punch through whatever Raid has left in their coffins.
Yeah, definitely. Fame here now with the repush onto some of the last tanks that Raid has in the west. There's only 1 Chieftain there. Old Kings, 293 HP. Reaction with the reload picks up Old Kings, and it is down to 3 tanks and 2 arty for Raid in this tournament. 4k HP remaining, but Fame has just so many tanks there. Niall now trying to do the Dr. Nix. He's reloaded. He's aiming onto Lazzi Primus, but it's actually Lazzi that is able to pick up Niall here in return. But it all won't matter because it is Fame defending. 3 minutes 30 on the clock, and at this point Fame has smelt blood in the water. Joseph Conrad emerging over that dune here, putting one into Lazzi Primus, and is probably gonna finish him off here. There we go. Raid down and out of this tournament. They still have tanks alive, but the outcome is all but crystal clear here.
Oh man, this is unreal. I really would never expect anyone to pretty much kick themselves out of the tournament by just picking the wrong side.
Definitely.
Well, I've seen it now, so everything happens. I mean, these teams played super close. Bunze must be very sorry. One of the last guys, he gave it all, man. He tried so hard, did so much damage in many games. Very constant players. YOLO Extremisting his EBR and so on. Like, it just didn't happen. I mean, losing the blind shot on Hans maybe had something to do with it because they needed to kill that Arty. In the moment when you pressure the cap, the only way I see to push it through is to actually kill the Arty, and for that you need EBRs and mediums. That is something that we've seen in some of the games before if you do a decisive parallel push on that side, but it appears that Raid simply had no tanks available for doing that.
Yeah, definitely. As we can take a look at the post-battle stats here, Kalium, one of the SCs for Raid, he tried to do his best, almost 4k damage, then followed up by Aladdin with 3k. Old Kings with 2.7. YOLO Extremist, one of the last tanks alive, 2.7 in an EBR. But if we look to the downside of things, it is Hannes that, he actually received a penetration, I believe, by...
But we already saw that they will blind shoot that area, man.
Wow.
And he probably came back to a position.
Niall penetrated 2 tanks this game, actually.
So he has a hidden talent as a dirty clicker.
No, sorry, only 1 pen. That is the penetrations he received, and yeah, he died. But yeah, that definitely was a huge, huge shot that Niall did there onto Hannes, and almost, almost a game deciding one, as you know, the vision after that was sort of gone for Raid that were on the attacking side, so they needed to make something happen. They decided for that chief push on the western side where Fame's cap was, but they weren't able to get any of Fame's arties soon enough. And then, you know, just Luna and Niall tag teaming each other like in a wrestling match. You got the resets, okay, I did my part, now it's up to you, and then the next guy jumps in and just slaps.
This is painful to watch, man, like when people have to cross this and they get battered so much. Holy, but I prefer Sand River like that because it's much closer with twisted caps like this. It's way better to play. It's way better. Well, very sorry for you guys in Raid for coming out to the tournament, but that's how it goes. Those who deserve, they go to the next game. Everyone in this match, this was like super close. Everyone in this match had chances to win one or another game one way or another, and someone can say, oh, we could have done this, we could have done that. This is what it comes to, and at the end of the day, Raid chose to attack. They had a choice to defend, they chose to attack, and they failed. That's the end of this story, and we will be watching Fame against Invil in the grand finals, and sorry for the rest of the guys.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, here's the updated tournament structure. We just witnessed the game 9 that went the full distance. Fame able to ever so slightly pull ahead, getting the tiebreaker decided in their favor, and up we are in match number 10, the grand finals. And the team that has so far looked so sharp, also in the battles against Fame, where earlier today they were able to defeat Fame 4-0. They're going to be facing up against each other again, and we can just hope for Fame that they have something in their back pocket to now throw against Invil, because if it goes any way like it has been going in the match previously where both of them met, I don't really see a way for Fame to come out on top.
Well, we shall see. Will the Invil bring the sharpness of their blade in this next match, or will Fame find a way to adapt and overcome the situation where they are? And at the moment, I don't see the Fame as a favorite in this match. So will they be able to overcome that and come victorious? We'll see, guys, after a bit of a break, while you can watch some replays, and Kihen and me can go, I don't know, rest our voices slightly.
Gonna need to mute myself first. Cracker of the game. We're gonna go into for a rematch on there. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for tuning. We're gonna be heading back to Keyhand and Mojo first, but we do have MVP voting going on in chat view there. We do have the Gleam link going on for the Wargaming Store collection box, as well as the Cloud Hyper X Alpha S headset. We're finally getting there. I hope you have a fantastic time. Nobody saw the spoiler voting, where we live in a land of 10 minutes in the future. So I do apologize for spoiling the results of that game. We'll try not to do it again. Thank you all for being awesome. And we're going to hand you over to Keyhand and Mojo very shortly. Oh.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream of the Clan Rivals Tournament 2020, the last tournament of the year in the 15v15 format. It is day 2, the last day of it, and it coincidentally is match 10, the last match we are gonna have today on this stream. And what better way to end it than with two of the best clans we've seen so far in the tournament, Invil, who have just stomped their way on through in true Fame fashion, you have to say. From the last tournaments, they've not really slipped up. They lost some games against GX Raid so far, but other than that, you know, just a walk in the park almost. Stomping CSA 3-0, stomping Fame 4-0. And yeah, Fame just now in the lower bracket, in the losers bracket with the relegation, just by the nick of an inch able to defeat Raid and putting themselves into the grand final where they will face off against Invil again. So far, great tournament for me to watch. It was very exciting and I cannot wait what's going to happen in the grand final.
Well, you are quite happy that Fame actually made it over Raid here, and I believe so are the guys from the Fame. You could see me patiently watching and staring at the Excel sheet to see what will the map X and balance be before we actually see them on the screen in that moment. So that's gonna be interesting cook of a mixture of the maps that you guys will be able to see when the time comes. It's again best of 7. So that means the victor needs 4 games to win as entire day today. I'm not sure what to think about. I mean, I'm quite sure what to think about performance of Fame here on this tournament compared to the previous ones. It's lacking. And they will need to step up after this game quite a lot to deal with the amount of aggression that Invil puts in. Now we can see, as every previous match, the lineup of Fame that didn't change that much compared to the past, but what is making this significant change in play? Maybe you can explain better.
Yeah, at the moment I haven't really seen Insane in some of the games. That might be one of the points of why Fame is underperforming compared to last tournament. At the moment I believe it is Darky calling. And yeah, having seen some of the games up until now that Fame played, it seems like some of the calls weren't entirely on point. Yes, they were able to defeat Raid, but it didn't entirely look convincing like we are used to seeing from them. For example, we just saw the match on Prokhorovka, where basically the map got split 1-1. But yeah, Fame only getting 1 victory there because it was a last-second shot onto Hannes that killed him, literally 10 minutes 0-0, so last possible second. And then we saw some very, very confused action by Fame when they were defending. They just suicided tanks in the end for free and just gave the game that they firmly had in their hands. It just seemed like they were giving the game away, and that is things that we are not used to from this lineup, from this squad. It is very, very unusual, very, very uncharacteristic. But yeah,
also leaving the Himmelsdorf cap and things like that. When you have won the game and allowing the guys to cap you, it's also something that you don't see from the team of this caliber, mate.
Yeah. But we are moving into the community predictions. I believe the first time those two teams were matched up against each other today, it was something like 80% Fame, 20% Invil. This time it is still in favor of Fame, a little less so, 2/3 to 1/3. And I am gonna say again what I said before on the first community prediction. Based on the performance we've seen by both teams so far in this tournament, I would say the community might not be entirely on track with their prediction. So far what I've seen from Inbil was extra convincing, as we see their setup here with the iconic tank, the 60 TP in the team's colors, the full Polish lineup with the addition of the RT player from Mother Russia. And yeah, that's all I have to say so far about this.
Well, when people like become accustomed to a team that plays for a longer time, and they start to like it and love it, it's hard to just put prediction for someone who you know less. So I understand why people stick in predictions with Fame, but watching the tournament so far, the reality hits really hard like a truck, man. And at the moment, Invil is by far ahead. Now, I mean, Fame was on a lot of tournaments so far. So, do they have the strength enough, like mental strength, to come from that defeat they had like 4-0 and from some sloppy games against Raid? And do they have enough tactical preparation against Invil to deal with them? We are going to see in this match, like the battlefield will say it all for us. But at the moment, as I say, like when we enter this match, in my eyes, Fame is not a favorite. It is actually Invil. And in this match, it's really awkward to say, but Fame are the ones who have to prove themselves.
Definitely,
that's how I see it.
Definitely. It remains to be. I mean, keep in mind, Fame just has played 2 best of 7s. I mean, one of them wasn't really that long because Invil just made short work of it. The other one actually was a best of 7 with a tiebreaker, so 7 games played. The Fame guys, they have been playing for some hours now. It is the question if they can convert that into being warmed up against Invil, where they are immediately on point, or if it will be Invil well rested, having just watched parts of the last game. I mean, part of that was just a clown fiesta, to be honest. And if Invil is actually, just gonna be able strong and punching, as we see map picks and bans, but I'm not entirely like, it is the GX logo there and the Fame logo, but maybe it should be the Invil logo. Yeah, I believe the logo is wrong for GX, but it is
it should be Invil.
Yeah,
should, where you see the GX, it should be Invil, but the map picks and bans are okay.
The map picks and bans in itself were correct. So we saw Ensk banned by Fame, color me unsurprised. Then we have Live Oaks banned by Invil. And then the first pick for Fame was actually Sand River, one of the maps they banned against Raid. And then Invil coming with the Himmelsdorf picks, normally considered to be Fame's home turf, but we just saw today what Invil basically did to Fame on Himmelsdorf.
Well, I guess they've been watching the Invil's game and they have some way they think they can deal with this and at least get 1-1 out of the Sand River at worst case scenario. So opening map doesn't have to be 2-0 for Fame. In their eyes, 1-1 should be enough. And then you actually battle it out on Himmelsdorf. I guess they want some payback and conclusion there.
Definitely. The other things that were included in the pick and ban graphics were Prokhorovka, then the next ban by Fame. Invil coming in with the Cliff pick, and then there was the last decider basically for the tiebreaker. There is a new pick and ban being done. Apparently there was some confusion in the chat about this. So basically you can play a map again that was already...
A tiebreaker map in higher stages actually under the rules can be a complete separate pick and ban than the others. So when you get to the tiebreaker, you ban whatever you can, and then you do a separate pick and ban for the tiebreaker. So this is actually a normal thing. I just actually forgot it. We even used it on last tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And here we go actually with the right pick and ban asset. So we see once again Ensk with the continuous Fame ban, Invil banning Live Oaks. They probably don't like playing that map a lot. Sand River by Fame, pretty peculiar. Himmelsdorf by Invil. I guess they just feel super confident on that. Fame banning out Proco. They just played it. They didn't look good on it. Then Invil with the Cliff pick, and then the tiebreaker Prokhorovka, where we just saw Fame winning spectacularly and then losing embarrassingly against Raid.
Well, by the pics of the Himmel and Cliff, you can see that Invil is looking for the fight
Definitely.
in those maps. Like those are the maps that need some spotting, but mainly it's about like how you get aggressive positions and trades.
Yeah.
That's about that.
And by that, Invil is basically saying...
Player skill,
Yeah,
basically.
Invil is basically saying we want to push it into Fame's face. We think we are actually the superior team here. There have been few teams in the past that have tried to do that to Fame, but based on past performances today, I would say they actually have the bragging rights at the moment to completely back it up.
Yep, it does look like that. The players are getting ready finally, so we will hit the match quite soon. Fame versus Invil, the final tournament of 15 of 15 format for this year. A final match. Who will prevail? We are going to see very soon.
Indeed, indeed, as we get a beautiful view of Sand River once again today. Yeah, I can't wait to see the tank picks by either teams. I cannot wait to see especially what Invil has planned for this map. They are gonna start on the defending side, that is the west. Mind you, the sides were changed, and there we go, the tank picks.
And there we go, Nile, the second clicker, together with Luna, the worst clicker. I wonder, does he have a medic now? And on other side, we can see Fortuna Pro. Now, you may notice that the names are a bit twisted there, like what is Fame is Invil and what is Invil is Fame. You know?
Definitely, yeah, that's just how it is. Sorry for that slight mistake, but we should be hopping into the game soon. Here the sides are fixed. Fame on the attacking side.
Yeah, this is fine.
Starting from the east, going one EBR south, one EBR north. Invil with a slight spotting advantage there due to having 3 EBRs, but time is going to favor Fame a little here as they have double RT.
Triple EBR, this is something we've seen from Invil before, going together on same side, trying to suppress Rizek from the spotting round. Now he's not giving in that easily, but will there be a secondary attack by someone? No, he's just doing the shallow spot. He doesn't want to lose some HP to this menace. K-Line pressured by Fame tanks. On other side, we have CX63 from Invil going up. But this time you can see a difference. They are not pushing the middle ground. You remember how they pushed in the game? They pushed the waterway also. That is not happening this time.
Yeah, and then we see the double chieftain there as Piotr actually takes another shot and his EBR dropping down to 600 HP. That's a 2-shot right there. That is crucial that the EBRs are dropping in HP at the start of the game. Fame with some very nice connections. Only Kamil slightly damage there, and now the double chieftain here that we see for Invil. Artie raining shells down, but it is 2 chieftains. It is gonna take some time until they whittle it down. We see Daki in his chieftain advancing here, but little does he know there is 4 more Invil chieftains unspotted that the Rojek didn't see, and we actually see the triple CS in B0 there that Invil used in that decisive match against CSA, where they just rolled over them, but they're not deciding to commit just yet.
Yeah, but let us not forget they don't have to commit because this is Invil's defense. At the moment, they're pretty even with HP, and we can see that Invil is actually not trying to actively push the Fame tanks. They are looking for some kind of a trigger that will tell them, yeah, we have an advantage here, we should actually do this without suiciding. Because if they open like this attack, like pushing from A0 with those C63s, that might end up rather miserably for them.
Definitely.
We saw a couple of clans try to do that and it didn't work out.
Yeah, all of the CS63s just got spotted, so Fame is well aware of what's going on in B0, and at the moment it is just the arties of either side, yeah, just battling it out. Fame there with a slight advantage, obviously due to the double arty, and yeah, so far able to win the trade, sort of. Just as I say that, Caster Curse strikes yet again Rizek, taking a heap of damage there, down to 416. That's a one-shot for all of the chieftains. He needs to get out of there if he wants to stay alive for longer. This might probably prompt Daki to get up there and spot the chieftains for his artillery. And yeah, he is aware there's a lot of chieftains there, so Fame cannot push that. They need to be able to work on it with Artie for the time being.
Yeah, Rishek wanted to give some vision. How many tanks are there? Should Fame like worry about rotations? What they should do? Because let's not forget, this is not only the sand of a map that we are watching, it's also the sand in a clock that's ticking away, like grain by grain for Fame. So they need to actually start doing something. They're not defending, they're attacking. And Rishek tried to have some vision there, and he picked a little too much, but Invil is actually pressuring here. They actually judge they can do this. I'm not sure this is a correct call. They're facing double RT here, and they will only maybe pick up Ducky for free, but there is a lot of other things there.
Yeah, look at the other side though. CS63s coming into the side of the Fame Chieftains. Kaizu and Ducky getting caught out there immediately, probably getting cleaned up. And Invil with the overmatch at the moment, but they're losing so much HP for this. Fame has a lot of snipers posted in the back. Yes, Kaizu and Ducky get immediately cleaned up together with Rujek, but now Invil is stuck here in those positions. They need to make a call or they will get whittled down by the artilleries that Fame has. And yeah, there we go. Immediate huge RT connections there coming in. C3 immediately dropping. And it seems like this push by Invil is getting halted.
Yeah, they're like 5k HP down, mainly due to the RT. But they did kill a lot of tanks from Frame 3, and Ilian is also on one-shot. Philly will be soon left there on a lone position. Camille is dead, so that leaves no EBRs left on Fame side. They actually need to do something and push in and use this HP, because this advantage is disappearing. Look at this, man. It's not 4k anymore. It's like 2, 1.
Definitely the advantage disappearing as Fame is doing the counter push here. Shockish behind of Conrad trying to do what he can. Conrad dropping now. David Go on 479 HP. He's just a 2-shot, 1-shot, and he's down and out of the game. Fame pushing here in the southern part of the map, but it is hold down Chieftains. But they are so low HP. Both Yuzek and Glatzini, and yeah, basically no one else there remaining. Fame is trying to push in the southern side. It seems like they're able to do it just as I say that Lokias picks up Joseph.
Oh, nice miss by Artie here. Nile picking up Never on other side. This game is super tense still. There is 1400 HP advantage for Fame, but I might remind everyone it's all on 2 tanks, Hillary and Reaction. And now we see that Shockish is dead. He was 1-shot, and Invil is still defending, guys. That leaves Fame cornered in one part of the map with 40 minutes remaining with 2 fighting tanks. Lucky for them, those tanks have a lot of HP, but Invil has double EBRs. So this is the scenario. Fame pushes, as example, with double tanks somewhere. EBRs come sweep up the RT and cap. So you have to leave one guy to defend them, but that means that that solo guy will be cornered by RT plus a couple of tanks.
Yeah, Reaction trying to do
This is gonna be a super tricky job.
Yeah, Reaction trying to do his best there to spot Ketsai for the RT, but he gets counter-pushed by Ketsai and Lokiats. Reaction trying to do what he can, putting in shot after shot into the Chieftain. He has the better DPM, but Lokiats there in the back with the EBR. He can put also shots into Reaction. Reaction down to a 1-shot, puts in one more into Ketsai, but Ketsai should be able to finish off Reaction. That is only Hillary remaining in a Chieftain there, and it looks like Invil might have done it. Yes, Nile picking up Ketsai, but it is only 1 tank remaining for Fame, and the HP has evened out.
It's just not gonna happen, because now you can see Luna is on 50 HP, Nile on 200 there, pincered in a corner. It was a super risky move by Invil, but they judged it correctly at the end of the day. Maybe like a few seconds earlier reaction by Fame would help, but how could have they known? That would have to be some precognitive reaction, because they would have to preemptively send tanks there. Because moment that Invil attacked, that was a pincer attack, as you said, by Chieftains and CS63s that came from other part of the map, and the EBRs who were actually fighting as part of the force. And also immense part of it was the striking point for me. Both of the EBRs for Fame died.
Yeah, also Hillary even unable to commit here onto Sokar without dying. Sokar getting the better of him in that 1v1. I mean, yeah, Fame tried something here in this attack on their own map pick, but it didn't work. Obviously, Luna, the last guy here alive on 59 HP, just 10 HP short of a meme. And yeah, there he gets picked up by Fortuna Pro, establishing his dominance there as the prime clicker in this matchup. And yeah, it is 1-0 for Invil on Fame's map pick.
It was like super close by HP and super close in many other regards. But as we said in the start, they had a couple of tanks who carried all of that HP. And considering that Invil still had double EBR alive, that gave them zero freedom.
Definitely.
It literally gave them zero freedom what to do on the map. They were forced to do some kind of push and hope for the best that RT will hit some shells. But Invil actually made a really good choice with that cat's eye push. After RT shot him already, he just like, okay, I'm just gonna go down on him because there is no one to back him up anymore. And he killed him together with one EBR. EBRs of Invil play this like bosses.
Yeah, look at Loki. It's there even getting so much damage for an EBR and 2 kills. He was just roaming the map everywhere. Also, Piotr, crucial that he stayed alive until the end. And yeah, if we look at the Fame EBRs, that just tells the story of the game. Camille there, 0 damage done. And yeah, Rujek 700 damage done. And the problem there was that Rujek did that one peek onto the Chieftains by Invil and he got punished brutally. And after that, Fame just wasn't able to establish map control with the EBRs just because one of them had gone down to such low HP early on. Other than that, Nile, good work there in the CGC. Fortuna, nice work there in the CGC as well for Invil. But yeah, overall, super close game. It could have easily tilted in either game's favor, but in the end, yeah, Invil was able to keep their tanks alive and just take it home there on their defense.
Can't wait people playing advances now to see will they try to copy pasta EBR and C63 plays by Invil. But it's not easy. It requires a lot of judgment calls there and parallel movement by chieftains and other things. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Definitely, and this was one of the key moments of the battle, the Invil repush. I mean, it looked to get halted here because they were getting a lot of damage done. The RT pounding them, obviously, but meanwhile, while all of this happened, take a look at the minimap. Invil just encroaching on that 890 line, and there's just nothing that Hillary and the Chief can do when there's an EBR and a CS, and they have both better camo. They can work with the ridge lines and everything, yeah. And in the end, Invil was just able to get some more full HP tanks to control in the southern side. They have one more high HP chieftain with Cat's Eye that was able to win the lower side. Hillary wasn't able to commit to the fight because he had to protect his arty, and that's just what did it there for Invil in the end. Because Fame, they dropped their guns too early. Like the one-shots just got finished, whereas Invil was able to keep most of, or some of their low HP tanks alive.
Yep, it was like a hard-won game by Invil. It's a good opening for them, but I wouldn't say it's like that disappointing for Fame, beside the fact that it was their attack. So who cares? Like, this was just like defense for Invil. We'll see now what will Fame actually do from their defensive side. Like, I don't think they need to opt for this kind of aggression. This was like actually really risky by Invil. And you can throw it in maybe once, but not in every possible game of the tournament. This was like the closest game they had today between each other. So at least that goes, and that's good for Fame in this match. We will need to see now how will it happen when they switch the sides. We've seen a lot of guys fail by positioning RT badly when they are holding their own cap. If Fame does it well, they should have no real big problems. But Invil is kind of visible on this tournament. When they do a push, it's not like a one-side push. It's like when you control all the fingers of your hand, so other people are doing parallel things. So if they push the cap, I'm 100% sure they're not going to do it without making sure that Fame RT is already not pressured and under danger. So that is the kind of mind game we need to look forward and see into the next match. Like, who will actually take the upper hand in that kind of game, and will they even have artists, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Also, the other thing to which is interesting about this upcoming match is that Fame already had a very important match on Sand River on defense. It was in the match against Raid, where it was the tiebreaker. So I don't think they have any like sort of surprise or crazy strategies left to throw at Invil here. They have to, yeah, obviously they're gonna have multiple strategies to go with, but they probably used the best one against Raid because at that point in time, it was the most important game of the tournament for them. If they lose it, they are out. But yeah, we'll see what they will be doing. Game 2 in between Invil against Fame. It is the grand finals, and Invil is actually ahead against the old giant Fame. They're looking to put a second on the board, while Fame is trailing and looking for that equalizer.
WBR for Fame, WGC there. Also, we have one STB and one CS63, played by Duck of Death. Couple of 907s on other side, 3 EBRs and 2 GCs. This is what I was telling you about. Like those 3 EBRs, their job will be to pretty much suppress the arty, but so that's the same setup they had on the last match. 3 EBRs, 3 CSs. That's how the Invil rolls.
Definitely. They love their CS tanks. They don't even have a single 907 here. And yeah, again, we see by Invil the doubling of the EBRs on one side. It is the south this time. The other EBR getting sent north. Fame with the 2 EBRs, 1 EBR north, 1 EBR south. But it is important to note that they are actually backing up that north EBR with a CS. And the STB is also pushing quite far at the moment.
Yeah, STB is going up there, but there is a really significant change in Invil tactics on this round. Here you can see this is a final engagement. I was expecting from other teams when they play that they will actually try to pressure the upper side of the map. Yeah. So the EBRs are pressuring, the CSs are going, followed by Chieftains, and there is only a couple of EBRs on lower side toward the K line for Invil. And they have 3 Chieftains in a camping, like really standard camping spots or even advances. 1 in K0 in that hold on position and 2 in H0. Like those are really good, and pretty much Arctic is the only thing that can dig them out safely from there without taking some massive damage.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see Fame respecting what Invil is doing there on the northeastern part of the map, even relocating the RT down towards that, you know, G1, F1 area. They're taking sort of map control, and Lokiat's Domo there in the EBR taking a huge amount of punishment, barely able to get out alive. 382 HP remaining on him. And yeah, just as Fame was reacting to what Invil was doing, Invil is now reacting to what Fame is doing here. Fame has 2 Chieftains pushed up to that K5 area, and they are able to spot any kind of advance by Invil, but they will pay dearly towards the Arty, as they can put in the hurt on those 2 Chieftains as they are clumped up. Recognizing this, Darky and Elian, they are now pulling apart from each other, so the Arty cannot shoot at them both. But I feel like Fame, they might be in a bit of trouble as soon as Invil groups up and repushes the south with everyone, because Fame still has 2 tanks in the base in D2 sniping.
Yeah, Lockheed's paying a lot of like a big price in HP for spotting so far, but I actually like the Invil's position at the moment a bit more, because I feel their RT can come to the effect a bit more easy, and then the possible counter push from Invil, I think it's gonna give them more options how to play, better angles to shoot at K line, if you understand me, and to overmatch the Fame tanks. Now it remains to be seen, like, will just Fame leave it like this? Will they rotate some tanks further on time? Because you can see that they left an STB on other side of the map. That means that he can go up and play more aggressive from upper side, or he can just like go full speed, try to join these tanks. But at the moment, like we can see, Invil tanks are not going anywhere. Is it even possible? They have like 2 tanks with broken Namorex. Okay, they fixed them.
Yeah, definitely. So that is some rep kits on reload, and now we see some new RT positions here, which we haven't seen so far, at least from the defending team on this map. Luna and Niall, both here in H and J1 respectively, just, you know, not going towards the north, because Fame has almost completely given up on that side of the map. They have 1 EBR actively spotting there. They have 2 snipers in the base, but the bulk of the tanks actually committed south, and the CS with Dragos. Oh no, it's actually Duck of Death in the middle there to snipe at whatever tanks by Invil get spotted. And I have to say, so far, Fame sort of winning the positional game, because yeah, they have a lot of map control. They see any kind of advance early, and they also have more HP at the moment.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried for them, if you can call it like that, is that they can be shelled by RT more easy here, where Ducky is and Ilian. Also, there is a peculiar moment. We can see, like, Call Me Piotr is like almost next to Kamil, and Kamil is not aware of that. I'm not even sure, like, does Piotr... I mean, Piotr 100% doesn't know where Kamil is. Otherwise, his arty would shell him instantly. So Piotr was sitting there and Kamil sneaked into the bush and they're not even aware of each other.
Yeah, they don't
And
know.
we are talking like about old school VGL players, man. And they're like, I don't know, 50 meters one of each other. They don't know it.
Definitely, although there is a lot of bushes in that part of the map. And now the EBR is getting spotted, the second EBR. And also, it is now Kamil spotted here. He needs to run. Yeah, it is Piotr that also gives up his position. Kamil now down to 855. And this is a crucial moment of the game, as this decides basically who gets the better spots at the rest of the game. Wow, big connection there by Feli onto Call Me Piotr. I believe it is Luna who gets to tagging him again. And it is Feli to finish off Piotr. That is very big. And also the Artie and Lucky there to pick up Kamil. It is a trade 1-for-1 in the EBRs, but keep in mind Invil still has 2, while Fame only has 1 remaining.
Yeah, but Richek is full HP. He actually has more HP than those two combined. Also, those two cannot really come to effect because Fame is not playing the upper side of the map, where is the ruling ground of those EBRs. So far, so good. Like, Fame made possible in these rotations to make the game stale. And Invil still didn't find a response to that. And there we go. There is a final gameplay there. There is 4 minutes. It's like already past the golden 5-minute line in the middle of the 10-minute of the round. So they will actually make a push, a combined push on the middle, and K-Line and a couple of snipers on top. They're just gonna toss the dice, and what happens, happens.
Yeah, definitely that middle push there by Invil, very ambitious by this team, but if they do it correctly, they might be able to pick up Duck of Death in his CS63 for free, maybe. It is going to be a pickup probably, but it's certainly not going to be for free, as there is snipers by Fame in the base, just deleting the tanks by Invil here in the middle. Duck of Death goes down, yes, but at what cost for Invil? They are down 6k HP at the moment.
It's like really spiraling down for them, because Fame has all the decent positions now and a good crossfire. So this is a good round for Fame. Much easier one than the last one, of course, when Invil put a full aggression on them. Now, it's still not over. I'm gonna repeat that, but at the current situation, with the number of the guns dwindling for Invil, also the HP and the number of one-shot tanks, I don't see them coming back from this one. I think the Fame has this in the bag. They're just making sure that they don't do some silly blunder like on Prokhorovka, and they're playing it cautious.
Yeah, definitely. Invil down here to 6.8k HP and only 5 real combat tanks plus an EBR there remaining. C3 trying to do what he can against Joseph Conrad here in the middle, but we can see on the minimap the re-push by Invil there on the south. It has failed, and yeah, basically Fame is able to clean everything up. And this time Fame actually has enough tanks near their own cap, so it doesn't get dangerous in any kind of way, shape or form. It is just as you like to say, a mop-up operation here by Fame, who are still comfortably sitting on 12 vehicles and 11.5k HP.
Yeah, Fortuna Pro trying to leech some more damage there. I mean, he played really well with Art the entire tournament so far, I must say. But convincing victory by Fame. Invil actually had no response how to deal with this. And once they actually started, that was the first time I saw them hesitate so much. It didn't look like they actually had a plan against this.
Yeah, definitely. The defense, like Sand River still seems to be good on the defense. Big connection there by by Never in his Kong GC onto Ruziek, actually burning him. That is 1200 in a single shot, and also 2 crew members. Yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that Fame was able to equalize it here. Fame winning their first round against Invil in the 6th attempt. I repeat, the 6th.
I wonder when will Wargaming introduce that when you're in a training room, you don't spend money anymore, you know? That would be a good mechanics after 10 years. What do you think?
I think it would be a good addition, but yeah, apparently the focus of the company seems to be elsewhere regarding training rooms. But yeah, talking about the training room, there is the post-battle...
How political?
There is the post-battle stats available here, Never with the Kong GC. Keep in mind, with one shot there, he did 1200, so discounting that when the battle was over, he would more likely be here in the 1500 range. On that, Joseph Conrad, Nice damage, nice performance here. On open maps like this, there are going to be a lot of blind shots, so the 11-11 is very nice to see. Feli going down there, he was a crucial player for Fame because he was able to kill Piotr there in the ABR and tag him once more before that.
Yeah, I still don't know what happened with Piotr. Did he try to find Kamil because their tanks were getting spotted, or someone kind of tripped
I think
on Piotr and he had to spring himself? I'm not 100% sure.
Basically,
but
it was Piotr and the Fame EBR sitting there, not like completely oblivious to each other, and then some other EBR from Invil came in, spotted Camille, I believe it was, and then Piotr also wanted to do something about it and got picked up in the process. But yeah, we are just seeing that middle repush from Invil, sort of a desperate measure, because as soon as Meritorious from Fame gets spotted in the base, they know what they are doing right now is suicide. They're not pushing in a 2, not 3, but in a 4-way crossfire actually, if you count Artie. Yeah, they got spotted super early, so everyone had the time to turn their tank, turn their turret. Duck of Death stalling it there beautifully. He goes down very, very late, forcing all the tanks from Invil in the push to focus the gun on him. And yeah, Invil in this push, for the first time in this tournament, looking very unconvincing.
Well, it's 1-1. Sand River is done. This is something that we said before the match itself. This is something how I saw it, 1-1. But now we need to see the grand test of Himmelsdorf. The oldest, the best map for, I don't know, tournaments, clan wars and whatever. The big test on the city map, a very balanced map. And we need to see now how will Fame actually deal with Invil here. In the past tournaments, we would say, yeah, this is the Fame's home. Like you could see the Fame's flag there, you know, going from the castle. But I don't know, after the last game, I only think I could see a Polish flags everywhere. So we need to see, like, did Fame make some new plan that they can actually deal with Invil? Because there is no double RT and heals, like cooldowns, that can hold the enemy off. Here you need to fight like one-on-one against the enemy point blank.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to Invil's map picks now, and whenever it was down to brawls, rushes, something like this, Invil has demonstrated admirably what they are able and capable of doing. They convincingly defeated Fame already 2-0 on this map today. They are probably hoping to repeat that performance, but some of the surprise tactics they employed there are probably not going to work anymore, because Invil, they used them already, and Fame is gonna be aware.
Well, yeah, true. But a lot of the tactics of Invil are actually quite reactionary. You know, they have like a basic setup where they send a couple of tanks, and there is just a big follow-up push after that kind of can turn left or right depending on what they see. So can Fame do something about it? Yeah, they can go faster down from the hill, as example, if they see a push down. Can that maybe bite them in their butts? Yeah, if Invil makes a trap and sends a couple of hidden tanks to the hill, counting on that. So there is a lot of ways to think what kind of mind games will be between these teams. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be the most simple kind of things. Like, as the example, Invil will attack and Fame will respond, and then we need to see what kind of response it is. Because the one where you send the tanks charging down from the hill and you have a guy trenched up behind the 60 TP might not actually work out against Invil.
Definitely, and as you said, there's a lot of ways those matches might go. It also tends to go, like, once teams start playing each other over and over again, or a lot, it tends to go into those mind games in between both teams' FCs, right? You saw what they did before. Do they bring a different setup? Do they bring the same? If they bring the same, are they trying to do the same? Are they trying to do something different? All of that, you know, it just comes down to also to like the cold-bloodedness of the players, of the FCs. Can they hold up to the pressure? Because remember, we are in the grand finals, and it is 1-1. Fame so far not willing to give up to Invil as easily as in the upper bracket finals, and now we see Fame with a very easy to call setup: triple 50B, double CS, rest is chief.
Yep, W100 on side of the Invil, double CS is also, that's a new addition to Himmelsdorf that came with the addition of this tank. What I want to say more about this is the longer this match goes, it's better for Fame. If they manage to pull 1-1 here, also it's better for them because they're the ones recovering their pride in this match, if you understand me. And if it goes longer, Invil can actually maybe start doubting themselves that they're starting to do something wrong again on a tournament, you know? So that's a mind mentality that can go, but if it goes either way, one team loses 2-0, it's gonna be a problem. Never in Monster Yo really committing on top of the hill, like they have 50 people following them, and they don't. So the Fame doesn't know that, of course. There's a bit of a teammate blocking here. Hello, report him. He's gonna get a 1-week ban. And Kamil and Duck of Death are, of course, fighting. Then Call Me Piotr and Rexar are only guys supporting them on the hill. So this is a big bluff like from Invil that we saw already one time, if you remember. But I'm not even sure these 50 Bs, yeah, they were spotted, so that's fine. Fame knows it, so they left an adequate number of tanks and left with everyone else so they don't get capped.
Yeah, you see the two E100s in the 8 line just lying in wait for any kind of counter push by Fame. As we are saying that, Fame has pulled a lot of tanks back towards their own cap. They don't want to get capped out again. But the battle at the moment is actually happening up on the hill where all of the tanks are engaging each other. Fame, they want to do a counter push here, but if they actually cross back to the 8 line, little do they know from the Kame line are the Invil tanks approaching. So if they decide to cross, they will take a huge amount of damage. You can see Nile there dropping down to 1600 HP just for that one single cross. Meanwhile, Fame on the hill seems to be able to take the game. Monster Yo retreating with his CS63 to be able to backstab Shockish there, and it is just down to a brawl here. Invil not able to cross behind the church to get the safe positions to cap, but the two E100s, so far they've had nothing to say in this game. Now they are saying, we are on Himmelsdorf, we are the German tanks, let's go. And as I say that, Invil is engaging onto the cap.
Yeah, they managed to get in there, and they now need to fight the tanks that are in the middle little streets that you can see on 3 and 4 line, because the commotion on hill is over. All 4 tanks from the hill are over, but Fame didn't really do it, let's say, like damage free. Now Dragos is important in a defense of Fame. Ducky, Nile and Hillary holding this line. It's super important also, like they really need to take care of these tanks, because before they decap, Ducky didn't pen the decap shot. There is 4 seconds. Merit's going around the corner. He's picking up a lot of damage, but he did manage to decap. There is like 12,000 HP of Fame compared to 8,000 of Invil, and Invil is starting to lose the grasp of this game. There is 5 seconds remaining, but I think the ramming will be enough. And unless Philly gives the block for them, it's gonna be fine. Yeah.
Oof, definitely at the last second there, the reset came in. Feely, very uncharacteristic for him, actually going in, taking the shots instead of staying back and farming. And Fame seems to have done it by the nick of just 1 second here. There's only one Invil tank remaining in the cap. It's Glassini there, down to a one-shot. Barry picking him up. And now it's C3 in his E1 Honda. And Conrad with the 279 there, the last 2 remaining guns for Invil. C3 getting removed, and Conrad now about to get swarmed by Fame, who have done it. But it was not easy. It was close, almost as close as the Prokhorovka match against Raid. And Fame is not the unhurtable giant anymore that we know, but it was just enough in this game.
It was a good call, and it was a right call what they did on a hill, like from the Fame, because you saw that they saw correct that Invil has 2 Bs and 2 63s, and they just left the 3 Bs and 2 63s to deal with them, and everyone else went back to salvage the base.
Yep.
It was a correct call. Also, the guys that were in the base survived super long. That was also super, super important. Guys like Dragos not dying almost until the end. I was a bit like under impression that it was a problem when Ducky didn't pen the shell or got a critical or whatever nonsense, that didn't make the reset. But there was enough of other tanks like Mary who can suicide their HP, because Fame was already well on lead. It would be really silly to see them get kept again.
Yes, indeed. And
it would be really silly.
We just took a look at the 5 reset points that Feely got with the Ram. Those were actually crucial, because otherwise the cap would have gone through. And other than that, we see Mary there on the top. Very unlucky that Ducky actually didn't pen his reset shot. While on the other side, we see the 2 E100s that got pulled very late out of the 8 line to help with the brawl. Not really able to do that much in this game. Like you see here, C3, he didn't manage to bounce a single shot. And normally the E100, besides soaking up damage, obviously, with the giant HP pool, is also supposed to bounce a few shots. C3 not able to do that. Piotrix more so, but still, 5, it's not that many. If you think about 2 E100s bouncing 5 shells in a game, that's, yeah.
It just depends on the position where C3 was. We couldn't really pay attention closely to each player because it's 15 on 15. It's bound to be a mayhem. So he might have just been in a position that people shot him in a side or in a back. You know, it's not like he has a massive armor there. But tactically, this was a simple game. Inwil tried to do a kind of a bait again. This is a similar thing they did on our other side. If you remember, they just pushed top with 2 Bs and C63. Super aggressive, just didn't pay out this time because Fame reacted well and on time without any panic, and that was the important part.
Yeah, as we can
also the route they took, it was also really important that Mary and Shokish were already here so they can do something about the cap.
Yeah, definitely. Now we see here the last dying seconds of the cap. All the Fame tanks flocking towards it, and they are trying to reset. Feli on the reload just goes for the ram, does everything he can. It goes down to 2 and even 1 second, but then Glassini getting reset seals the deal here in this game. With Fame getting the better end of it, but let's be real, Mojo, it was again a super close one. Both of those teams seem to be on par with each other at the moment, and it is not the same Fame that we saw in the first battle, Inwil against Fame.
Well, it's way better than the previous match we watched between them on the winners bracket final, because now Fame is actually even in a lead. They're like 2-1. And they're making the judgment calls a bit snappier and smarter. So I guess some of the rust is off and some of the, tournament chills are off. And Inwil has to take it in account and keep playing. That's about that. Like, as I said, like the longer this game goes, the better it is for Fame.
Yeah, definitely. As we are now switching sides, Fame not that easy setup this time. Double CS yet again though, double 279, double 50, and the rest is Chiefs. While Inwil still going with that trusty E100, double 50, double 260, maybe for pushing the middle square, who knows, double CS, and a lot of Chieftains as well.
Yeah, we know how they use them. In a previous game, they're with turbochargers, super fast 260s. They get straight over the middle, but as we saw, they're mixing up their strats, they're changing them around, so we need to see how will they utilize them at this moment. 260s seem to be going straight for the center. There seems to be a massive presence on the hill from the Inwil, but there is also massive presence from Fame coming from the 2 and 3 line, and Fame is the one attacking and Inwil is the one defending, but you can never tell that by playing like this. 260s seem to be going toward the left side, so they can be covered maybe from the hill.
Yeah,
if they're heavily pushed.
As we can see
my
here,
God, this is a bit risky.
The 2 CSs from Fame actually committing on the hill. That is super risky because there's no one at the moment spotting here the approach to the hill. Now Never also, Never not spotted yet here in his CS. Now he gets spotted. Now Duck of Death and Kamil turn. Never gets tracked, but is able to repair. The push on the 1-2 line by Fame is rolling, but it is all about the CSs on the hill at the moment that are in a fight, but I think Inwil has more people on the hill, so they are going to win that convincingly. The double 50B coming with the flank by Inwil here. Fame just needs to go forward. They need to keep going, but there is Mumek with the Chieftain on the hill, probably able to decide the hill fight in Inwil's favor, but meanwhile Fame is pushing on the lower part of the map.
Yeah, this is again going to be a cap game because Inwil will stomp Fame on top of the hill, but will they have enough tanks to actually stop the cap from going? That's another story. We need to see about that. Now Inwil will desperately try to go back, turn the turbo on and do whatever they can. Conrad is trying to stop Kaiser from pushing on, even if he dies. Just doing one more shell. Carry, Ducky, Mary, and the rest of the guys are trying to dig in, but there is still no cap pressure going on, and Fame is down 5k HP, and it does look like Inwil managed to stop them, and they're coming back with the force down.
Yeah, definitely. Invil so far ahead in HP already, and then also there's Fame Tanks not involved in the fight even yet, if you can see in the northern 8 line. And yeah, Invil just methodically clearing out Fame from around their cap at the moment. Yes, Fame has a lot of positions there, but Invil just has the numbers and just have the HP. The full HP tanks from the hill arriving for Invil now, just tilting the battle at Invil's cap ever so slightly in favor of Invil. And yeah, now C3 in his E100, just going strong, just gonna soak up shot after shot after shot. Hillary here in the trying to do what he can, giving one to Piotr, but in the end he's gonna fall to C3 and Piotr there, and it seems like Invil this time mentally ahead of Fame again. So we're gonna see another equalizer being put on the board here, and it is 2-2 as Daki Elian, Joseph Conrad and Rijek, the last remainders of Fame, are about to fall.
Yep, another one under Invil's belt for the equalizing score. Elian with 100% of his HP. I don't think that's a fact to be proud of. It just means that you were neglected in a battle, you know? No one paid attention to him that much. Joseph and him are the last ones remaining for Fame before this round is over. Invil played pretty much, this was a similar game like we saw the last one. They had better judging how many tanks Fame has on a hill. They left one chieftain more, everyone else fell back, and pretty much it happened the same way as it did when the Fame won their game, without the drama of the cap, because it never came to it. Like the cap pressure never happened.
Definitely. So we are once again left with that old wisdom. Whoever wins the hill on Himmels goes on to win the game. It held true for the last 2 games as we hop into the post-game stats like we like to do every game here. And we can say Barry in his 279 there up on top. But it was down to those tanks on the hill here. The CS only being allowed to deal 2 shots of damage. The 50B, same thing for him here, Shockish. He was even killed before he could do his full clip. The other CS, Kamil, he probably either rammed someone or got a fire or something. And then Feli there, also not allowed to do his full clip. So basically,
I think the problem was in a chieftain, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that was Mumek on the hill. I mean, he didn't do that much, but then again, just his pure presence on the hill just helped Invil win it and thus be able to snowball it down. Invil had enough tanks on the downside to hold on until the reinforcements from the hill would come back down.
I think it's just like leaving that extra chieftain was a really good thing for Invil, because you have a hard turret hold down tank, and you really can't deal with 50 Bs against that when he's surrounded by other tanks. It's just like no way, because they need to dig in and claw their victory out. And we can see that Bs going around the corner. CSs were already on low HP because they lost quite a bit of it, and the chieftain in front. There is just like no getting out of this one. On the other hand, like there was a bloodbath on the lower side of the map, but Invil came back down on time to plug all the holes in their defense and to wait for the remainder winning tanks from the hill, because they haven't lost a single tank on a hill. And that's a quite important feat.
Definitely. Yeah, it just came down to Invil just winning the hill ever so decisively. And then, yeah, Invil again with the E100 pick. And if you need to, you can just sacrifice that E100, just drive him into the enemy, and he's going to survive for long enough so that you actually get a few seconds, at least, if not, I don't know, half a minute, 30 seconds, or even a minute for the enemy team to actually be able to take him out if they have to shoot him frontally. So yeah, we are, after this, left with a 2-2 split in points in the grand finals of the Clan Rivals Urban Jungle Tournament. And the map that we're gonna be about to see is Cliff.
Yeah, the Cliff. Again, we're gonna see a map where there actually exists a possibility to win with a 2-0. This is an interesting one, and there is a possibility that this tournament will end on this one. But we, of course, need to see how players, what they have to say about that. If it doesn't happen, we still have Prokhorovka after that, and that's gonna be, if it happens, a Drama Llama game. I have a feeling about that. But regarding the Cliff, we did see some games without Artie, but I wouldn't call them hyper serious ones. Like most of them required at least one. you know.
definitely.
So usually the team that had none and the other team, if they have one, they need to make sure they stop the other one, and then that RT comes to effect. Like,
Yeah.
although you have that player less, it is doable. This is that kind of the map. Also, like, Invil plays hyper aggressive, and I'm interested to see will they recycle some strat here, or they're gonna just like put out something new for today, just for today.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen Invil play hyper aggressive so far, but we've also seen them sort of playing control when they earlier beat Fame in the finals of the upper bracket, where they played on Muravanka, the attack. They played it slow, then they sprung into action, but then they immediately calmed it down again when they had enough of an advantage to, attack some other part of the map, where, they went decisively on to win the game. However, Cliff is an entirely different cup of tea of a map. And we are jumping into game 5. Invil picking 1 CGC, 1 EBR, 1 TVP, double STB, 3 907s, 3 CSs, 1 Chief, and triple 277. So that's a lot of different tanks for a lot of different purposes.
Yeah, there is no RT on Fame side, but there is one for Tuna on Invil side. That's quite an interesting one, and Invil is also attacking. So let's see, because Fame actually has to be an aggressor here. Let's see, can they actually perform that well and do it against the guys from Invil. 3 tanks going down from Invil. That's an opening we've seen by many teams so far. On line, if needed, it's one of the 907s on B3 hold down. Remainder amount of tanks goes uphill. Fame responding in pretty much same regard. 50B down with triple 907s, and everyone else going uphill. C63 is already rotated around a little hill, and they're gonna try to create a crossfire against enemy of Invil.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what those trades were by Rujik and Dragos. Just, I don't know, the initial trade's not working out for Fame on the rep on top, but it is all about the aggression in the middle here by the Fame and Invil heavy tanks. They're just giving it to each other while Dragos is succumbing to the double CS on top. And the problem that Fame at the moment has is that Invil just has tanks on top just being able to farm, but Fame actually has mediums at the donut being able to retaliate here.
Yeah, good thing that Fame has that light tank on the back that he can try to do some shells on these mediums that are on pressured low HP on the middle, and Fame is utilizing their HP and pressuring with brute force because there is still a big reload of RT going all the time. Now there is a complete carnage going on around, and the Fame does look to have advantage because the tanks on lower side are left behind. Invil has a couple of tanks that are on full HP and left behind, almost full HP, and left behind it. They're out of the game.
Yeah, the problem for Invil here is that the tanks that were committed to the 1-2 line actually weren't able to participate in the fight whatsoever. I mean, Fame is right now clearing up here. Rexa in his CS63, he's down to a one-shot, getting picked up by Kaizu, and now it's all down to the tanks that are coming from Invil. But I believe it might be too little, too late for Invil in this first match of Cliff here. Kamil taking a hit by Lokietz, but Lokietz is in turn getting blown up here by Duck of Death, and it is just purple tanks almost all over the place here. There's one CS63 remaining for Invil that just got killed. And yeah, that strat for Invil didn't work out. And Mojo, I believe it was down to the medium tanks on the 1-2 line that didn't commit in and then were not participating in the fight.
Yeah, they were out to the fight, and Fame put pretty much everything, including like a kitchen sink, throwing it in the enemy in the trade-offs. In a start, it looked like a really complicated one, and actually Invil guys took really good control of the hill, but then you could see a slight change in the HP because they had a lacking number of guns and meaty tanks to hold them off. So Fame took them over. They never gave up. They kept the pressure and they pushed them back in. And this is now a scenario that we actually know more about. We have now a score of 3-2 to Fame, and it's actually a match point for Fame, and a match point coming from the loser bracket. This is a big moral hit for Invil, and this is what I've been telling about. The longer these games go, the better it is for Fame, because they will have a feeling again in their minds that they can still play.
Definitely. As we can see here, a flawless performance by Rexa 999. We also see 888 here by Piotrix. Uzek also with nice shots it wasn't down to the shooting by Invil. It was simply down to the positioning by the medium tanks on the lower side that weren't able to contribute neither their HP nor their DPM or the firepower into the game there. And that was probably a tactical miscall on the Invil side here.
I mean, look,
yeah,
the Fame lost only 3 tanks at the end of the day. It may look like a mayhem and like a close game on a screen, but when you look the score at the end, Fame lost only 3 tanks. And they lost the first one without him doing absolutely nothing. Like Dragos died on very start without doing nothing, so they played with 1 less immediately.
Yep. And yeah, we can see here now the replay, the double CS on the ramp. That is actually very good for Invil if it weren't for the medium tanks by Fame here on the donut. And you can see those medium tanks, those 907s, they're basically preventing Yuzek and Rexar from doing the damage onto the heavy tanks that would be so dearly needed. And then you can just see the heavy tanks by Fame, they can just trade it out here. And the mediums, it's just the sheer number of Fame tanks deciding it. And now in this camera angle, you can actually see there is 3 tanks by Invil on the lower side, not participating in the fight at all. That's 3 guns. That is a fifth of the entire team.
Well, this is a good test for Fame to see like can they overcome what happened before. Same as with Invil, can they overcome their nature and just like keep playing like nothing happened, win this game and try to win the tournament in the tiebreaker. So at the end of the day, whoever wins will just gonna get a better team at the top. That's about that for us. But I'm really looking forward now to see actually like what kind of strats are gonna be used in this game on Cliff, because Fame has a winning hand. Will they opt for like playing it just all around, for super aggression, for something defensive, and again for Invil? Will they go for something super aggressive because of this? Will they go defensive, or will they opt for like some kind of control of the map? It remains to be seen. I think they tried to play control now, and it didn't end well. So they might go like, let's just go like for full push or something like that. And Fame might be expecting that.
I'm wondering how the decision process for Fame works, for Invil works here. I'm sorry. Do they have pre-done tactics that they're just executing no matter what happens, or do they actually actively react to what Fame is throwing at them right now? But yeah, as we are saying all of this, it is match point, it is tournament point here for Fame against Invil, up 3-2 in this best of 7. The map is Cliff, and here we see the setups. Invil, 1 RT, 1 EBR, 1 TVP, double STB, and there is 6 CS tanks and 4 277s.
This is a full-out aggression to get the positions and stop the Fame in their tracks. I mean, Fame is attacking, they're defending, but they obviously want to take control of the map immediately. Like double STB and so many CX-63s, it doesn't leave you a lot to think what they're gonna do.
Yeah, and we are jumping into the game. Ruzek here leading the charge for his team in the EBR up towards that middle ramp of Cliff, which has seen so many shootouts by now. Fame just committing 1 tank, 1 907 down towards the 1-2 line, everyone else going up, while Invil is sending, I believe, 3 or 4 CSs towards that lower side, also a TVP, and the rest of the tanks are just getting sent towards the middle. Ruzek with a nice big spot here, but then blocks Feli there in the CS63, who actually takes quite a lot of damage. But so far the CSs by Invil not able to cross up. There's a big RD shot landing on Feli, putting him down to a one-shot, but he should be safe for the time being. And David Go actually makes it up the hill, battered and bruised in his CS.
Yeah, he does, but there is already 2 tanks of Fame behind him on the G line. This is a good play by Fame actually coming in, because they do have the crossfire, but the crossfire hits them also by the CSs from the E line. There is a massive exchange of HP coming in there, but Ruzek and Feli are on top of the hill, even with that 1 shot of HP. The Lockheeds and David are trying to shoot down the CSs behind them together with Lucky, and Feli and both Ruzek fall down to the same shell of the RT. Man, can this be a turn shell of the game?
Yeah, Fortuna coming in here with the Bombardier's medal, but the CSs by Invil actually need to be careful because there's 2 CSs, actually 1 CS only remaining for Fame that managed to slip around the hill to put in crossfire. But Fame now needs to overpush the middle because it is Invil who has the positions right now with the top of the hill because of that huge arty connection. Invil recognizes this. They are sending everything they have to reinforce the middle. The CS tanks are just coming in. Huge artillery connection all over the place, but Fame is ever so slightly ahead in HP right now. On the lower side, the CS has to drop for Fame in D3, and right now it is Sokar and Nile battling it out in the middle, Mojo.
There is Fame leading in HP again, like 2k HP up, unless there is a magnificent shell by Arty again. This is not boding well for Invil because Fame managed to push them slightly back. The HP and the chase are coming in and out. Nile survives on pure RNG on 8 HP. Look at this middle fight. Joseph Conrad is fighting against Conrad and he kills Rexar. So this is actually going rather decent for them, but there is so many guns for Invil. They may be thin on HP, but they have the numbers, man.
Yeah, they have the numbers, and it is also Duck of Death there who's turned on his back on the lower side, so he couldn't contribute anymore. It is 4 tanks remaining for Fame here in this fight. The HP is ahead for Fame, and Dragos putting in 1 more shell. That means almost all of the Invil tanks are one-shot, but Dragos, he is being targeted by the RT soon. There is only one-shots except for 1 CS Lokiets. He needs to be careful though. The RT, he gets Dragos out of the game. Joseph Conrad in turn picking up Lucky. It is a 2 against 5 situation here. Joseph Conrad, he needs to use that window of time because he knows the RT in reload. But where does he go? This TVP position, it is ever so strong. It just prevents Mary from making any kind of move towards that middle. And yet Joseph Conrad, he recognizes he cannot go up the ramp because the CS would be farming him in the back. And this is starting to look super bad for Fame because they need to make something happen as they are attacking. But Invil, they have so many good positions. They're up the hill. Fortuna Pro putting in 1 more shot.
Fortuna. Man, that guy has a steady hand like a ice cold killer. Seriously. Game after game, he proven to be a really serious RT player. It's not nice thing to say for us, but he actually, I think, pretty much turned the game around by his quality shots, timely shots on proper positions. Joseph is now left against 5 hyenas of Invil. He can maybe have the HP, he can maybe have the skill, but he does not have numbers to deal with them, and he's gonna be chipped away, and we are going to watch the tiebreaker, which is perfectly fine for us watching this. And I think it's just.
Yes, it definitely is, and what other ending could there be to such a match and such a tournament than both teams battling it out until the end? We are gonna see the tiebreaker on Prokhorovka after this magnificent battle in between both of the clans that we just saw. Splitting Sand River, splitting Himmelsdorf, now also splitting Cliffs. Both of those teams are neck and neck. They're not giving each other an inch here. And, there is going to be...
That was a close one, man.
Yep.
That was a close one. That was a close one. I'm pretty sure it didn't go the way Invil envisioned. And it definitely disappointed Fame, who had the lead in one moment of the game.
Yes.
I mean, that's why I said, like, that double shot of Arty, although those guys were one shot both on hill, it's important that no one else had to, like, lose HP trying to kill them.
Yep.
Like, that really helped.
Yeah, as we can see the damage numbers here. Lucky top damage here in this game. Piotrek staying alive, so it was so crucial in the TVP in that last position we saw him in. He was able to just give gargantuan cross shots onto anyone that was trying to do the middle. Normally we see that position being used by the other team when they send a Batchet there at the start of the game, but yeah, he just recognized no one was there, took it, and yeah, big part of the victory. But yeah, here we have Fortuna, 7 shots, 2 direct hits, 8 splash damage, but yeah, in 7 shots, 4 kills, and still 2.6k damage. That definitely was a huge part of the victory for Invil. And let's not forget the I don't know if it was a misplay. Yeah, Duck of Death, he had to drop down, but yeah.
Well, It didn't really work out for Fame in this one. It was a close game. But as I said, for us in audience, this is the best possible ending. We're gonna see them fight it out in one last game on Prokhorovka. It's gonna be a tiebreaker, and we will see who will be the victor of the year, more or less here. I'm actually not sure who has the fastest round. Like Fame won on Sand River attack. No, they lost it. Never mind. Defense.
I'm also trying.
Oh my god, no one won the attack.
I think no one won the attack, so I believe it is down to whoever won the fastest game, right? And I think that Fame defense on Cliff with 2 minutes and 32 was the fastest one, and I believe Fame just chose defense for Prokhorovka.
Yeah, I don't believe they will do the mistake that Raid did in last game. I mean, you don't want to work against the time as an additional enemy. But we will see now what will actually Invil plan against Fame, because Fame pulled out the defense, and if they recycle it, they might come to already prepared Invil, if you understand me. So, oh, never mind, that was Sand River, this is Proco, and I'm just talking like bonkers.
Yeah, it is Prokhorovka, and Fame is defending, and they will probably trying to do it better than the first Proko defense that we saw today by Fame, which was, yeah, I don't know. Both of us were a bit speechless. We were not light on Fame with the criticism there, because it just feels like they threw it 3 times in a single match in a row.
I mean, in that camp in the corner, they actually had 60 seconds to survive. That's about that, just survive against a lot of tanks who were coming at them with a lower HP. And they went out to chase them. Like, I can understand you wanna kill someone who's gonna proxy you, but 60 seconds? Like, who will kill you? They don't have arty. They actually have to come and do the dirty work themselves, you know? And they don't have the HP to trade. So I kind of didn't like that play on Prokhorovka, but it doesn't really matter. What matters for Fame is that they actually managed to pull themselves through and come to this final match and the final game. And I don't know, like, I understand that one of the teams who loses this game is going to be really sorry, but it's going to be a just call at the end of the day.
But before we go into all of this, we are giving both of the teams just a little bit of time to prepare. Stick with us. We are going to play some awesome replays of what just happened, and we'll be right back.
Cornered up, and in this part of the game we already knew that Fame lost it. Pretty much such a number of tanks that Invil had in stock here really helped them. Like, Reaction was forced to do a push here to try to do something because Fame was attacking in this game, but it just had no hope of winning it, because there is still so many guys from Invil on lower HP who can actually do damage on him from various spots. And as we said, like, in this moment, now Invil is trying to counter push. This is a next game on Sand River, so they are trying to do a push because Fame put them on a deadlock, like a choking kind of grip. Fame didn't have to do in this kind of defense anything, and Invil just threw a dice here and tried to do their best, but there was no hope whatsoever because Fame already had a position in HP and the time was running out. So that was automatic GG. You can see the amount of damage they are taking while they're shooting Duck of Death. And Duck of Death is just like a first hurdle, a tank you leave to proxy and you sacrifice him, you know, when you don't need him anymore. Yep. That's about it.
Yeah, and then obviously Fame went on to equalize here on Sand River. Both of those games were in the end pretty decisive. Unlike, like, or pretty clear, unlike the games we saw on Himmelsdorf here, where, you know, Fame was just able to hold on against this cap pressure here by Invil. They had to suicide almost tanks into it. They had to throw tanks against the 3 people beside the church at the cap there, but in the end they were able to claw out ahead. And yeah, they're fairly with an MVP play for this game, just going in, ramming the first tank he can find to put some more seconds on that cap clock. And then Hillary, Barry, and Shockish just coming in to seal the deal in this game here, where, you know, David and Glazzini weren't able to cap it through because 1 or 2 seconds were missing there for Invil.
Yeah, we're gonna...
Yeah.
We're gonna see will actually Fame manage to punch through the curse they have, like in last 2 years, that they're not capable of winning the 2 tournaments in a row. This was a peculiar game. Because it pretty much happened in the same fashion. Never and Monsterio really well suppressed Duck of Death here, and they damaged him a lot, making a big room for 50 Bs of their own to do a push round, and Mumek staying, unlike the rest of the team, on a hill to make sure they win that hill fight without losing significant amount of HP. That was a really good move by Invil, because that means that all 5 tanks from the hill could come back alive and help the defense of their cap, and their cap was never seriously threatened. So that was super important for Invil in this game of Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, definitely Invil with a decisive performance on the hill, and then they were just able to stall it out on the lower side, and then the reinforcements, the Polish Hussars riding down from the hill, they were able to decide it. On to the next game though, the recap of this one. Invil was able to secure positions, and crucial ones, on the ramp here, as we can see the 2 CSs, but as I said before, the mediums that Fame had at the donut, they were just able to do it here for Fame to suppress the Invil CSs from doing any kind of damage onto the heavy tanks on the lower side, and thus the heavy tanks were able to brawl freely for Fame, winning it against C3 Soka, Call Me Piotr in this one, and then from there on Fame just won the game because Invil had some tanks out of the fight. Those 907s that we see there, they weren't able to contribute. But there, Invil just responded in fashion.
Yeah, this was another game. We have a peculiar chess game going on here, because that TVP on one shot behind is a crucial person, making sure that none of the Fame tanks who do have HP cannot go uphill and challenge Monster, Lakiets, and David in some attempt of the cooldown. And they were biding time for their arty to just shoot off one Fame player after another. So that left Joseph really shortly quite alone, because next arty shell took out the Chieftain also. Some of the really close games, like something I would actually expect when they played that first game today, but it happens now in finals, so it's really fine for all of us. And finally we have it, the final game of the tournament of the year, Fame versus Invil, a tiebreaker game. Fame is defending on Prokhorovka.
Indeed, Fame chose the defensive side because of having the fastest game. No one so far unable to convert their attack in this entire match. We've gone 6 rounds without seeing an attacker win, but it is Fame against Invil. The last match of this game, the last match of this tournament even. It is match and tournament point for both of those teams. Fame coming in with double EBR here, a lot of 907s and a lot of Chiefs. While Invil actually has an arty for the attack.
And they have arty and they have the STRV, so that means that in some way either they're gonna implement that STRV as a part of the attack, or they're gonna try to prevent the Fame rotation. As far as we can see so far, it's preventing the Fame. It's putting him up as a part of an attack. Arty is already over the rail. It does seem like they guess that Fame will try to pressure them into the forest corner, and they want to avoid it. They're sacrificing their 2 chieftains to this, to the great gods of the game, and they are pressuring from other side. There is a choo-choo train from Fame going from the 2 line. They're pressuring the middle where Ketsa is, but you can see the hiss of the shells going on Dragos, APCRs hitting him left, right, and center from the chieftains. 907s from Invil are coming over the rail. It's gonna be a massive brawl in the middle. Piotr is in his STRV is gonna try to pump in some damage there.
Yeah, indeed. Fame this time having decided they don't want to play the long game against the tanks here from Invild combined with the Arty. And is Fame now with the counter push with all the 907s that were pushing down the 1-2 line. They are just swarming over Invild, while Invild on the north side of the middle ridge, they are swarming over Fame here. It is just a battle of medium tanks just rushing over everyone they can find at the moment. Fame ahead right now in HP, but behind in guns, mind you. Fame able to clear up their ditch, and now Fame has outwards positions, but keep in mind, Invil still has the Arty to fire upon the Fame tanks.
It's really close. Kerry Bear is gonna get pressured by Never and Call Me Piotr, and Locket's here and another EBR. So he's gonna fall very soon. On the other hand, we have Kamil going over the rail, trying to pincer that STRV and maybe take a pick off shot on an Arty. But it doesn't look well for Fame. They are on 8k HP and they're spread out all over the map, while Invil tanks are actually holding every possible high ground of the map.
Yeah, Fame definitely here in a dire situation. They are in a U position, and the bigger U is being formed by Invil with more HP, more guns, more tanks everywhere. And Invil recognizing they can put it down here, they can win this tournament. They are rushing in. It is down to 2 EBRs, Kamil and Ruziek, because Kaiser just went down, and Invil seems to be able to do it there, following the law of the streak here. Fame not able to win twice in a row. Ruziek trying to kill Fortuna Pro, but C3 is actually coming in with his 907. We have 3 tanks bathing in the pool right now, and yeah, there, Ruziek going down, and also Kamil going down. This is Invil taking the victory in the Clan Rivals Urban Jungle Tournament in the tiebreaker against Fame.
Congratulations to the guys from Invil on their first tournament. Long awaited, long desired, and finally gotten. You deserved it very well. It came down to the one game. Both teams opted and fought in that middle. It was a fair game, and just better team won in this moment. I know it was very hard for you to say that at the end, but that's how it is, guys. Invil deserved this by far, by steady performance throughout the tournament. Luckily for us spectating, Fame came around toward the end and they gave us a great fight. They even had a hit, like a chance at the title, but they just didn't take it. That's how it goes, and the better team won at the end. Congratulations.
Congratulations also from my side. Also, big shout out to all the people who made this tournament possible. Obviously, the sponsors that you can see at the bottom, HyperX, World of Tanks themselves, the Wargaming store, and also big shout out to the production crew, the arts crew. Just wanted to get that off my chest because without them, we wouldn't be sitting here bringing this to you guys. But yeah, back to the game we just saw. It is Invil who took the title in the tiebreaker. How else could it be in this tournament? I mean, yeah, we could take a look at the stat screen if we wanted here. No decisive action going on though via individual plays. It was just Invil with the better community reaction against what Fame was doing. Fame pulled the 907s from that 1-2 line push, but Invil always had better sort of focus fire in those little fights that erupted everywhere.
Well, this was an ending of an amazing tournament here that we saw, like quite hard. And we can see the final moments of the game here, the amazing push of Invil. That STRV pushed, paid off strongly to Invil. Sitting there on the rail, he was more or less probably ignoring the EBRs and just shooting the tanks all the time. He pumped up around 4k damage constantly. So yeah, that was a crucial... Yeah, it was a crucial part of this Invil victory in this game. Piotrix paid off handsomely there.
Yeah. I mean, Invil just recognizing no one from Fame is left behind on that A2-3 position to give crossfire, and then it was just Invil swarming all around the STRV from behind, pounding in shot after shot. And yeah, that was Invil taking the victory in the Clan Rivals Urban Jungle Tournament. But I believe both of us have talked enough for 3 days in the 2 we have behind us. So, Mojo, any last words from you before we throw it over to David?
Just thank you all for watching. I know we had brilliant matches and really close ones. Again, congratulations to Invil to their long desire getting fulfilled. And David, you can take it away.
Thank you so very much, Mojo and Keyhand, for excellent casting during this tournament. It's nice to see your voice held up during today, considering yesterday was a very long one and Keyhand's voice was starting to go. Excellent work by those guys. And again, thank you very much to everybody in the production and all the work that's gone in behind the scenes. I didn't want to say this before, but I wanted to do it now. This was the first time we've done a full remote with no lag or issues going on anywhere, and I didn't want to jinx it until now. So it's nice to see the practice we've finally managed to get one without any technical issues, drops, or lag, which is awesome. Make sure you enter into the Gleam link while it's still open. Will be dropped into the chat soon. And other than that, we do have the points that will be awarded from the prediction contest. I'm just doing some math in my head because I need to make sure we choose the right winner to Invil. Congratulations to Invil, of course. Before you see it in the chat, because I don't want to run it, it was a cracker of a last game. Thank you all for watching. You will be able to tune in later this week as we start streaming again during our regular intervals. I'm sure we'll be having some more Clan Rivals and Clan Wars going on towards the beginning of next year. Drops will still be going on for a while. We're going to find somebody to raid very, very shortly once this has gone off. And otherwise, thank you very much all for watching. Make sure you thank and follow our sponsors with HyperX and the Wargaming Store. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, evening, or night, depending on where you are. And we will see you on the battlefield.